Guys, you don't even know how excited I am. But finally, this was so long in the making. We've waited 6 months. I can't believe we're finally getting around to talking about our top 25 favorite PlayStation Vita games.
Vita.
I could do that.
Yeah.
Is that what I could get ready fast enough for that?
I mean, right off the top of my head, Shovel Knight and Spelunky are like definitely in the top 5, right? No question about that.
Oh, see, I wouldn't even put that in my top 5.
You know what? We can't wait to have this conversation, you fucking maniac. Oh man, let's start the show. This is PSVR Gamescast Live, where we film live every single Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And thank God it's Friday. My name is Bryan Paul from this channel right here, PSVR without Parole. And the guys to my right, the boys, Chris from Shugghead Gaming, filling in for Dave. What is up, Chris?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Nice to be here. I'm psyched. I was just telling Bryan that. 3 hours, 5 hours? I heard it was 5 hours of debate, and I am absolutely ready.
One time
I
we
got
had
my pop, and we're good to go. Oh, man, the pinky came out, too. We're ready.
And that guy on the right-hand side of the screen is AJ from The Underground, PSVR Underground.
What is up, Bryan? What is up, Chris? What is up, Game Gatos? Actually, I learned how to say game cats in Japanese. It's Gemu Neko.
That's adorable.
Ahayo.
Can you say it like a cute little anime girl, please? And thank you.
Happy Friday to all of you.
No?
I hope you've had a great
for
week.
that.
It has been an awesome week. I am super pumped up. Disclaimer. We are all friends here. We are
For now.
Great friends.
Oh, is that how we're starting this?
Yes. There might be, I just want to give a warning to people that have never seen a top 25 debate from us before.
Yep.
We get a little passionate. We get a little fiery. Nothing is personal. Actually, maybe it gets a little personal, but we forgive each other in the end. We hug it out and talk it out in the end. So, guys, happy Friday. Hope to send you off into the weekend with some great vibes, great energy, and a preview of the next top 25 upcoming PSVR games.
Yeah, there's not a there's actually a ton of news to talk about and GameCat name changes and all that stuff, but this is just going to be such a long episode already that we're sort of just moving that all into Monday or next week because this is going to be fucking exhausting as is. So we want to get started as soon as possible, and if you guys don't know how this works, then it seems complicated at first, and I know that if you're new, you're going to send me an email with your suggestion of how to make it easier, but we love doing it this way. We have chosen an uneasy way, a difficult way to do this list because it's more fun doing it this way. Basically, the three of us create our own top 25 list in secret. I didn't see either of these guys' lists until minutes ago, until after mine was created. We all three of us bring our top 25 lists to the table, and then we fucking duke it out for about 17 hours straight. And then that's how we come up with the top 25 list. Now, you guys are here and in the chat. That means you can help us along the way. We're going to have questions for you. There's going to be debates that we can't answer on our own. Sometimes things will be too close to call. We'll ask you. There's a new poll feature that we've been testing out here prior to the show, and we're going to use that feature to poll you guys and be asking you questions as often as possible whenever we can't figure shit out. And we definitely want to hear your opinions the entire way. By the way, if you don't know Chris, I'd be totally shocked. But make sure you go check out Shugghead Gaming because he does great work over there.
The Virtual Boys, and that's the only time I'll mention it this show.
See, I remember that last
is this
time.
shirt? Can you read this shirt?
It's backwards.
Nice.
It's nice.
Is it backwards? Okay.
Yeah.
It's especially for you guys.
You should do a poll right now for how well you explained that intro and how the process works. Let's see what people vote.
I don't know about that. I don't think we need that. But I do want to
He
give a
didn't
shout.
get into the process. He's like, it's hard as fuck.
It's hard as balls.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
I want to give a shout out
And-
to Firebird Old School with the 100 Sekuros. Says pinball and happy Friday top 25. Did I forget pinball? We'll have to find out. Thank you so much, Firebird Old School. And time to play with Game Catch with 5 quid says, hi, can you say hi to Dawes? Enjoy your curry.
Hello.
Hi, Dawes.
Hello, Dawes.
Enjoy
And
your
enjoy
curry.
your curry. Sounds good.
Excellent. We've officially kicked off the show in the most annoying way possible. I don't know what the hell we're doing anymore. All right, so guys, here's how it's going to work. The three of us are going to read off our lists, and then we're going to ask you to vote on which list is best. I think we should start with AJ's list. You're going to start with number 25 and work.
What?
No?
You start with me?
Oh, hey,
No,
listen, I'll start. It's fine.
Yeah.
I just can't start with Shug. That's the only thing because I don't want to show the entire list at once.
Oh, okay. I like this.
But before I read my list, et.2k.now with the $20 tip says, "What a show we're about to have! Worlds collide, heart and cats." Thank you, et.2k.now. We also got, I never say 9 et.2k.now. Whatever. Looper the Game Cat with the €10 says, "Oh God," it basically just gives us his list. Resident Evil 7, Spark, great choice. Skyrim, Wipeout, Firewall, Astros, Hands and Stairs. All these games launched as number 1 on your list. No game has ever developed into number 1 with time. Will No Man's Sky, Hitman, or Dreams make history today? What a great observation. No game has ever made it to number 1 in time. It's interesting. We also got X-Pacer X with the $5 tip. Says, "I have it on good authority that Good Dog, Bad Dog is going to make the list this time."
Oh, yeah, top 10.
I don't.
And Turkey Hunter.
Just also side note, Darkwing Chuck the Game Cat says, "If Marvels isn't number 1, I'm unsubscribing." And rightfully so. I'm going to fight to the death for that one. All right, you guys, here we go. I'm gonna tell you my list, starting with number 25, and that is here. I think I can actually bring it up on the screen for you guys. Here we go. Boom. Here we go. Number 25, Iron Man VR. Number 24, Arashi Castles of Sin. Number 23, Sniper Elite VR. Number 22, Separation. What's up, Recluse? Number 21, Fracked. Number 20, Immortal Legacy. Number 19, Blair Witch VR. A lot of new ones here. 18 is Until You Fall. 17, Borderlands 2. 16, Wipeout Omega Collection. 15, Star Wars Squadrons. 14, Blood and Truth. 13, Pistol Whip, making its way up the list, I think, for me. 12 is Rush of Blood. 11 is Farpoint. 10 is Firewall. 9 is Hitman 3. 8 is Skyrim VR. 7 is Beat Saber. 6 is The Persistence. 5, Astrobot. 4, No Man's Sky. 3, Saints and Sinners. 2, Dreams. Yes, Dreams. And number 1, obviously, Resident Evil 7. Chris, you're up, man.
Okay.
Am I up? Okay. So, guys, I will preface this with, I figured to keep it interesting. This is my personal top 25. It is not necessarily my buyer's guide for those new to VR who need to experience all the best of the best. This is my own experience, what I still enjoy and what I go back to. So it's going to be a little bit different. Number 25, Corix. Love that game.
What a curveball you're starting with. I don't know what to do.
This is a roller coaster ride. Strap in.
Oh baby, this is, and I'm going to talk. I get to talk about it. Number 24, Hitman.
Nice.
Number 23, Star Trek Bridge Crew. Number 22, A New Arrival, Fracked. Number 21, people might think this should be higher, Beat Saber.
Mm-hmm.
Number 20, Super Hot. Number 19, Killing Floor Incursion.
Nice.
Battle Zones at number 18. In Death, number 17. Sniper Elite 16. The Solace Project, number 15. Maybe a bit of a curveball there. Number 14, Sprint Vector. Number 13, The Persistence. 12 is Space Junkies. 11 is Rush of Blood. 10 is Farpoint. 9 is Wipeout. I see the shaking head. 8 is No Man's Sky. 7 is Electronauts. And that could easily be in my top 3, I'm just saying. Number 6 is Astrobot. Number 5 is Dirt. 4 is Squadrons of the Star Wars. Number 3 is Resident Evil 7. Number 2 is Firewall 0 Hour. And number 1 is Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners. And no, there's no Skyrim. And no, there's no Borderlands.
Brian, I want you to pop my list up after I go through mine.
I'm gonna go out of order on these tips because Nihilist Ryan, the game feline, with the $5 says what everyone's thinking. Says fucking Corix. What planet are we on?
You need to go play Corix then.
Corix is awesome. I'm just so baffled by this list though. This is crazy. We also got Gatorade 23, the H2O Despising Game Cat, running with the $10 tips. It's Happy Friday, my dudes. What's good, Shug?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Oh man, this is a fantastic way to start. I won't bring up your list, AJ. There will be no.
There's one more. There's one more. X-Pacer.
Oh, did I miss it? I'm sorry. No, I already got the Good Dog, Bad Dog one. Yep.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and preface this. This was a hard list to do, guys.
So hard. And girthy.
This is before I go through mine, I'm going to tell you this is with in mind all three consoles: PS4, PS4 Pro, PS5. They also are kind of judged by the most VR games, like the best VR designs, innovation, as well as being the best game overall. So PS5 did factor into a bunch of this. So we're gonna go ahead and kick things off with number 25. That is Ninja Arashi: Castles of Sin. At number 24, Blair Witch VR Edition. At number 23, The Room VR: A Dark Matter. At number 22, Release the Kraken: Swordsman VR. Number 21, Sniper Elite VR. Number 20, Dirt Rally. 19, Alvo. 18, Synth Riders. 17, Tetris Effect. 16, Star Wars Squadrons. 15, Pistol Whip. 14, Moss. 13, The Persistence. 12, Fracked. 11, Wipeout Omega Collection. 10, Firewall Zero Hour. 9, Beat Saber. 8, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim VR. 7, Farpoint. 6, Hitman 3. 5, Dreams. 4, Astrobot Rescue Mission. 3, Resident Evil 7. And number 2, No Man's Sky, which leaves number 1, The Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners. Now you can throw it up there.
Oh, it's up all right. It's up all right. I can't wait to see what the result of this poll is. We definitely
I got a lot of new blood, man. A lot of new blood in here, new faces. I wanted variety. I wanted to say like as much variety as possible.
And that's why I'm here.
And I wanted balance to my list. This was hard. There are more than 25 top PSVR games. There are a lot more. But I feel really good about my list, and I feel like my top 10 any of those could be number 1, and I feel pretty good.
The VR Grid is chiming in with the 5 Canadian. Says, Jeebus Chris, you're embarrassing me right now with your trash picks.
Chorus and Electronauts is a point of contention between the two of us. So I told him it's coming, and now I get a forum to talk about it.
I'm already seeing the comments. Yes, yeah. I didn't forget Super Hot. I thought long and hard about it, and I just really like most of these more or believe it's not necessarily my favorite list. You know, you can never completely remove yourself from the bias from your top list.
Yeah.
But this was with that in mind, was what do I just purely believe are the best PSVR games all around, all 3 consoles. And that's it. And unfortunately, Super Hot didn't make it. If I was doing a top 10 or top 15 beginners to VR, I'd probably put Super Hot in there. Also, Cosmo, I love Iron Man VR, and it freaking hurt like hell to not have it in there. There's a lot of games I don't have on this list.
Teddy Tater Tots 22 says, I'm shocked there's no Doom 3, and I'm realizing that Doom 3 was 100% supposed to be on my list. I had about 30 games that I was at the very last second I put into this, and I'm not ashamed to say that I'm making a last minute change right in front of everybody here. There we go. Number 20.
He's making that.
Number 20 got swapped out.
Then.
Yes.
Oh, you took out 20. Is 20 just gone, or did it get bumped?
It was Immortal Legacy, right? And I know that's a divisive game, and so and I wanted Doom 3 to be on this list. I wanted it to be even higher, but just for simplicity's sake, I just swapped out Immortal Legacy with Doom 3. So thank you for noticing that.
Now before we get into deep dive, guys, and when you're, I saw that the poll that went up, whose list was better, this and this and that. Yeah. I will say, when I was making my list, kind of like AJ's, it was definitely, I was coming at it from what do I think is like the best VR games, but it was definitely kind of for where I'm at, because it's like, do I think that Borderlands 2 and Skyrim and Doom 3 and Blood and Truth, the list goes on, Eve Valkyrie, all these games, do I think that they should all be like in the top 10 if you're buying one? Yeah, probably.
Yep.
But I played Borderlands 2 and Skyrim and Doom 3 to death on other consoles. And so for me, I mean, I kind of reviewed it. I'm like, this is insane. But I never went back because I just, I was just kind of I hated that I was done with it. I wish I could have played Skyrim for the first time, but that's why it doesn't make my list. So, just so you guys know, I'm not just a piece of crap. It doesn't know who you are.
It's so hard. Even spending so much time making these lists and then looking back at it and going, oh, this it's still my list doesn't even make sense to me because there are so many games on there that need to be there that aren't. And you just have to, at a certain point, just to go, well, I have to be okay with like not getting every single game, especially games that have been on the list for so long, like Super Hot, like Moss. These are games that I just had to be like, you know what? Like the last time we put Sirento on the list instead of Super Hot, and we were like, well, we're gonna have to be okay with that. This time Sirento didn't even make the list, neither did Super Hot for me. So this is it's absolutely crazy, and it doesn't really make sense. And if you ever had to sit down and make your own top 25 list, I dare you to do it out there and go, man. You can't just like you have to ignore honorable mentions. You know, there are games that you absolutely love that are just not going to make the list, and it's inexplicable.
Well, and let's be honest, this is a good problem to have. The thing is, when I sit down to do a top 25 list, it's getting to the point where if you decided to just do AAA games, you could almost do a top 25. Like Sony's got they do have a lot of bangers, and it makes it really, really hard. It's just because then if you put all the games in that you think should be there because they're the high quality games, then games like Catch and Release don't make it, you know? And I love that game.
No.
It's hard. It's so hard.
No. I had to get rid of that. I had to get rid of Zing. But guys, this isn't the list. We haven't made a list yet. So you know, we have to do this. This is what we're going to do now. We're going to start from just figuring out the brackets. This is not going to determine the order. Right. This is going to determine what is in bracket 1 through 5, bracket 6 through 10, and so on and so on. And then once we get done with that, then we're going to come all the way back down and arrange them.
Absolutely. So basically, we have to start from number 1 through 5, and the three of us have to figure out what games belong in 1 through 5, and we will work our way down. And the problem is that as we work our way down, each of us will have games that are slowly getting pushed down and down and down further on the list. And so I think the fights don't happen right away. I think the fights happen as we get closer to the bottom going, man, I really need this game to stay on the list. And that's going to be really hard, I think, for especially when we have so many different games on each of our lists this time around.
Nick says, LOL, these polls aren't going to work if they're always ending in a tie. I guess we tied, Brian.
But I've only got 10%. So now I get to make my case.
Hey, you know what? The Solus Project, Shug, is one of my favorite experiences of all time in gaming. Ever.
Yep.
Ever.
Wait, is there a 2% margin of error? Like, this only adds up to 98%.
You know what?
There's no points. It's no decimal points. They're just rounding up or rounding down, I guess.
I was going to respond to your Solus Project comment, but I guess I'll wait until it comes up.
You know,
keep my mouth shut and let you lead the charge.
Feel free to respond to any comments you want, man, because I want to respond to Braxbro right now. Braxbro said he's surprised that Fract is so high on each of our lists. And honestly, when we talk about like games that I think every PSVR gamer needs to play, like Fract is, I think, a game that every PSVR gamer needs to play. Like maybe one of the early games you should be playing too. Like if you pick up your console, like pick this up, blast through.
That's a really good point. It would definitely make my like introduction games if I had friends over. It's just like you just jump in, it's easy to play, they don't have to fight it all makes sense, it's slick as shit. And it's just an adrenaline rush. Like, they're not going to sit in it long enough to see that like it runs out of ideas, right? They're just going to be like, oh my god, this is insane. That's such a great, like, it's up there with like Rush of Blood, I think, of kind of like, here, just have fun.
Yeah, Endeavor One's in the chat says Fract is like a nice cheeseburger. I guess you go a few different ways with that, but sure, let's go with that. Oh, Drew, get off your high horse. I'm not even gonna read your comment out loud because I don't fucking believe you. No. There's definitely recency bias. There's always recency bias, man. That's definitely
recency bias in my list, Drew.
Yeah, right. You really can't say that about your list.
Come on.
There's games on your list that people don't even know what they are because they're new to PSVR.
Well, so you're gonna find out.
All right, guys, let's get this fucking ball rolling. And this is I don't know how difficult this is gonna be. Let me try to help move things along nice and smoothly here. I think we can all agree that Saints and Sinners belongs in the top 5, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Sorry, I was reading. Somebody mentioned Tetris Effect, and my brain went, "Oh crap! I completely forgot about it."
Yeah, dude, Tetris Effect was
got
on
you
my
covered.
list. It was
I didn't
Effect-
forget Tetris Effect.
Tetris
totally
Effect was
took that
on my
one.
list. I promised everybody that it was going to move up the list when the Connected update came out. The Connected update came out. I haven't been as addicted to it as I thought I would, and so it actually fell off the list. Fucking Tetris Effect, man. All right, I think we can all also agree that. Oh no, that's it. We're not going to agree on anything else. Resident Evil 7. That's definitely going to be here too, right?
Yes.
Now, you know what? Resident Evil, this is going to be maybe just interesting conversation for those of you who are holding out for Res 8, but Resident Evil 7 dropped down on my list because of Resident Evil 8. Now, Brian, you're the horror buff, so you probably prefer Res 7, don't you?
I haven't played it yet. I'm holding out for
Okay.
hope that it's coming to PlayStation VR 2.
It
You
will
totally
come
know
to
it's going to
PlayStation
be
VR too.
it's going to be a launch title. We all know this. Resident Evil 8, without ruining it for anybody, just it plays like Resident Evil 4, which is one of I'm not ruining anything. It's one of my favorite VR titles or favorite Res games. One of my favorite games, period.
Wow.
And Resident Evil 8 scratched that itch, and so it knocked it down not because of other VR games, but because of actually Resident Evil. It's its own series, but yeah, it definitely deserves. Come on now.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm glad we agree on that. Because because this is going to be difficult. I don't think we agree on anything else here. If I was fighting for something, I'd say that No Man's Sky needs to be in the top 5, and Astrobot needs to be in the top 5. But Shug, you don't have either of those in your top 5. Where do those fall for you?
Astro not in my top 5. Astro could be in my top 5. It might have just.
It's number 6 for you. Yeah.
It's one of those titles. Astro could float anywhere between like 2 and 6, I guess. Let me talk. So, like Astro, look, I'm not going to fight for Astro. Astro's amazing, and it's literally just a where does it drop. I think that's another really is a must play PSVR title, and I love platformers. I'll tell you why No Man's Sky is not higher on this list.
Yes.
And it might piss some people off in chat here. I think No Man's Sky is a horrible experience on the PS4 OG.
Mm-hmm.
I really had a hard time. Like I'm like, oh, this is such a great game as long as it's 10 feet in front of me. And I loved the game is so amazing. It's so deep. And I love crafting and survival games. And I love sci-fi. This game is my dream game. But that really hurt it for me. And even on the Pro, I still think it was pretty bad on the Pro too. It would have not even made my top 15 if PS5 version did not exist on it, because I think that allows the game to start to shine. And I have played it on PC, and it's just hard not to have played it there.
Mm-hmm.
And the 5 gets it much more within spitting distance of that. And so if you don't have a 5 and you're wondering if a 5 is worth getting, how much do you like No Man's Sky?
Right. Or Dreams, for real. Let me ask you this, Shug, because this is an important thing the last time we got into a little bit of a debate on how we should be ranking these games, and the thing that we've sort of decided on is that we need to rank these games based on the best way to play them. Meaning, if the best way to play Borderlands is with an aim controller, we're not going to rate it playing it with a DualShock 4. We're going to be like, no, the best way to play is with an aim controller. Same with No Man's Sky. If the best way to play is on a PlayStation 5, we're going to rate it based on the PlayStation 5. So does that change where it falls on the list for you?
Yeah, probably.
Does it fall in the top 5 for you?
Yeah, it would make my top 5.
I see. This is me just convincing everybody to do what I tell them.
No, but I mean, you look at it from that's why I mentioned it, right? Because when you put it through that lens, it's a game that is seriously affected by that bump in resolution.
No Man's Sky is honestly probably my favorite game of all time, besides Final Fantasy VII.
It's a heck of a it's a whack a game, man.
The only reason it actually didn't go back to number 1 for me is because of the way it is on PS4 and PS4 Pro and the way it looks. Like, I still put 200 hours into it on a Pro, but on a PS5, man.
I mean, a few things. I guess the other reason it might pull it down a little bit for me is, it is a lot sometimes with the Move controllers, because there's a lot of systems and there's a lot of control. Now, AJ, you probably haven't experienced it with analog sticks in VR. It's hard not to unexperience that. So, like, But I'm so used to the movie.
I have, but
I mean, I
barely.
grew up on them. It's not like it really bothered me,
No.
but it's just in there because I feel like, say for example, like Walking Dead: Saints and Sinners, I feel like just
So
felt
let's do
better
this.
in VR.
To keep things moving here. Why don't we put Astro and No Man's Sky in this bracket, and that gives us 4, right?
Yeah.
And then Shug.
As long as Shug's okay with both of those, because both of those work for me, because both of those are in my top 5, but neither one of those is in Shug's top 5. So we need to clear that with him before anything else.
But those are two games that like I'm a little fluid on. Like when I was placing games, it was kind of like, something's got to go in number 5 or whatever, you know.
So what? So you're okay with that then? Those two?
Yes, I would agree with that.
So which game, Shug? Because we give and take here.
So what has to come out?
What would you put for the 5th game? What game would you like fight for to be in the top 5? Not necessarily the order, but just like just what do you think of your games that are left that are not in the top 5 so far? What do you think has to be in the top 5 in your opinion? Meaning like it's the best game that has to be there.
Dirt.
Dirt?
Yep. I'm gonna represent the racing crowd. It is insane.
All right.
That is one of the best racing games ever made, I think.
I think it's amazing. You have Firewall at number 2 that has yet to be represented though. Just saying. Dirt goes above Firewall for you if to shove something else into the top 5 bracket.
Yeah, like to get it into the top 5. Yeah, I think I would actually.
I don't know. I don't know. I love Dirt, but that is not a game that I would recommend to anybody. It's also, I call it like the Dark Souls of racing games.
It is.
And I also, the thing is the accessibility here. Do you play it with a wheel or do you play it with the DualShock?
Both.
Both?
And I will admit that Dirt is a game that was designed very much. It's a sim game, and it was designed for PCs with wheels.
Right.
I've mostly played it with the DualShock, and I love
but
it.
But you put the assists on, and the DualShock works pretty good. I just think that Dirt Rally. Not only do I think it's one of the best racing games made, I think it's incredible that they made that work in VR and retained much of it. Like we don't have driving games on PSVR for a reason. Drive Club, yeah. But and Wipeout doesn't really count. But if you understand the physics that goes into these racing games and how much that taxes. I mean, like we look at Gran Turismo, Sport. It didn't even get 1v1 or anything. Dirt's got not only the entire game but also like the 4-player online rallycross. And I just think it's incredible what they brought to the table there.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Was Dreams even on your list?
Nope.
Wow.
Is there a reason, or did you just forget, or?
Nope, it's a reason.
Okay.
Wait, if this was a personal top 25 list for me, I put Dreams at number 2. I keep saying that Dreams is the number 1 reason to own a PlayStation VR headset if you have a PlayStation 5.
Yeah, and it wouldn't even make my recommendations to someone, and I'll tell you why. Because I don't like betas. I don't like early access titles. I don't like unfinished games. I appreciate seeing those games and those ideas, but I do feel like, and I think Dreams is an absolute trip to go through. But if I am telling someone these are the VR experiences you need to play to see the best of VR, rarely do I think that's in Dreams. I think there's good ideas in Dreams. I think there's some amazing started games in Dreams. But I don't think it necessarily makes like this. There's not the experiences I want someone to play. It's like putting someone on Steam VR and saying, here's my top 25 early access titles for you. There's some amazing games in there, but they're not finished. And they're very much a bunch of tech demos. And I don't throw that term around loosely because I hate that thrown at VR. But I think that Dreams kind of propagates that a little bit. I think as a creation tool, it's insane. But if this is for what I think people need to play in VR, I don't think it's Dreams.
I mean, creating is part of the playing of Dreams, right?
But I just but you're talking about accessibility. Like
No.
if you want to use no, I'm saying like I'm talking about AJ. If we use accessibility, and it is a valid point for Dirt, that it is not everybody's cup of tea, right? I do feel that Dreams ends up in that category, is that the creation tools are beyond a lot of people are going to spend the time on.
I want to give a
I
quick
just
shout
don't
out. Sorry, I just want to give a quick shout out. I don't want to get these tips get too far behind. The Sergeant Frosty with the $2 tip says, "Not only will Wipeout be number one, it's also my childhood." I saw that coming from a mile away. Thanks, Frosty.
I agree with that.
Luke for the Game Cat with the €2 says, "It won't be easy." I don't know if that's in regards to anything, but you're absolutely
is an
right.
understatement.
Understatement. Okay, listen, I don't mind Dreams getting pushed out of the top 5, right? But I do need Dreams to be in 6 through 10 somewhere. Like that is to me like an absolute necessity. So if I can say, Shug, you get to pick what's at number 5, then the concession needs to be Dreams is going to be in the 6 through 10 bracket. Can we all
Hold that thought real quick, because of your list, I mean, you have Firewall 0 Hour at number 2, and of your top 5, like that is one that I think would be worthy of a top 5, in my opinion.
I agree.
I agree.
I can play Firewall 0 Hour forever, and like so of those, I am much more comfortable putting that there than I am with Dirt.
I am too, but
I love Dirt.
I am too, but
you know, it's funny. I have more time in Firewall.
Yeah,
I have more time in Firewall than Dirt, but because I think I just had a lot of fun with friends. I think Dirt's the better game though. Firewall's got a lot of issues.
Dirt's a better game.
If you really wanted to sit down and break down, like let's put it this way, Firewall as a flat game wouldn't even make a blip. Like, and I love Rainbow Six and I love those types of games, but as a flat game, it wouldn't go anywhere. And Dirt Rally still stands as one of the best racing games, period, in most racing fans' top 10s, and that's in and out of VR. I mean, that I do think that sometimes has to come into play. Is would you play the game out of VR? Sometimes I don't think that matters because it's in VR.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really look at it that way. Donatellis, the Scientist Game Cat, says Dirt number 6. I would maybe even put Firewall as 5 and then accept like Dirt in the next bracket. Maybe
I was gonna say I will say, you know what, I will agree with you. I will say that your accessibility comment sways me a little bit around the fact that like Dark Souls isn't for everybody and it just pisses them off. Dirt can do the same thing. So I would say I would like to see Dirt in the top 10 preferably. But yeah, I do think that Firewall 0 Hour with the aim controller is mandatory VR. I do.
And then, Brian, I would give you, obviously, I agree with you on Dreams. I'd put Dreams in the next bracket as well.
All right, let's stop there then. Can we agree then that Firewall needs to be in the top 5 bracket? Dirt will fall into the next bracket along with Dreams, and then we can kind of move on. So
yep, I agree with that. I think that's fair.
Cool. Well, let me get Firewall into this bracket, and then we also know that Dreams and Dirt Rally. Not enough B12. I don't know what's going on anymore. So let's see. That gives us 3 more slots, guys. 3 more slots, and we have a shitload of games to try to figure out that belong in those 3 slots. You guys ready to figure out which games belong in these 3 slots?
So we've got Dirt and Dreams.
We got Dirt and Dreams starting off the second bracket here, 6 through 10 bracket, and now we need to figure out what the other 3 games in 6 through 10 will be. Again, guys, we're not doing any order here. We're just putting them into brackets, and then we'll figure out the actual order later.
I got to go to bat for Hitman 3. Hitman 3 is actually, Hitman 3 is part of the reason Blood and Truth isn't on my list. Because it gave me that. It really made me feel like a secret agent. It kind of cut the flashy stuff and was just like, no, here are your missions and you can approach them any way you want. It's one of the best looking games on VR, period. Yeah, quite frankly, if it was designed with like moves or something, I maybe would even have it almost like number one if it actually implemented VR better. And I still like the motion controlled DualShock 4. I know I'm the minority there, but I like motion controls over head aiming, even if they're not as like tight and accurate and easy to use. Hitman 3.
Hitman 3 would be in my top 5 if it had move support. I feel like it was really hampered by the DualShock 4. I hated all the motion controls that went into it, and so I feel like it's a great VR game despite the fact that it used the worst control scheme possible. It just never felt good to me playing that game with the DualShock. That said, I do think it's a top 10 game, and so I wouldn't fight you with Hitman 3 being in this bracket, but I know who will fight you, because our friend Shug has it at 24.
Oof.
So here's the thing, and that's a tough one because I think I could probably see this thing floating somewhere between 20 and 25 for me. But the reason, and I'll tell you why. I'm not a huge Hitman fan. I don't actually think they're incredibly great games. I do really like them. I've played all of them, even going back to the original ones. So I do. It's not like I hate them because I keep playing them. I'm not a big stealth guy, and they're obviously, and I don't have patience for them, and they're huge stealth-based games. The big thing is, like Bryan said, is I loved playing Hitman because it was beautiful what they pulled off on the PSVR. I loved playing it because it was amazing in VR.
Beautiful.
I loved being in that world. I loved the effort that went into it, but I hated playing it. As much as I loved playing it, I hated playing it. I was fighting the controls the entire time.
Yeah.
To the point where I was really glad to be done with it after my review. And I was like, and I said to a couple of the guys, I'm like, I'm never gonna play it again. I said I will wait until it comes, hopefully to PSVR 2 or PC, but PSVR 2 where I'd like to see it land, because I think that's where it deserves to get a remaster, like we talked about in the last episode I was there. Because I feel like it was a pain in the ass to play the entire time. Now, I understand that a lot of people just made it work, but I felt like I was fighting it the whole time, and I was irritated with it my entire play session. But the bang for your buck is also incredible. If you can get past it, I get that. But it was, you know what it is? Let me just, and this is the last thing I'll say about it. I feel the same way about this as I did with LA Noire. I saw that was on your guys' list in one of your last episodes. And that is that LA Noire to me proved that you could do a Grand Theft Auto in VR. And at the exact same time, it proved why you should not do a Grand Theft Auto on the PSVR with its current controls. Because as soon as the action got going, the control scheme just fell apart for me in LA Noire. Like, it was clunky as anything. And I felt the same way with Hitman. I felt like it just was messy.
I know this is going way off topic. Hitman 3 did feel messy, but there have been so many games that have nailed the control scheme and made it perfect. You know, there's, I mean, Fract shows us that
they do, and if Fract moved over, I said this in my review for Fract, like, this is the bar.
Yeah.
Like, and if Population 1 of Big Box does get their button gear and get Population 1 over to the PSVR, I'm like, they In Dreams just did your work for you. This is your control scheme.
Yeah.
But like, that's my example. Play Fract, then go back and play Hitman, and tell me that you're not like, oh my god.
Yeah. I have no problem with it. Bryan, take it away here.
All right. Definitely a few tips here. Looper the Game Cat with the €2 says Hitman 1 and 2 should be considered DLC for Hitman 3. I think that's a really interesting take. That's really expensive DLC. But if that's the case, if we're talking like Hitman Trilogy, because I do consider Resident Evil 7 Gold to be the full experience, and that's one of the things that always helps push it up on my list to number 1. So there's so much content there. So I don't think Looper's in the wrong here. So Batman the Blind and Deaf Game Cat. Is this new? I don't think I've seen this name before. I'm going to copy and paste this. We need a shout out. With the $5 tip says, for me, it's all about the peripherals. So it's Alva with an aim, Dirt with a wheel, get HOTAS support and wipe out a Mega. Forget it. That's number 1 all day. You're not wrong, man. And again, we are rating these games based on the best way to play them. So we're not, if Hitman 3 had move controls, we'd be rating it on that, not the fucking DualShock 4. So I totally agree with you, man. Absolutely. We also get Sci-Fi Game Cat Henry with the $5 tip. Thanks for, I guess, doing the timestamps for this tomorrow. It says cliffhanger season finale. Discuss your top 25 on Geekful Things this Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern. Link is in the Discord. No Man's Sky for top 3. Sci-Fi Game Cat Henry does a call-in show. So if you want to do a GamesCast like thing with a call-in aspect, check out Geekful Things. All right, guys, we do need to make some progress here, though. And so that brings us to trying to figure out what the next 3 things on in the top 10 are going to be. So you fought pretty hard against Hitman. I will say, Shug, that you said it's not something you would normally play. It's not something I would have normally played if I didn't have to review it without Parole, because Hitman games have never been my speed. And if I had to play it on a flat screen, I probably would have played the first mission and noped out pretty quick. But in VR, I think it was like a phenomenal experience, even with the DualShock 4. So I think it's still
funny because I played all the Hitman games.
You did.
That's about like I've played all of them, like probably like 6 of them.
Well, so now I'm really confused.
To certain because I kind of like, and I saw some comments there. Oh, he doesn't understand the games. You can play them stealthy or loud. Like I get that. And
they're meant to be played stealthy. The difference is I love stealth, and I think stealth is amazing in VR. I think it's one of the most immersive, naturally immersive gameplay styles, genres, like horror. Just like that, I feel the same way about stealth.
I guess the other thing about the Hitman games, this isn't really a VR thing, but I've always felt that they're a little clunky. They feel a little bit out of place. Like they're a game that still feels like they came from like early 2000s, like the mechanic wise. That wasn't so much a VR thing, but I felt that a little bit when you're walking around the world. I just don't hold the series in super high regard, but I also understand how much bang for your buck and how insane that is in VR, especially if you have.
To me, the story, I absolutely was like, I loved the story of 3. I thought it was exciting. I thought it was fun, exciting. Like I said, it was more like a cinematic thing. I thought the world was extremely immersive because of just not only how well it looked, but how not necessarily how you can interact with every single little thing, but you can to some degree because there's so many items that you can pick up and put in your Jinkos that with endless pockets. But like walking around and like people having conversations, actual conversations, there's so much detail down to every last just inch of that game. Every single corner is detailed, and I felt like that made it more immersive. And plus, I did still like the gameplay quite a bit. I did not play Hitman games. I hardly played Hitman games before VR. And this was my pretty much first go with it that I like really got into it, and I was absolutely blown away. And like I said, maybe not even like the flashy explosions kind of way, but just like the events that were taking place, the ways I was sneaking around, and it does have some flashy stuff too, as well, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think where I disagree with probably you guys, both of you, and where the division kicks in is that I agree with all of the things you're saying about the game, about how immersive and how incredible it is, and it's all in VR, and just all those things. As I said, I liked playing it. I just hated playing it. Like I didn't. You felt like the controls grew on you, that you were okay with them. I was always irritated with them, and that really that hurt it for me because I was always fighting it, and I think that was where I was like, I think that's where it just ultimately got knocked down the list for me, because when I was done with it, I was like, I don't want to play this again until I'm not irritated with the move systems. It failed me too many times. It was just too many compromises in the move systems for me.
It's tough. It's a tough call, man, because I could totally see it slipping down the list a little bit. I don't see it. I can't let it slip as far down the list as you've put it.
No, and I didn't think it would, right? But again, I figured, well, it was one of those games where it kept getting bumped as I was like, well, I liked this more. Yeah. I had more fun with this. I'd play that more. I'd play that again, and that's how it ended up there. But like for AJ and you to put that in your list at those level at that point, I was like, yeah, I totally get that. And for all the game cats that are like, look, yeah, I get it. I'm not even going to fight you on it. I understand.
Wait, you're not going to fight us on it?
How,
Yeah, this is all about fighting, man.
I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I'm not. It's not.
I'm gonna say you're crazy, and you're wrong.
Let me put it this way. I think that you guys will have a hard time keeping in the top 10 as we continue to discuss. That's what I would say.
You think I would have a hard time keeping it if we continued?
Yeah, I think as other games continue to start to discuss, I think it would be. I personally think it would be hard for you to. I think you might end up in the same position I did, where it was kind of like it starts sliding for other things.
I mean, Hitman 3 is like possibly a top 3 game for me. So
well, then maybe not.
yeah. I mean, this game blew me away. Again, I always had Blood and Truth since 2019 when it released, and this game I thought did everything better than maybe besides the motion controls. I felt like this game delivered an experience of feeling like a secret agent way more than Blood and Truth did. Blood and Truth just focused on the flashy action stuff. Absolutely love the game, but this is like hours and hours and hours of stealth, of awesome stealth, and there's a lot of stuff to interact with. Even though it's not built from the ground up for VR, there's a shit ton of stuff to interact with. Tons of items. You can slap people with a fish. You can make traps. You can snipe them. There's so many different things, so many different challenges. They're still updating the game constantly. I just played the garden show missions over the weekend. They're even on top of this all. There's 3 games you can have in one, and again, the quality of it is amazing. Does it get every single little thing right? No, but I absolutely think that some of the amazing experiences that it gave me are like far outweigh any of the small things. Because I don't. There's stuff like it. Like I don't like the flat screen sniper mode, but that didn't. As much as I didn't like that. Like I will take that over. I will like the rest of the game for me just far outweighs anything else. Any of the issues I had with it.
Yeah, I mean. It's so good at what it does. I've already gone on about what I didn't like about it, but what it does well is so good in the freedom it allows, and each level being like this mini open world where it's like just like this huge open environment, and it looks. I mean, normally I'm not much of a graphics whore, but when it comes to Hitman, like it's all part of the immersion, right? It's all part of, especially when like you lose a little bit of the immersion from the controls, giving it back to you in the impressive environments is really, really helpful. This to me is like something I was like, I just didn't think was even possible with the current PSVR headset. Like the amount of detail and the high resolution just looked so good.
It did,
yeah.
But one of my problems with the game when I think about visuals is it was one of those games where it was beautiful. It was often very beautiful, but I also did feel like they barely got that thing working on the PSVR. Like I got that sense sometimes. There were some levels where things really fell apart. Like if you were like, for example, that one level where you were at what was it like? You were at some kind of a beach house coastal party,
Mm-hmm.
and you had to walk. You walked in and you were kind of meeting, greeting with everybody. And I saw people popping up, just like zooming in. I saw a guy walking by me with his legs out of phase because like the game was it was real, and massive things started popping up around me. I was like, you could start to see, and there were other parts where you'd walk into like big cathedrals, and all of a sudden you'd see the roof like pop in and stuff. And I was playing that going, they're barely getting this to work. I feel like this game, if I was Sony, I would have sat on it as a PSVR 2 launch title because I feel like it needed that power to get rid of those. You can see, listen, there are points in the game where you can see that it literally is out of juice to like fully render a room that you walk into properly, and the controls.
I mean, look, This is like one of the last things visually I'll say on the graphics. It's one of the best looking games in VR, period. And there is the one thing that they do. You see sometimes some of the smoke and mirrors that they do, where some of the people, the crowd, can fade in all of a sudden as you're turning around, like the foveated rendering or whatever kicks in, and so you see some of the parlor tricks. But that being said, like I said, every last detail is like gorgeous and looks amazing. The only thing graphically that I ever experienced was some of that fade in. And again, that is something I will take all day for it to run on PS4 and look that good.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah,
Absolutely okay with it. That is a technical achievement.
Every single
on
VR game, every single VR game makes some kind of a concession, whether it be a
Oh,
lower
yeah,
resolution,
totally.
whether it be foveated rendering, whether it be whatever. And this managed to only sacrifice some pop in, like in your peripheral vision. We're putting this to the cats because we are definitely going on along with this one conversation. So I'm gonna ask the cats if Hitman 3 belongs in the top 10, and we're gonna let them decide.
Okay, so we got what, 2 more to figure out?
We got 2 more to figure out, so we'll come back to Hitman 3 in a minute here to see what the poll says. But you guys vote in the chat and let us know if it belongs in the top 10.
So both of you go for a bat. I went to bat for Hitman 3. Both of you guys go to bat for a game in the top 10.
This is tough because I've got the Persistence, Beat Saber, and Skyrim that I want in the top 10. And I think I need to go with Beat Saber. I think Beat Saber is a game I spent so much time with, and I find myself even going back to it after Synth Riders is out. Synth Riders didn't even make my top 25 somehow, even though I love that game. Beat Saber is just the rhythm game that I like to play, and I don't have a problem with the music like a lot of people do. I actually like a lot of the DLC that's come out for it. I like a lot of the OST, and that's just my rhythm game, man. That is the game I want to play. I like it more than Pistol Whip. I like it more than, I mean, you name it. So.
Beat Saber in my top 10. I have it at number 9, so I'm okay with that. I think the gameplay is really visceral and makes for one of the best rhythm gameplay wise. Regardless of what I feel about the music, I think, and most of the music, and there's a lot of music in that game that I do like. But yeah, regardless of how I feel about the music overall or the post-launch support overall. The game itself has day one. I've been asked 1,000 times, when is Beat Saber going to go on sale? And I say, I don't care. I said, never. Go ahead and go buy it. Like, I will not hesitate to tell somebody to go play. It feels amazing with Move controllers. It feels better than it does with the Move controllers than it does on Quest, in my opinion. And because they feel like lightsaber hilts. And yeah, I think Beat Saber has to be a top 10 game.
I want to hear Shug, man. I want to hear Shug shit on it. Go, go, go.
I think Beat Saber is a weird one for me, to be honest with you. When I do my top 25 buyer's guide, it makes very high on the list because I think it is an important game for people to play. It's a good gateway drug for VR. I mean, it's one of the biggest games for a reason. I also think it's highly overrated. I like it. I have a lot of fun with it. I really enjoy. I'm a massive Guitar Hero and Rock Band guy, so I like music rhythm games. But I found that the music's hit or miss for me. I'm not a huge EDM guy and stuff. I
hate EDM, dude.
And some of the other packs they've added, like I absolutely hate Imagine Dragons and like stuff like that. Like I'm just not.
I do too.
It's so.
Well, I hate's a strong word, but
I mean, one of the comments you'll always hear is like, "Well, play it on Quest or PC because you get custom songs." Pretty compelling argument, like for those game cats who have a choice. I am not going to accept any PC because it can do this on PC.
No. Unfortunately,
I'm not going to accept any of that. No,
but I do
for 1 second.
Okay, but my point is that I guess it's a lot of it's song choice. You either like it or you don't, and you can't do anything about that on the PSVR. And I know there's a lot of guys out there who don't want to listen to big smashing beats the whole time, and I don't think that things like Green Day and stuff really work in Beat Saber that well. So
Crazy.
I like Green Day. I like Green Day. I just don't think that they work in Beat Saber songs.
I think Minority and American Idiot feel amazing.
Again,
American Idiot. I did like American Idiot.
I didn't even like that album, but music is subjective. I'm talking about the gameplay. I had a great experience with Beat Saber, not even liking most of the music. I loved a lot of the music. Playing it to me was a different experience. I wouldn't probably listen to one damn song outside of playing Beat Saber, but with the mapping, with the gameplay, with the visuals that it has, all of it together created an amazing experience. And nothing against the PCVR stuff, but we're talking PlayStation here. I'm not going to say, well, because this is on PC, I'm going to say it's worse. No, that doesn't exist.
It does for me make it as a VR lover. It makes it lower on my list, and you're going to hate this because it is an inferior version to the PSVR version, and it is. It doesn't have the song
to the PSVR version.
It doesn't have song selection, and I do love the way the moves feel.
This is like making up something, like saying, like when we're talking about Resident Evil 7 or something. Like you can't just make up something that is not. You have to criticize. And the way that I'm looking at it is you have to criticize the game, what it has, what it is, not, well, it could have, should have, would have.
So what you're saying, though, here's the difference. You're coming at this you're in a PSVR silo.
Well, you're on a PSVR channel, Shug. So just to
I know
reminder what we're doing here.
I know
we're making a PSVR top 25 list.
Totally.
Not if you have all VR
and
headsets.
I get that.
This is your top 25 PSVR.
Of course not. But I'm telling you why it's lower on my list.
We understand that.
Because it doesn't exist. I can't.
I don't think that's a valid argument for this list, though. I don't think that because just like the last list we did, In Death got a lot of push because of the Quest version, and I love In Death. I do. I think it's great. I have no problem with it making the last list, but I was mad about it getting a lot of push because people playing the Quest version and then saying, affiliating it with the PSVR version. These are separate versions. We are talking about the PSVR version, and that's it. And I understand why on your personal list it changed.
But I mean, you know how you said that that like when you're doing these lists, you said no matter how hard you try, when you're doing your top list, it's hard to keep your own bias out of it.
Right.
I cannot.
Which is fine.
I cannot come at these lists like I don't know what else is out there. And I think that and you have a lot of game cats that are VR fans.
Yeah. No, I'm not gonna. I know. Buy that. Brian was
this was my fault. Onikaze is like, are these rules previously established? Or are they making up to shepherd them? The problem is that we've always done it a certain way, right? And then we just assume that everybody's on the same page when they get here, and so we've all kind of gone into this with the same rules in our heads, and we throw this shit together last minute. We didn't sit down with Chris and go, listen, man, here's how we're going to do this, and go step by step. And so yeah, it does kind of feel like we're throwing rules together at the last minute. But
no,
really,
that's fair.
It's PSVR without Parole.
Yeah, I get that. And I'm not mad. I'm like, no, this is fine. I like the debate. I love that AJ is championing PSVR because fuck, I love PSVR. It's my baby. It's what I grew up on, and so that's fine.
Guys, with an overwhelming majority, Hitman 3 does belong in the top 10, according to 70% of the polled cats in the chat. There was 101 votes, 70% said yes, so we're putting it in the top 10.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. Anyways, okay, I'll stick with the PSVR. The bottom line is for me is I like Beat Saber. It's fun. I would put all my friends in it. It's one of those first top 10 experiences. I do think it's a bit of a one-trick pony, and I'm not a score chaser. AJ, I know you are. It doesn't have it just doesn't have the depth for me. It doesn't. I don't go, man, I can't wait to go home and play some Beat Saber.
What difficulty do you play it on?
All the difficulties. I mean, except for like say the high end ones. And I mean, I know we're not supposed to get there.
Because I'm not so much of a score chaser as I am as I got into the expert and expert plus levels is where I had the best experience.
And how do you find that? Because I will say, like, I hate to trick into this. As like, I have heard that the PS Move controllers do fall apart a little bit at the highest difficulty levels. That sometimes they have sometimes that's where you can start to. And I know they're one-to-one tracking. I won't shit on the moves for their tracking, but I have heard that sometimes that's where some of your high-end people have been able to feel the lag. I'm not good enough at all.
Go watch my video of a Camellia song on expert or whatever, and tell me that the tracking is off.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's why I'm asking you, because I'm not good enough. But bottom line for me is I just think Beat Saber gets highly overrated. I think there's games on this list that are just I agree. It's a simple concept. They're better games. They have more depth. And if you don't like the music, it kind of falls apart if you don't like the music. And I like some of the music.
I mean, I don't like the music almost at all, and it didn't fall apart until 300 hours, and so I got way more out of it, like without even liking any of the music pretty much or the genre or anything. I still got that much time out of it. I think that says something.
Yeah, breaking block can only be so fun to me. Sorry, go ahead.
Like I was not thrilled about the music when I picked up Beat Saber. I was like, well, this sucks, man. Like, I don't know any of these songs, and it grew on me. It's like the OST grew on me, and I was like, okay, cool.
I thought the OST was banging. I thought that was some great music.
But it's outside of my wheelhouse. It's not a genre that I listen to. So it took a little while for it to grow on me. And then once it grew on me, I was like, I fucking love this shit, man. It's like almost stuff I would listen to outside of the game now. But and that kind of held true for a lot of things, like KDA Pop Stars. I would never fucking listen to KDA Pop Stars, but I love that song in Beat Saber. It's just the mapping's fun. When I hear the song, I can picture the mapping. I can picture the every single block coming my way. Crab Rave. I mean, I Linkin Park I think was phenomenal. That was an amazing DLC pack. I think that Imagine Dragons was a band that I fucking despised before Beat Saber. And then I was like, well, I need some new Beat Saber songs. And I was like, oh, as it turns out, I love this band. So to me, Beat Saber is like MTV in the 90s. Whereas like it's almost like telling me what I need to listen to, right? It's like before you had a lot of selection, you're just like, oh, this isn't as bad as I thought it was. So the music definitely grew on me big time in Beat Saber, and then DLC packs came along that I actually like. I actually like Panic at the Disco, and I like now Imagine Dragons, and I love Green Day. So like these things, and Linkin Park. I was never a huge Linkin Park fan, but it's in my wheelhouse, and so I fucking was like, "This is great, man."
And I didn't think any of those songs worked in it. Linkin Park, I like Linkin Park.
The best deal. That was like the best pack.
See, and I played it. I was like, "This doesn't work at all for me." So that's where I'm coming from, right? It's just like, the thing is that like Beat Saber to me, it's like I think a lot of times Beat Saber comes down to like either what type of a mood or what type of a gamer you are. I crave gameplay depth. And I mean, obviously, there's a lot of depth in Beat Saber if you're trying to be better. Right. I wasn't trying to be better. And so, for me,
I think that's a common rhythm game element is the depth is in mastering the gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting at, right? And so, I'm not going to hold it against anyone who thinks it doesn't deserve. If someone's like, this is a top 5 game, I'm like, totally get it. Polished is crap. I mean, there's a reason why it's moving Beat Saber. It's moving VR forward on its back sometimes. It feels like, like to the mainstream at least.
Right.
And so I'm not going to crap on it for that. It's just that is why it's lower on my list, because I just think it's like gets a lot of hype. And I'm like,
okay, is anything wrong with hype?
Got to shoot it down a little bit. We got Dave Station VR in the chat with the $5 tip. Says if we're talking controller/tracking, I think PSVR is better than Quest or PC for sure. They're just easier to play and feel like real lightsabers. We agree with you, Dave, 100%. Thanks for chiming in. We also have, we got Professor Lilith in the chat with the $5 tip. Says this Sunday's multiplayer, No Man's Sky, September 6th, Battlezone. Oh, They voted for Battlezone. Fantastic. DualShock only, 4-person lobbies. Thank you, Professor Loth, for taking care of that. If anybody wants to get in on these multiplayer meetups, make sure you join our Discord. The link's in the description below. Thank you, Professor Loth, for taking care of this. VR Grid with a Canadian $5 tip says, how do you know it's going to be a long night when Corix and Electronox are better than Beat Saber? You can't debate this kind of madness.
I'm looking at Twitch of the single player game cat says, Dave, I miss you, man. I'd even take Ghost Giant on the list over half of Chris's.
Boo! It's all subjective, man. Like I said, we try to leave it. We've all kind of come here with a different viewpoint on how we think the 25 should be listed, and
you know what?
When that's why we're arguing.
Sorry, I was going to say, when I was making my list, one of the reasons I was also hoping that people watching are going to come away with a few games that maybe they didn't know about.
No.
That's why I think top 25 lists
sure.
are way more interesting than top 10 lists.
Yeah, no, I agree. I like having some hidden gems, but we really dissect every single last thing about them to make them work.
Agreed. That's why it's fun.
But again, stuff like the Souls Project you had, like I said, one of my favorite experiences of all time. I would not put it on a top 25 list because I think just some of the issues it has and whatnot. So I try to look at it that way. Like, what's something I feel comfortable telling anybody to go experience at any time? And Beat Saber is absolutely one of those things. Do we need another poll, Brian? Like, what are we doing here?
I think I love polls, right? And I love polling the cats, especially because I want to hear all their opinions. There's been a lot of different opinions in the chat, and I love seeing this. People agree with Chris, people that agree with us. It's great. And so I want to poll them, but I also love making deals while we do this. And so part of me wants to say, hey Chris, if you were to get another game into this bracket of your choice,
in the 10,
into 6 through 10.
Second. This is the second. Keep that in mind because he's already got dirt.
Well, he's got dirt, but that was from a deal that was made from the first bracket.
Right.
Don't forget that Chris is 1/3 of this decision-making process, and I think that this list should be 1/3 Chris. I'm not here to strong-arm Chris and be like, listen, man, this is how it should be. I'm here to be like,
why did we invite him?
Right. There's one person in the chat that's like, sweet, Corix. One person. And we all know who it is. What up, Yuki? Listen.
Yuki.
Right? Yuki's your only supporter with Corix. Corix is great, but not top 25. My question for you, Chris, is if we were to put Beat Saber in the top in 6 through 10, which of course we only have 2 slots left in, which game would you fill in the last slot with? I'm not saying this is a definite because I want to hear your thoughts on it.
Out of my 10, you mean?
Whatever, man.
Let me just take a quick look. Let me just take a quick look at your 10. So our 10 right now. So basically, we've got 9 and 10 left, is what you're saying.
We have 9 and 10 left. Yep, and I would like one of those to be Beat Saber. And I'm curious if that was the case, what the other game would be for you.
Well, I'm looking at the list here, and of your guys' lists as well. And I'm gonna go with, I think Wipeout belongs in the top 10.
AJ, how do you feel if we put Wipeout and Beat Saber as the final 2 in this bracket?
And if it was Beat Saber, Wipeout, like 9-10, I think that's fair. I do.
No, we're not there yet.
No, but I'm just saying, like, I know I'm the one dragging it down, and I think that given the love for Beat Saber, I'm not even gonna. I'd argue it any lower.
I had Wipeout at 11. I'd be.
Wipeout's 16 for me, and I'm still ready to make this concession because A, we need to move on, and B, I want Chris's opinion to matter here.
By the way, I am okay with if some of my decisions just get.
Oh, dude, don't worry, we're gonna beat the fuck out of it later.
But I'm saying if they get bumped into, like, it's like I'm not sitting here going I need some say in the top 10. It's like, no, out of the 3 of us, if 2 of us is like, no, I'm like yeah, I get
that's
that.
how we did it in the past.
I made choices that I knew was gonna be like, oh.
That's kind of how we did it in the past. That we would have like 2 kind of outweigh 1, that kind of deal. But we want you to bring some
versatility.
let me diversity.
My plea for Wipeout is that I think that Beat Saber may be a great VR game, and it might be just super accessible and super polished and great for everything that we know it is. But Wipeout is a work of genius.
I think Wipeout's a 10. I think Wipeout's a top 10 game.
It is, and like Hitman and stuff, and like your other games on this list, like No Man's Sky and stuff, it is a bang for your buck game. You're getting like 3 Wipeout games in one.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't like racing, okay, fine. But even Wipeout manages to kind of like blur the lines between what game. See, people like hate racing games and they're like, but I like Wipeout.
Yeah.
And you can play online with like flat gamers, and it's just like
let me put it this way,
insanely gorgeous.
It is absolutely stunning.
I'm confused where we're at. Did we not agree to do this?
Brian,
what?
Hold on, Brian. I was saying, since we're cutting deals here,
yeah.
I'd be okay with Wipeout getting top 10 if perhaps I could get Farpoint in the next bracket.
Oh yeah,
because I had Farpoint in my top 10, and I think
I had it at 11, and Shug had it at 10.
Shug had it at 10.
All right,
and it's another game that could have. That's another game for me that could have floated higher. Yeah, like, come on, it is the aim game.
You Shug, listen. We can talk. Let's.
Brian only has it on his list from peer pressure from me.
100%. Let me tell you something about Farpoint that no one wants to hear. It's not a good first-person shooter when compared to actual other first-person shooters. It's a great VR first-person shooter. It is totally true. There's only
compared to flat.
Yeah,
to flat.
Right.
We're talking VR here.
I know, but when we say, hey, would you play this out of VR? I would fucking never play Farpoint out of VR. It is great.
What kind of argument is that? I actually probably would, but
I'm just saying it tells a great story. Though. It tells a great story, but like as far as gameplay is concerned, it is about as basic as I've ever played a first-person shooter to be. Like I'd rather play the original Doom.
It's all about holding the aim controller, though, and it also I think the AI in this game,
but it does push it down.
Is totally underrated. I think the AI in this game is so underrated. I can't. That's similar to the PC thing to me. It's like I'm not judging a non-existent flat version of the game. What is that? I'm judging the VR game that innovated and did something new and had one of the best VR stories ever told.
Let me comment on that though. Is that is something that I struggle with when I'm writing my own reviews, though.
Same.
And I do strongly believe, though, AJ, that there is an objectivity that sometimes I think can be lost. And if you and I do have to stop. I mean, all I'm saying is that I think it has to be considered. I mean, I agree that yes, sometimes a game being in VR puts it into a category that is just uncomparable. It just is, because the being in VR is so integral in the experience that you almost can't remove it from that game.
Right.
But I do think I still take a moment and go, okay, but is it a good game if you remove the VR? And sometimes you do realize that some of these games are not very good games.
Next generation. That's the thing, is I think we're in a unique, weird PlayStation 1 phase of VR right now where everything sort of gets a pass, right? There are things that are unacceptable that were acceptable, during launch, but we're growing a little bit. But the fact is VR games still exist in a bubble for the most part. And I think that once PSVR 2 rolls around, and a lot of games are hybrid games, and we're getting a lot more AAA games that you can play on the flat screen and in VR, it's going to be a level playing field, and you're not going to be able to get away with basic gameplay like Farpoint has anymore. Things are going to change dramatically, and we're going to start stacking up VR FPSs against flat screen FPSs. We are on the precipice of that changing. So like all my review scores,
we're not there yet.
Right?
No,
they exist in a bubble right now.
But I do think sometimes it's just important just to remember. There are games where I'm like, is it an experience or is it a game? And sometimes I think that if the game is so good only because it's in VR, then it's leaning more towards the experience than it is a good game. Yeah. Like Saints and Sinners is my number one game. I think it's all our number one games. If I had to criticize
Resident Evil 7 for this exact reason.
If I had to criticize Saints and Sinners, its crafting system is amazing, but its worlds get a little shallow. The way it drops loot and stuff is fairly basic and stuff. I'm just saying that I love Saints and Sinners.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to criticize it,
right,
outside of
There are
it,
criticisms for every single game
but it is
imaginable.
but it is a game that does not necessarily hold up to scrutiny if you take your VR headset off and just
Shug.
try to rate it.
I
I'm not
want
saying
you to remember this, okay? Because we're gonna have this conversation when
Well, I'm not.
we
I'm sorry. Like,
I got one last thing to say, AJ, and then I'll shut
y'all
up.
are killing me. Y'all are killing me.
I did a Firewall video way back when Firewall launched, and it's one of my highest views, but one of the biggest points of contention video wise. And what it was is I said top 10 reasons that Firewall 0 Hour is better than Rainbow Six Vegas, and I love that type of game, so I did that video, and I got so many comments of people, like obviously flat gamers, pissed because they were like, you can't compare the two. One's VR and one's not. Half your reasons are because it's in VR. And I said, yeah, but that's my point. Is because there are things this game is doing in VR that make it superior. That's just because VR gaming is superior in those ways. There are things that you can do in VR that you cannot do in Rainbow, in Firepoint or Firewall, that you cannot do in Rainbow Six Vegas. And people are like, well, Vegas is a superior game in every way. And I'm like, maybe if you wanted to argue it on that side of things, but I'm arguing it on the VR side of things. And so, yeah.
Real quick, Belramio the Game Cat with the €5 says, none of you have Minecraft on the list, so they are all invalidated anyways. Don't tell anyone. But I secretly changed my list after that comment because Minecraft belongs on the list. Shh! Don't tell anyone, man.
Yeah.
Don't
AJ
tell
and
anyone.
I are agreeing on this one, obviously.
Moving on, we got Salvador Saavedra with the $5 tip. Says, what? My favorite people
Salvador.
doing top 25. It's good. It's going to be a good show. Shout out to Virtual Boys.
Salvador!
We also got Albo VR with the $10 tip. Says, just going to put this out there. Buy Shug a Mountain Dew for us. I don't know if you can buy your way into the top 25 lists, Albo, but
No.
but good attempt.
I'm gonna fight for you, Alvo. I'm gonna fight for you. After that last update, I will be honest with you.
Albo's on your list, isn't
Alvo, yeah, I'll be honest with you. Before this last update, it wasn't. And this
Alvo.
update,
This last
update,
That
despite having some more tweaks it needs, this last update put it put it pretty well into my list. So yeah, man,
Yes.
good timing on that one.
Alva was a sore one for me not to put on the list, and I'll say it didn't. And I'm looking at you there, Steve. I didn't because I want you to make it into the top 25. I want some things in place because I love things about that game.
Yep.
That I want you to earn your way into my top 25.
Yeah. I feel like Alvo will find a spot in the top 25 in like another 6 to 8 months, kind of thing.
That is a game that will
If it doesn't make this one, it's definitely gonna be on the next one for sure.
Yep.
Belramio, the Game Cat with the €10 tip, sends me a heart for changing my list. I think he kind of bought Minecraft on my list. No, I love Minecraft, unlike everyone else. Et.2k9.now with the $10 tip says, wrecked. Thank you so much. Moving on down the list, we got Gatorade23, the H2O despising Game Cat with the $5 tip says, can anyone else see the steam rolling off of AJ's beanie?
Oh yeah.
Comparing,
Got it.
they're arguing the top 25 PlayStation list based on PC VR and flat games. These two are killing me.
Well, listen, we're having fun conversations along the way. PC VR can suck it. We all
You know
know
what?
that's a desolate wasteland.
What if I
Let
were
me
to
ask
say?
you this.
Hold on, wait. What if I were to say, well, what about all these flat games you talk about? Well, how come they don't have VR modes? Well, how come they're not in VR?
Yeah, how come
Doesn't
they're
that
not?
knock that down?
Thank God Resident Evil 7's here to save everybody with number one. We also
That's a fair question though.
Yep.
You know what? Here's my
Not yet.
Here's my thing, AJ. You can just
No. We don't want to see your thing, dude. That's not how this show rolls.
I feel like you feel like your games sometimes, can they not hold up to that scrutiny?
Of what? Being compared to
Let's say PC VR, let's say that. And because
I'll take the live. I'll take the
I'll say
VR library all day.
But here's the thing: I would probably too if I had to pick one. But like I'm saying, like Wipeout, screw PC VR. There is nothing in PC VR that is even remotely in Wipeout's category, and that's an example of a game though that like you could sling all the PC VR examples you want at it, and it would go.
Yeah.
Like it's like I'm just saying, can it hold up to scrutiny? I think sometimes that could be part of
I think some games can and some games can't. And
That's
and
my point,
I
though.
think that's why I'm arguing the top 25 list, the ones that I am, are ones that I believe can show you an experience that is equal or better than a flat screen game. Yes.
I agree. That's what I'm saying. So then, I agree with you. Therefore, you shouldn't be necessarily opposed if we put it through the flat screen test.
Well, a game that was designed that just doesn't really necessarily have any relevance towards flat screen gaming, like something completely unique designed for VR and experience. Like I think we're wasting time even having this.
I don't think you and I are disagreeing as much as you think we are, because my point is that when I put a game through these questions of like, would I play this as a flat game, that is weighed against how I feel it is as a VR game. I'm not disagreeing with you. Like, my point was, if you look at Saints and Sinners, it is a game that has its flaws, but
Saints and Sinners is basically VR, The Last of Us, but with slightly different features and slightly different things.
But and The Last of Us, but there
the
are
gameplay loop is very similar to me.
It is very similar, but it is a simpler version of it. All I'm saying is that Saints and Sinners works so well because of how it plays and feels in VR. And I can't separate those two, but I will take a step back and go, okay. And some games don't hold up against that scrutiny. That's my point. There's just some games where I'm like, because I do play flat games, and I know you play flat games too. And sometimes it's like, what do I want to play? I want to play the better game, period. And sometimes it's not necessarily Beat Saber. I'm done.
All right. We got Aaron Banks with a $5 tip. Says PlayStation has a VR sale on right now. If you know what games are on sale, what game would you suggest? It's a sleeper hit. Aaron, I think you missed our last GAMESCAST. We threw out a few examples. I know Archangel was one that we said you should definitely be picking up. Table of Tales. I said Paranormal Activity for $6, I think. And then we had a few that we recommended.
Knockout League, Just in Time Inc. $2.50.
Eagle Flight's $5. There's a lot of good ones. It's a hell of a sale.
Yeah,
that's where everybody's library increases by 50%.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, definitely check it out, man. I've also got a shit ton of reviews on the channel too. So and eventually, I'm hoping to have a sale video out for this. I've been sleeping like 18 hours a day though, so apologies, guys. I may not get that video out as soon as I'd like to for the sale. Thank you for the tip, Aaron. We also get Genetic Blasphemy with the $5 tip. Says any flat screen gameplay is now bad gameplay for me. You cannot measure VR gameplay by pancake equivalence. Also a good point that the immersion factor is drastically different. I was playing Returnal. I love Returnal so much, and I eventually fell out of it, not because of the difficulty, but because I was playing on a flat screen. Same with RE2 Remake. I was just like, I don't want to. This is not the way I want to play games. Truant Pixel LLC, the $25 tip. Thanks for stopping by, guys. It says, a shame the only thing on this list that's missing is some football.
Yeah, well, we're missing a really decent football
Truant
game.
Pixel, I hope you went and saw my my top 10 hidden gems video. You gave 2MD some love there. I love that game. You can draw your own football plays.
I did. I wanted 2MD, the sequel. I wanted the next. I wanted to do.
I wanted
Bryan,
the upgraded edition or whatever that looks more or less.
Yeah,
I think they might have something like that in the works. We'll see.
Bryan, I was to your point that I was playing Returnal, and I loved that game, and it got its hooks in me. But I have this problem now with flat games, and I still play flat games. I can't get close. I can't get close enough to them. Yeah. And I actually, but it's a problem. Like, I have a big screen TV, and I'm sitting there, and I'm still just like, I want it. I can't explain it, but I want it like this. And it's like, I can't sit close enough to Returnal to get the same. I can't. It's like, I want to be in it.
I want to be firing with orbs. First person.
Right. So, long story short, Wipeout Omega Collection, top 10.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Farpoint brings us into bracket 11 through 15. Also, all right, guys, if you don't have 2MD VR football, I'm assuming that's what Truant Pixel is dropping keys for in the chat. So grab those keys while you can. Thank you so much, Truant Pixel, for stopping by with keys. Come there,
guys. Do not let the graphics of 2MD put you off, because it is a shockingly decent quarterback simulator. It is awesome.
Best throwing with the moves.
Oh my god, so good.
Yeah, those guys know how to make move controls work better than they rightfully should. All right, guys. So we have 4 slots. Basically the 12 through 15 slots, right? And we have a lot of games to choose from here. And I'm gonna fight for Skyrim to be in this slot, one of these slots. Skyrim and the Persistence, I think. 2 games that are I think absolute must-haves.
Persistence. I'll go for Persistence, Brian. I'll co-sign that one.
That is so tough.
I love a good roguelike, and actually playing Returnal and playing Cosmos Dread on the systems we don't talk about made me go back and play the Persistence. I was like, so good, even though it's just got DS4 controllers. Oh, I love it. I love the Persistence.
Yeah, that game would only be the only way to make the Persistence better is if they added move support, and that's the only thing keeping it out of the top 10 for me, really.
I'm actually surprised it never got patched in with that. I mean, it's been ported to PC, it's been ported to the Switch. Just come on, guys.
Waleed Saeed Baridi, I always think I screw it up, with the Canadian $5 tip says, on a side note, guys, thank you for recommending the PSVR game sale. I got Racket Fury, great choice, and Immortal Legacy, another great choice, and loves them both. I love you, Waleed.
No, Waleed Saeed Faridi, as a fellow Canadian, you know that's like $2.50 though, right? For these guys.
Come on, what do you really? You're pestering about how much he's donating?
No, I'm not pestering. I give $5, and that's what you say to me.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I forgot. But you're different.
Shug's in a different category. You cheated.
Oh god, the
yeah,
Persistence and Skyrim.
I can say
These
really
are
mean shit
two-
to you. You get it.
Oh my god, I've had such an amazing experience with both of these games.
What are you struggling with? Skyrim over the Persistence? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, can we just get them both in here? Let me look at my list.
Wait, we all agree the Persistence belongs in this bracket, right? I mean, you were just saying you want them both in this bracket.
Okay, while he's thinking about that, let me just say, I did not put Skyrim on my top 25 at all. And I know, and again, but keep in mind, guys watching, like I said in the beginning, this was definitely my top 25. What do I play? What do I remember? And I played Skyrim on 2 different consoles before it came to VR. So it's just, I was so sad that I had played them before. Like, you know, I
played it once. I beat it once.
And because of that, I will not argue with these 2 guys on any position they want to put Skyrim in. It's not on my list as kind of a statement, but at the same time, come on. I mean, it's Skyrim in VR.
Yeah, I my ex gave me Skyrim on PlayStation 3 because I knew, I was like, I'm not going to play this game. I'm not a huge fantasy person, and all I want to do is go kill a dragon with a fireball that comes out of my hand, and I'm not going to pay $50 for that or $60 for that. And so I was very, very fortunate to get it as a gift so that I could do that exact one thing and then never play it again until the VR version came out. And I was like, wow, I love everything about this game as it turns out. But again, wouldn't play it on a flat screen.
I'm curious what you 2 think, and also you guys in the chat, though. As much as I think Skyrim is insane in VR, like the fact that they pulled that off is unreal. And it's, even on the OG, it's great. You know, the Pro had nice enhancements with the lighting and stuff, and it definitely gave it a little bit more oomph. But there are a few areas that, let's put it this way, when I played Skyrim for my VR reviews and stuff, I played as a mage and I played as an archer. 2 classes I'd never play with normally because I'm always a heavy. And that is because one of the things I think that Skyrim suffers from, and this is a VR thing that very few games I think have managed to get around, is the sword fighting can feel a little light, and you can kind of just swing away at it a little bit, right? And it's just there are games
got some waggle.
Yeah, and I feel like there's games like Gorn, and you know, obviously, I guess Until You Fall, which is a bit of a different example, but I do feel like Gorn, for example, kind of adding timing in there, or some games that have added like more of a what am I calling it? More of a stamina meter. That's how you kind of get around the waggle a little bit. But I feel like Skyrim shows its age slightly in the fact that it was a VR port that didn't get, say, the No Man's Sky love. Like, like Hello Games took No Man's Sky and they made it a VR game. They recreated many of the systems and the controls so that it was a VR, almost VR first. At least when you played the VR version. Skyrim felt a little porty when compared to that. Like, I feel like Skyrim and No Man's Sky, you're looking at different generations of, like, you can see that No Man's Sky came after, I feel. Like, it's just, it feels like the next generation of a big flat game port. Like, Bethesda did a great job, but there were things that they didn't change that they could have if they decided to, like, push the envelope. That's my only criticism of Skyrim, I think, at all in VR.
Yeah, I mean, when compared to No Man's Sky, I definitely agree with you 100%, which is why, No Man's Sky falls into the top 5, and then this gets pushed down a little bit. This is actually, of the two games, I prefer the style of game or the design of Skyrim more than No Man's Sky, because Skyrim has an actual solid campaign story that if you follow, it tells a story. Yeah. There's characters that you run into, and they have dialogue, and it's definitely structured as a game, not a procedurally generated world that has some text when you show up and trigger certain events.
Now, have you played No Man's Sky in the last year or two?
Yes.
Because they put a lot of effort into try to negate that a little bit. There's definitely more of kind of an adventure you can go on. But I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
To me, it feels
it's not handcrafted.
To me, it feels like they're like, we're going to add this story in here if you choose to follow it.
I know what you mean.
And Skyrim is like, this is the story, and you can go and experience hundreds of hours of other actual real stories too. It just feels, like you said, crafted, and that's why I prefer it. I do prefer it to No Man's Sky, but for a lot of the reasons that we talked about, as No Man's Sky just being so impressive. There's no once you get in, there's no loading screens and just being able to just take off from the planet and all this shit. I feel like it's a more impressive VR game, which is why for me would fall higher on the list.
Yeah, but I get you. There's a lot of people out there who don't like just open-ended, open-world games because they're like, I don't know what to do. And Skyrim, if you want, will take your hand and tell you a great story. Yeah. And you'll meet characters that you'll remember. I agree. Yeah, absolutely. They're almost different games in that way.
I'm going to have to say that I think I want both of these in this bracket. I think both of these deserve it. And, I think Persistence and Skyrim should be in this bracket.
It's funny. I think Skyrim's a better game. I don't even think you can say Persistence and Skyrim in the same sentence, but I enjoyed playing the Persistence more.
Oh, yeah. I mean...
that sounds like a contrast of opinions, but it's just because of my relationship with Skyrim.
I beat Skyrim,
wildly different games, but
I beat Skyrim on PS3. Long story short, I beat Skyrim on PS3. Didn't have the best experience. I loved fighting dragons and stuff, but that was about it. The game halfway through kind of shit the bed on the PS3 hardware. It was absolutely mind-blowing in VR on the Pro, especially after 1 year in, and it got that update.
Yep.
And it was absolutely stunning.
Oh yeah, it was one of those Pro patches that was worth going and taking a look at.
Yeah,
I hold it up there with Mage's Tale and
then the Persistence. With the Persistence, I'm a big System Shock 2 fan, and just a sci-fi horror fan. So and I have 40 hours or more in the Persistence and the Platinum Trophy, and that game, I'm not even a big roguelike kind of guy. I like them, but they're not my jam or anything. It was just the game was just fun, and it was fun, action packed. Again, stealth. It has some of the best 3D audio that I've heard in VR. Where not only you can hear where something is directionally, but you can pinpoint. If they're on the floor above you, if they're below you, you can pinpoint exactly where you are. I think it has some of the best audio design. I've got to say, I will. My vote goes to both of these being in this bracket.
I want to give a shout out to Waleed again with the Canadian $2 tip. Says
I saw that.
These small drops will make an ocean one day. LOL.
Waleed, I was not trying to guilt trip you into an extra $2.
That's great. That was so
that's
philosophical.
fine.
I love it.
I didn't even
glorious.
understand what he meant by that, and then you basically explained it, Chris.
Yeah.
You guilt tripped him into giving us more money, which is, I
A
mean,
small drop will
here's-
become an ocean one day. That is deep, Waleed. That is deep.
You know what, Waleed? You shouldn't have felt guilty because the way the U.S. economy is going, that $5 was going to be worth 10 soon for these guys. Oh,
wow. I don't even know where to go from here. Unless I need you to chime in on this, Chris. Are you okay with the persistence in Skyrim making it into this bracket? Now that we've had these full
yeah.
discussions on both.
Both games are great. How do you even? I mean, are you trying to ask me which I think should be first and
No,
second? in
we'll
that?
get, no, we'll get there for sure.
Just if they both deserve to be
Of
here.
course they do. Of course they do.
Okay.
Okay, which leaves us with 2 more slots. No, I'm sorry. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I always get that wrong. No, that's wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Bryan doesn't know how to count today. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Right, Jesus. Which leaves us with 2 more slots for the 11 to 15 bracket. And in a lot of games that could potentially go in there. Now, I went to bat for Skyrim and the Persistence and got both of them. So I'm going to back off a little bit here and let one of you guys take the lead on another game that belongs in this bracket. Because I feel like I really, really just hit the jackpot and got a lot of what I wanted all at once.
I'm having issues with my
How
screen.
do you feel
here.
about Moss, Shug?
Moss can suck it.
I don't even want to say
Oh,
because I'm just gonna get so much shit from.
So excited right now. What is he going to say about
Not
Moss?
you too.
Are you
kidding.
not? Am I okay? Moss is a beautiful. I feel Moss is absolutely gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
I think. Hey, AJ, just listen till I'm done. I think Moss is absolutely gorgeous. I think it's. I put it up there. I say some games feel like art in VR. I think its art design is absolutely insane. I think the relationship that you have with Quill is. I'm not a very touchy feely person, and it actually was like, man, I feel like there was something there. I felt that Moss looked amazing, and it was fun to play. It was super polished and stuff, but like, it wasn't a lot to it. That's why it doesn't make my list that high. And I've heard that like book 2 they said that it is going to be a little bit more robust, and it's like I love Moss, and like. You know what? And I understand why people put it so high on their lists. But for me, Moss felt like sometimes a little bit of a chore to play because I was just kind of like, it ran out of ideas a little bit. Like I was like, okay, now I know your puzzle mechanics, and you got like 2 little moves basically. It was just like, I don't want AJ's head to explode, so I'm not gonna make the comment about it not holding up if it wasn't in VR. But that is a really good example of a game that is on a completely different level because it's in VR.
So
it would just be some indie game if it wasn't in VR. Whereas now it's I understand how much that means to people, but I do feel like gameplay wise.
Yeah, I'm with you. And really I'm only going to jump in here because I'm really piggybacking on what Chris says. I love Moss. I think Moss is amazing. It belonged on all of our top 25 lists up to this point, except for maybe the last one, which I think I got ejected out of somehow. But the fact is that the diorama world was never quite as amazing to me as other people said it was, and I don't like reaching into worlds with the DualShock. That is one of my least favorite things to do, and so. It's a puzzle platformer, and unfortunately, puzzle platformers are my least favorite kind of platformers. And so it comes for me, a personal perspective is I think Moss is an amazing game, and I totally understand why everybody loves it. But for me, it's the genre that it's. I think platformers get ruined by puzzles, and when it's a puzzle platformer, I can overlook this pretty easily. I'm excited for book 2.
Okay, so this is why I asked, and I appreciate the response. Yes, I'm fine with it. Trust me, I'll be okay. The other game I was going to mention besides Moss, I wanted to hear your take on that first, is exactly what the chat has been saying, and I'm going to go ahead and fight for Pistol Whip here. I think Pistol Whip needs to be in this bracket. That game, it was great at launch, and it only has gotten better, and I think Pistol Whip. I'm going to fight for that one here.
Okay. I will just say people are like, what's wrong with indies? I love indies. I have a Switch. The game is made. VR was built on indies, and so was the Switch. Come on now. I'm not shitting on indies. I meant more just the fact that I feel like Moss would have gotten lost in the mix in the flat world of indies. That's all I'm saying. Whereas in the PSVR world, we look at it as like, come on, it is a beautiful game to look around, and your mouth will drop. It will. Pistol Whip. I like Pistol Whip. I don't know what else to say. I mean, again, it's kind of the Beat Saber thing again for me. You know what? I'm not even going to say it. It is everything I said about Beat Saber.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the same thing applies pretty much, except do you want to shoot or do you want to chop blocks? I feel like much of it is the same. It's kind of like, what do you want in a game?
To an extent, I agree with you. To an extent, that's why Audica never makes my list, is because I'm like, how many of these things can we fucking put on the list? I actually love Audica. Synth Riders could not possibly make the list with Beat Saber and Pistol Whip here for me, because I'm like, how many of these games can we fucking put on the list, right? Rhythm games have become this thing, this resurgence in VR that we haven't seen since Guitar Hero and Rock Band were the most popular thing on the face of the planet. But it's too much for me, and I don't want to have a whole list full of these things, but I do think Pistol Whip keeps moving up the list for me, because not only has the gameplay grown on me, and I really really get into it, and I love like that it's not only fun but also a great workout, but the campaigns that they keep adding, the campaigns just skyrocket because they are so. There's just so much love put into those. I love the storytelling. I love the music. I love the new characters. I love the new patterns that they've created. For me, I would definitely put Pistol Whip in this bracket.
I have not played the campaigns. Dave
What?
brought that up.
Oh my God! You haven't played the
Neither
best part
one?
of Pistol Whip.
No, because
Oh my God!
and now you're selling me on it, because when I saw that they were doing campaigns, I was like, of course they're doing campaigns, but it's just going to be the levels with some kind of a narrative tying them together.
It's sort of what it is, but really well done.
But I'm not a huge narrative guy in games.
All right.
Like I'm all about the gameplay. So.
Oh, it's the gameplay, it's the themes, the futuristic. I mean, I'm pretty sure you know your movies, and I'm pretty sure you like Terminator and you like Western, themed at least.
I'm actually a big Westerns guy and a big sci-fi guy. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I mean, I plan to
these.
play them. It just wasn't. Yeah, I can't speak to that.
Okay.
Kelethor here with the $10 tip. Kelethor sounds like a.
Well, let me ask you guys this:
He-Man villain.
Would you put Pistol Whip above Super Hot?
Yes.
I didn't put Super Hot on my list, so yes, definitely.
Yeah, I don't even have Super Hot on my list either.
Yeah. Kelethor with the $10 tip says, "Hey guys and cats, I'm a longtime viewer, short-time commenter." I know what that means. School starts this Monday, so I won't be watching as much, but keep up the good work. Kelethor, good luck in school. Thank you so much for your support.
Hope you get some good grades. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I don't. You can
Get
just leave
good
it there,
grades.
man. Don't do drugs. Or do drugs.
Okay,
I mean, really, whatever
Mom.
makes you happy. Whatever.
Oh my God, I'm an idiot. Pistol Whip. Let's add it. It is decided.
Did it get decided?
Yes.
Are we just deciding that?
Yes. And then Chris is going to go afterward, and at some point, he's going to play the campaign and be like, they were right. This is amazing.
Salvador Saavedra with $5 tips says, "Shout out to Virtual Boys." Is Salvador drunk? I swear he already gave us this exact tip with the exact same shout out.
He did. He just likes it that much.
Nice. I like Salvador Saavedra. He's a great supporter.
He's awesome.
Okay.
Salvador has been very good to everybody's channels, I think. At least the ones he likes.
100%. Yep. 100%. So we're finishing up this bracket here, guys. This is the final slot for 11 through 15. And so far in this slot, we've gotten Farpoint, Skyrim, The Persistence, and Pistol Whip. But there are a metric ton of games that could still make this. I mean, from my list, Star Wars Squadrons, Blood and Truth.
Yeah, I'm really I'm shocked that that's not higher on the list for you guys.
Where's yours? Oh, you had it at number 4.
Yeah.
I think we should put it in then.
I'll tell you, I mean, I love Star Wars. That helps. I think it's also incredibly polished. It's one of those
is.
games where it does pass the litmus test to GC of would it be great as a flat game? Hell yeah, it would. But I'll tell you one of the things. As much as I just love the game, and if you're an X-wing TIE Fighter fan from back in the day,
Yep.
this is the game this is the sequel everybody wanted. I have a friend that every time a Star Wars games come out since we were like 10, he'll be like, no, it's not X-wing versus TIE Fighter. Finally, he was like, holy crap, this is X-wing versus TIE Fighter. I was like, yeah, it is. But I'll tell you, I just share a story that I had that I think says something about why Squadrons is important to VR. I was sitting in an online lobby when I was getting ready to review this game, and I was sitting in there with a bunch of other guys getting ready to go, and we're all talking, and I made a comment. I said, I'm playing this in VR. And the guys are like, oh, crap, really? No one else was in VR. And they're like, how is it? I'm like, pretty awesome. And I said to them, and the guy's like, oh man, he's like, I got to try that. And I said, yeah, I said, you guys are like watching yourself flying on a screen. I said, and I'm in the TIE Fighter.
Right.
And the guys were like, holy shit. And it was that moment where I was like, this is how you sell people like flat gamers on VR without getting a headset on them. You have VR people right next to the flat gamers that are like, yeah, well, I'm in the game you're playing right now. And it was just that moment where I had this little smirk in my face where I was just like, you guys are totally going to go try this on VR now, and you're going to buy one.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
No argument from me. It supports the HOTAS. It's super polished. Like
No argument from you, but where the hell is it on your... Oh, there it is. You had it at number 16, so we're really close there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think... And for me, it's more of a personal thing. Like, I think there was something... I didn't play this game as long as I wanted to. I didn't dive as deep as I wanted to, as much as I was expecting to. But it doesn't take away from the quality of it. It is PS5 enhanced as well.
Yeah.
And supports the HOTAS. And it's super fun.
Good.
Like it's really great. I wish the campaign, honestly, if the story or the campaign was a little bit less like a tutorial and more like an actual like heavily story driven kind of thing. That
it gets
was like,
better as you get going.
It does, and it had some awesome moments too. But but yeah, I think it gets knocked back, just like Chairface says. It also doesn't look great on an OG PS4.
That's not how
that
we
into
rate
an account.
things around here.
I count that. I count the PS5 enhancements, and
as we've said, we rate things based on the absolute best way to play them. If you have an aim, if it supports the aim and that's the best way to play it, we rate it like that. If it looks amazing on the PlayStation 5 and that's the best way to play it, we rate it on that. We can't. That's fine.
I personally balance all three.
My preferred way to play Squadrons
why do we
was
even
actually
decide
with the aim controller.
Literally, you're changing the rules to suit what you want to say, because we have definitely decided on that ahead of time, 100%.
Well,
Bell Ramio,
okay.
the Game Cat with the 5 euros, says, "Here's some coffee money as the list never finishes." Thank you so much, Bell. We also want to give a shout out to a few people in the chat. Shades of Grey Matter said, at what point do you expand the list to 30 games? Would that make it easier? Well, yes and no. LCC 2552 beats the musical Gamecast, as I wonder whether you guys will do a top 50 list before the NGVR launches. That's an absolute yes.
Top 50?
Oh, absolutely. There's gonna.
Wow,
it's sort
that's
of
gonna be a week-long episode.
Yeah, but it's gonna make things easier, because like so many of the games we want to be on the list will fit. And we don't have to fight so much about like which ones make it, right?
I can finally get Thumper into the top on the list like I've always wanted to, man.
Thumper gave me a panic attack.
All right, so guys, that brings us
Squadrons
to
make the bracket. Okay.
16 through 20. Man, thank you everybody for sticking around, man. It's awesome to see that you guys are just hanging out for this whole discussion. I love it. 16 through 20, guys. So this is where things get kind of crazy, because a lot of new games, for me, fell into this bracket, and a lot of games, and I really value quite a few of them here.
Yeah.
And there's still a few games from earlier in my list that haven't made it.
What's funny,
yeah,
sort of the latter of my list, the end of my list, or whatever I should say. There's a lot of games that are similar, and I kind of just went with this is the one that I'm choosing for ABC reasons. But like, there's literally an interchangeable game. Like,
for instance, you've got Until You Fall, and I've kind of got like
Swordsman to the back of my list. And to me, it's like, yeah, this is going to be interesting. I'm curious to see how many of these the fresh new games end up sticking here. But yeah,
Yeah,
Go
like
I don't even know where to start here. I'm going to let you.
I would say Until You Fall is a game that I would absolutely go to bat for this next bracket. I mean,
Go ahead. Sorry.
I just I'm gonna strangely enough the only thing that holds it back for me is the fact that it feels like a game that will get more DLC and sort of needs more DLC. The playing through was amazing. It was one of my favorite experiences of last year, and then strangely enough, I beat it on the easiest setting, and that was really difficult. And I'm desperate to go back to play again, but I kind of want to change of setting. I want a new campaign, and it's sort of something that Shell Games has teased. And to me, I'm like, man, if it just had that new piece of DLC, if it just had a new location, a new campaign to go to, it would help me really keep it on this list. But that said, I like I said, it was one of my favorite games of last year, so I still want to fight for it.
the only problem I have with this game is two things. Number one, I didn't like the combat as much as I thought I was going to. I thought I would love it, but that's kind of why I went with Swordsman, because I like the physics-based combat. I feel like physics-based combat is way more immersive. And to me, there's something about the combat in this where like every weapon kind of mostly kind of felt the same to me, or like didn't distinguish itself enough. The other thing is visually, I feel like visually it looks like the Quest version. I think it's a Quest port, and I really would have liked something more on par with the lighting and the special effects and the extra detail that the PC VR version had. And those are like my two biggest gripes about it. I love just about everything else about it. I think it has some of the coolest AI, and some of the enemies look amazing, and yeah. So I would like Aceville says poll time. If we get into it enough, I wouldn't mind polling Until You Fall against Swordsman, and seeing what happens.
Swordsman would have a hard time getting on my top 40 list. I think Swordsman is great. Not a top 25 game for me.
Yeah.
There's just not enough to the game, as far as I'm concerned. Like it's an arena fighter.
Yes.
And
which is a genre to me.
It's a genre to everybody, but it's not a genre that would really, without it being super duper fleshed out, would make it on my list, because it feels shallow. I think what Alex is doing over there is amazing, but again, it just feels super shallow to me.
Okay, well, maybe I'll save Swordsman for the next bracket. I don't know how much I feel. I don't know if I'm ready to go to bat for Until You Fall on this just yet.
What are we going to bat for? Is the question.
Chuck, you got anything here yet that you're thinking?
So I didn't have either of those games on my list, and I've really been deliberating over that. So I'll tell you. Okay, so Until You Fall would probably make my top 25 if I was recommending games for just people to play and buy. Mm-hmm. And I on paper I should really like it as a rogue light, not roguelike. A lot of people say roguelike, but it's actually a roguelite, and I enjoy the game loop of it.
Me too.
But like AJ, the combat it was very arcadey, like very like remember these patterns and stuff like that, and that just didn't do it for me.
Not remember the patterns, it like shows it.
Well, but you know what I mean though. Like you do kind of like, but there is a memory aspect to it. You start to kind of remember how certain enemies attack, right? It almost had that Souls aspect baked into it a little bit, right?
There's some,
right, and I like that aspect to it. But I do feel like, Until You Fall was kind of like a corridor roguelike, and it was kind of like, so for that, it just didn't hold my interest as much as I thought it would. Personally, I think it's a very polished game though, and I think that for people who love who the game it just does it for them, it's a really, really high quality VR game. I think it's a better title than Swordsman. I feel that Swordsman, I really enjoyed actually just from a what made me laugh and have the most fun with. I actually enjoyed Swordsman more than Until You Fall,
Me too.
but not because I thought it was a good game, but because it was just like it was like it's like those games. It's like it's like Gorn, and then and it's like I felt like Swordsman is. I'm gonna mention it, GC, but just don't crucify me. Blade and Sorcery on the PC, which is kind of like a game that everybody looks to.
Yeah.
To me, Swordsman was like I feel like Swordsman's got their eye on them, and I feel like Blade and Sorcery is still a bit of a janky game personally for those of you who have ever played it. And Swordsman, I think, could actually better that game at the pace that it's getting better.
Yeah.
I just don't feel it's there yet. Like Bryan said, I feel like its campaign, if you want to call it that, was a little shallow, and the AI is still pretty dumb.
To me,
But
it's more
it's
about the
getting
combat.
there.
To me, it's more about the additions that have happened with Swordsman, the post-launch support. It wasn't even a consideration when it launched, but at this point, with all that it's gotten, I've had just a better and better experience with it. And again, it's the way the two games feel for me. On paper, Until You Fall should be like my favorite game ever. On paper. But
Exactly.
what the way I actually feel about it is much different. Swordsman, it's more about the sandbox. It's not necessarily just arena combat. It's the freedom that it gives you with some of the doing like the slow motion and messing around with that. It's the feeling of playing it, the raw gladiator like combat that I absolutely adore and cherish. And I think what makes it really, really special, it's doing things physics based. I know it has some jank in the physics sometimes, but usually it gets patched.
Getting there. It's getting there.
Yeah, I've played it recently, and it is pretty.
Yep, so did I.
It's pretty much almost there. And I just feel like this game, for what it is, does things that are way better than what some AAA devs have been able to do, and I think that holds a lot of weight to it.
I guess, yeah, it's just that I feel like it's an early access title. If PSVR or Sony had an early access section, which I think that they should,
Agreed.
just to identify games, even for developers, just so people hold their games in a proper kind of scope, I feel like this would still be early access. I don't even know if it is on PC or not, but it feels early access in the fact that it's growing so much and they still have so much ambition. I don't feel actually like it's as much of an open sandbox game as I want it to be. And that is also just because I have seen a few games who, like Blade and Sorcery, where it's like, man,
Gorn.
Swordsman?
Brax Bro says, I would argue Gorn is much more of a sandbox.
I was going to
game
say,
than
if you
Swordsman.
wanted
I
to
agree.
sandbox violence fest, there's Gorn.
I agree, but
and you
the
get
thing
benefit
about
of
it,
the arenas in Gorn as well. The arenas really add to the replay in how you're able to take enemies down.
I agree. The physics of Gorn, I feel like Gorn has these like perfect physics, and then adds rubber to everything, and that bothers me. And that bothers me to hell. Which is why I like Swordsman more, because it feels more like a realistic, immersive gladiator-like combat.
Gorn is the most fun you will have for an hour, and then. And I put my nephews in it, and they're like, "Oh my god, they love it! Go with Dad, we got to get a VR headset." Then after an hour or two, they're like, "What else you got?"
Yeah,
Swordsman is getting to that place where
Yeah.
you could actually start to like duel, and I like the grounded. I feel like for me personally, regardless of where it ends up on this list for you between you two guys, I feel like Swordsman is a game that at this pace, I feel like is going to creep up the list. And maybe make my top 25 one day. I feel like it's a game that's going to keep getting better.
Belramio the Game Cat with the €5 says we wouldn't have this discussion of this is back for Swordsman versus Until You Fall. If Swords of Gargantua developers would not have abandoned PSVR, as it would be better than both. 100% agree. Swords of Gargantua actually delivers the thing that I wish Swordsman had, which is a actual some kind of campaign where you actually
They didn't do it. I mean, it's 50 rooms, and it's not
I had so much
I
fun.
would
Dude,
hardly.
I played that game every single day. I was totally addicted for an entire month. I played it every single day,
Yeah, I know.
and
I played it a lot too.
yep, and
I
the
feel like
multiplayer
And
was a
it
lot of
was and it
fun.
was just it was goofy waggle
Swords
fest.
Swords of Gargantua is kind of like a combination of the two games a little bit. It's kind of got a little more of like Until You Falls kind of like game loop,
Yeah,
but it has like a little more of the dueling that Swordsman had. For me,
yeah.
Gargantua just failed a little bit. I felt like I was always fighting the controls a little bit on that one. I felt like I was always getting my ass kicked because I couldn't move quick enough, like spin around, like I couldn't turn fast enough.
Yeah, for
Anyways,
me, it was just it just they
maybe I just suck.
there were so many additions that it looked like they were about to make and then didn't. So it's all they're only focusing on the Quest and PC versions apparently. So screw them. It doesn't make the list. That game could have been so much fun, and actually it was really fun, but done. All right, guys. Again, we're what we need to figure out what games we're even fighting for here at this point. I know there's I saw some people in the chat saying we need to focus on some Rush of Blood. We need to focus on some Blood and Truth. Do those games belong in this bracket?
I didn't have either one of those, and basically because on PS5, this is where the best experience, best way to play gets hairy, because on PS5, Blood and Truth has like some pretty bad crashes, some game-breaking bugs. The ending is bugged, where you're trying to jump onto something, and Rush of Blood. The reason I bought a PSVR, one of my favorite experiences of all time. I actually knocked off my list. I've usually been like the champion for Rush of Blood, but on PS5, it's broken. It pauses constantly, and I love the game to death. I'll play through the pauses, but I just can't. I can't bring myself to put it on the list anymore.
I mean, it's tough because again, the mantra we've had for this list is the best way to play it. What's the best way to play it? The best way to play it is on PS4 or PS4 Pro with the Move controllers. And I don't recommend playing No Man's Sky unless you're playing it on a PlayStation 5. And I don't recommend playing Blood and Truth. Let's try this again. And I don't recommend playing Rush of Blood on a PlayStation 5. Like I recommend it on a PS4 and a PS4 Pro. And so I have to say I would fight for Rush of Blood because the best experience it's great on those two consoles. If that's how we're making this list, then I'm gonna follow suit and say, yeah, don't play it on PlayStation 5, but it's fantastic on the OG and Pro.
I'm really starting to feel like I want to fight for like Alvo, Swordsman, Sniper Elite, or Arashi,
Or even Blair Witch right now.
And I was gonna say I feel like I wanted to bring up one from earlier on as more of a question, I think, to you two. Why is Electronauts not on your list? Is it a music taste thing?
Partially for me,
Because
yes. Partially.
Because it's
Yeah,
funny.
part
It's a bit of a music taste thing for me too, probably. Because like I said, I'm not super into that. Although I do like some dance music. What I loved about Rock Band and Guitar Hero, especially Rock Band, was even though it was bullshit, I felt like I was making music, and I loved how sometimes if friends dropped out and they were playing an instrument or they wanted to drum on their own, there was almost like a sense of music creation. And as someone who like lives and dies for music but has never picked up an instrument, Electronauts made me feel like I was making music and that I was brilliant even though I had no talent. Like I felt like every note I did was like painting the Mona Lisa. Like it made me like I have actually DJ'd music for house parties with Electronauts upstairs on the PlayStation. I think Electronauts to me felt like super hot in the fact that like it was a game that was absolutely only possible in VR and amazing because of it. That ability to just mix and match and riff and just completely create a dynamic of music around me. It blew my mind. It is still some of the most fun I've ever had in VR. And it's a game that I will always go back to, I think, because I just love it. And it's a game that I wish had gotten the support they said it was going to get, because they were going to do some more retro throwback tracks and different genres. And I just don't think they saw the success in it. I just feel like it doesn't get the love. A lot of people say, "Oh, it doesn't get the multiplayer of the PC version stuff." That just wasn't a thing for me. I just don't care. I don't want to play with someone else.
For me, it was partially
take away from my jam.
Part of it for me was the music selection. Definitely not my thing one bit. Like maybe out of the entire library of like over 50 songs,
Yeah.
I think I like 2. So that's a big problem.
That
for
would be
me.
a huge one, yeah.
The other thing is I don't get satisfaction from that game playing by myself. I get the satisfaction from that game from showing it off to others. So I feel like it doesn't really stand on its own for me very well. It's kind of more of a personal thing. I think it's a great game. I think it's actually more of a great experience. But there's no like,
Yeah, it's not a game per se.
yeah, there's no like challenges, typical game things that I like. It just doesn't have
everything I said about game depth. But
yeah.
I guess the game depth is for me is that I have literally recorded songs, like obviously just on the PlayStation, and then ripped the tracks and been like gone to my wife, like, look at what I made.
Yeah.
I just think that it's actually one of the finest examples of what VR gaming can bring to gaming. But I'm not so much arguing to put it on these lists. I just wanted to bring it up.
Yeah.
Because it's a passion. It's a passion.
Yeah.
A passion project for me.
I'm totally cool with some love for Electronauts.
Yeah, no,
I think it's Surveil's best game. Maybe an unpopular opinion, but I think that like that and Sprint Vector, I think, are just like genre defining.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about Electronauts. Obviously some games hook you and some games don't. I could hide behind the whole it's the music, which it is, but again, I loved Beat Saber enough to grow into the music. I loved Audica enough to grow into the music. Pistol Whip, I grew into the music. For me, the interactions and just whatever the core gameplay of Electronauts just never hooked me, and maybe if I just kept playing it, I would discover something that hooks me. But I'm not going to sit here and say I think it's great when it just didn't do anything for me.
Somebody said it's like on sale. That I think they said it was like £5 or something. And I promise I'm not really trying to shut up my own crap. But if you guys are curious about the game I'm talking about, just go look at my channel and just, I don't know, Google Let's Play Electronauts. And I did 2 live, like just jam sessions. And I think that might be the best way to just go see if it's something you'd like, because it's me just having fun on my own. And you'll just kind of see like how it plays. And I think even more than a review or something, you'll get a feel like whether that's your thing or not. But anyways, I just want to throw that out there. I'm done with Electronauts.
I feel like if I smoked a lot of pot still,
oh, totally,
that I would fucking have hours of fun in this game. But
and you would think you were amazing.
And I would think I was amazing, absolutely. But that's unfortunately Bryan Paul of 10 years ago.
Yeah, same here.
So anyway, but moving on. If we're moving on, I
think we're moving on.
All right, guys, we got to figure some shit out here. We got to make some progress. We got to actually fill up these brackets. Where are we with Blood and Truth? I don't mind putting Rush of Blood on the back burner. Should we put Rush of Blood up for the cats to say, hey, listen, we know it has problems on PS5. Does it still belong on the list? Are you guys okay with asking the cats for this?
I think I'm gonna go to bat for Fract here. Actually,
you didn't answer my question. You ignored my question altogether. So I'm just gonna ask the cats then, because we got to do this.
I'm sorry, I was in thought. What was the question?
You both suck.
I'm sorry, I just got hung up on a comment there.
No, I'm going to ask if Rush of Blood should be on this list, considering it has problems on the PlayStation 5.
I think Rush of Blood is still my go-to game for
first times
and VR raping someone. Like, yeah, totally. Like, I'm just like, you need this. It's a horror game, it's a shooter, and it's a roller coaster, and it's better at all 3 of those in many games. And it's so polished, and it's so good. So and even good. Even though it was a launch title, it's still like, I can't think of a better game to put someone into, just right off the hop, especially if they're not even gamers.
Yeah, again,
just point and shoot.
Again, that goes back to my best top 25, top 10 games for beginning VR or something. Actually, no, I can't say that about Rush of Blood.
But you know what? It's one of those games, AJ, where it makes one of my top games to put somebody in. It would make that list, and it's still a game that if I'm putting people into it, I eventually go, give me the headset. I need a round 2. Like I still, every time I put it on, I go, oh yeah, man, this is good.
I love Rush of Blood, man. I play it even through the pausing issues, but it definitely pisses me off a lot.
Because of the PS5, you mean?
Because of the PS5 issues. I
Man,
wish
split down the
Supermassive
middle.
didn't just fall off a cliff and become like what they are, but because I think they have so much talent there, and I think it's an amazing game. But yeah, it's the same reason that I won't vote for Battlezone right now. Like like I said, these
Is Battlezone having issues?
Battlezone, it doesn't work on PS5.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love Battlezone.
It's
That's too bad.
Yeah. You got cold yogurt with a $5 tip. What's up, dude? Says, why Servios Westworld Awakening's not on PSVR? No, it's not. Unfortunately, that did not make it over to us. But I've heard great things about it.
Probably a paid game.
I've heard really good things about that. But thank you for the donation. You got cold
On
yogurt.
a not to go back too much, but he brought up something. One of the reasons that Beat Saber was a little lower on my list too, and I'm not getting into this argument again, I promise, is that I think that with Oculus buying Beat Games, I think that we're already seeing that this, like with the lack of multiplayer on the PSVR version I think that Oculus might be playing a little dirty with that game, and I think that I think we may see less support for it. So that's just something that I consider when I'm looking at whether this game is going to have the wheels to it. But I just want to say that's more conjecture, but I just think it's worth mentioning. Without the multiplayer, that's kind of a thing.
It's really, really interesting to see some of the chat here. I mean, LUR's history saying Rush of Blood should be in everybody's first 5 games if you're new to PSVR. Dave saying it's one of the best games. Actually, I keep saying that about Westworld. Twitcher, the single-player GameCast, said, we've already agreed that if a game is only playable on PlayStation 5 or with an aim, it has to go on the list. It can go on the list. The same has to be true for games only playable on PS4. I agree with you, Twitcher. Confuse a GameCat says it's a great game, but with the majority of the player base for VR now being on PlayStation 5, it probably shouldn't be there. Honorable mention. It's funny. Somebody did mention a retired games list. Games we've moved on from, or maybe games that do have problems on the new hardware. Maybe we should consider doing that in the future. Saying, instead of honorable mentions, being like, here are games that retired from our list for various reasons. I think it's a good idea.
Arbalest Arena, may it rest in peace.
I'll tell you, with 65 votes, it's almost split right down the middle, though, this question.
Yeah, it's
here's how I feel about it. I feel like this might be an unpopular opinion, but I do think that, let's say a year from now, PSVR is going to be the PS4 and the PS4 Pro's VR headset. That is how it is going to be looked at, and probably in the past. And if people decide to go, in 5 years from now, go pick up an old PSVR, they may very well end up playing it on an old PlayStation stuff, because that's how I think it's going to be remembered, as a PS4 headset. Whereas the PSVR 2 is going to be the PS5's headset.
Sure.
And I think you could argue that Rush of Blood is a PS4 Pro game. Like, you can play it on the PS5. They've got the adapter. That's not Sony's main objective with that whole thing. Right. And I feel that, that's like saying you can't play a game on an Xbox One through backwards compatibility, therefore it shouldn't be considered one of the best Xbox 360 games. It's like, if you're doing a top 360 games, well, it was playable on those systems. And I think that the PSVR, if you had to attach it to a console, belongs in that generation. I know what AJ's saying. I think it should be, if it makes the list, it should make it with a footnote.
No, there's going to be huge asterisks on some of these. In No Man's Sky, huge asterisk. If you're playing on the OG or the Pro, just know that this is an issue, kind of blurry. And, if this makes the list, huge asterisk. If you're playing on PlayStation 5, it might not be where you want to play it. So, there's 71 votes. It's still really close, guys. So get your votes in. I'm going to cut it off at 100 votes, and you guys will decide whether we should consider it for the list.
That's a good point right there. New DCD just said, I think the vocal vocal community for PSVR. I can't even talk. For the PSVR is PS5, but it's probably not the majority of the player base. And I agree with that because I bet you're passionate.
Yeah, but
Like the ones that are going to be out there.
Yeah, it's so loose around that because it's like you'd have to think that maybe. I mean, you have no way of knowing, even though the PS5 is the vocal minority. I mean, you have no idea what the most active users are.
Which I think is probably PS5.
Well,
Yeah,
like
exactly.
going back to my July 26th poll.
You don't know that though.
No, but I'm.
My poll on
Sorry,
July
continue.
26th had close to 500 votes. Now, obviously, Without Parole is a hardcore PSVR community, right? So these are the people who are going to have PlayStation 5s, right, if possible. And 50% of them, over 50% of them, said that they're playing PSVR on their PlayStation 5. And then 25.7 said they're on the Pro, 23.5 said they're on the OG still. So combine the OG and Pro there's less users on those than the PlayStation 5 in our community, which
Doesn't
again,
surprise me. I mean,
very
most
hardcore.
of us that are playing VR are considered early adopters.
Right.
And so guess what? We bought PS5s.
Yep.
Shocker.
100%. I totally agree with that statement. So where are we at with this poll? It looks like the yes is going to take it. We got 21 more votes before we close up the poll, guys. Figure that out.
Let me ask you this, AJ. If you were to look at a top 25 list with no context and you saw Rush of Blood off that list, would you be like, how is it not on there?
Well, I've typically fought for it to be like a top 10 game up until this point.
I feel like your point is super valid around why it's an issue to talk about, but I still think it deserves it. Like as a
I'm
PSVR
definitely not
game.
going to be mad if it makes it onto the list. It's the reason I bought a PSVR. And you know, I'm a big light gun fan, so it's also the best roller coaster game. It's also the game I put people into first in VR. And so like I'm not against it. That's just the reason I didn't have it on my list.
I agree.
Because
I
especially
understand.
with all these new games coming out that have no issues on PS5 or something like that. You know, I just feel like that's important.
Let me ask you this: should it be above? I'm not even going to ask that. Never mind, because it's just going to cause more back and forth, and I'm not going to.
All right, guys. Let's all agree on a game that belongs in this bracket. We have not made any progress on 16 through 20
Frack.
whatsoever.
Fracked.
Damn it! That was my question. Do you think Frack belongs above Rush of Blood? That was my question. All things created equal. Take out the whole PS5 thing.
Take out the whole PS5 thing? No.
Because I think that
Put in the PS5 thing? Yes.
they're in a similar category to me, kind of.
Well,
Polished, fun, slick.
Hitman, the combination of Hitman 3 and Fracked eliminated Blood and Truth from my list.
Yep.
Because I feel like
I agree.
Fracked is kind of like, Hitman, Blood and Truth is absolutely incredible. But there was two things that it did that I absolutely loved, which was that like high octane adrenaline shooter, secret agent experience. Well, I got that from both Hitman 3, from being like actually feeling more like a secret agent, super polished, way longer game, and then Fracked and Blood and Truth are kind of similar to me, but Fracked is basically to me kind of like Blood and Truth in a way, but without the like. If you take out the story elements where you're not playing in Blood and Truth, it's 2.5 hours long.
Yeah, it's Blood and Truth without it's Blood and Truth without the bullshit. Except I think Blood and Truth had a few more ideas.
Yeah, Blood and Truth definitely had some more ideas, but it also didn't have full locomotion. Didn't have
And there's a reason why Blood and Truth is not on my list. It would make my top 25 list if I was just recommending games to newbies and stuff like that. The reason it's not on my personal list is, for me, the replay value wasn't there. I played it once, it was insane, but I didn't want to sit through the narrative again just to play some of those levels. Whereas Fracked was, like you said,
all the fat cut off of it.
Yeah, exactly.
But it could have used some fat.
It could have. It could have. A little fat.
It could have. It definitely could have used a little bit of fat. That's why the story felt complete in Blood and Truth, and it felt so minimalistic in Fract, even though there's somebody talking in your ear for half the time. All right, guys, we're going to retire this with this poll here. It's really close, 57% to 43%. 57% saying yes, it belongs on the list. Because it's so close, there's a little part of me that says maybe we do this retired list now. Maybe we say, hey, Moss, super hot, and
Job Simulator.
I mean, Job Simulator almost never made the list. I think it made one of our top 25 lists ever. So that's not even a retired one. That's just one that never really made it on our list. But I mean, are you guys down to say, let's add a new section to this top 25 list for games that are fantastic but retired for one reason or another?
I am a guest here. I am not even going to get a say. You guys do what you think is best, and I will support that.
I think I feel like focusing on the main list right now. I don't know if this is separate or...
This is part of it. This is part of saying, hey, listen, this is... it's separate than honorable
Why
mention.
don't you just make a side note to it? Just maybe write down Rush of Blood.
Because I can't say Rush of Blood is now on our retired list if we don't know if it's going to be on the main list. This is all part of the discussion. Are we moving it to a separate list, or are we keeping it on the main list? And if we're not moving it, and if we're not going to talk about the separate list, then we need to talk about whether Rush of Blood belongs on the top 25 list, as we've been trying to figure out for the last 37 minutes.
Oldies but goodies.
Yeah. I know, Nick the Game Cat, how Demo is so good. Love Demo. All right. So hold on a second. Blood and Truth. We need to talk about Blood and Truth. Everyone loves Blood and Truth. Were you saying it's better than Fract, Chris, or no?
I think it's a better game than Fract, but for my top 25 right now, I played it. I'm done with it. I guess that's why it's dropped on. It doesn't have the replay value for me, but I think it's amazing. Holy crap! Yeah. So that's just, again, it's tough because it's how I came at my list. I don't know. I think Fract deserves to have its place right now. If you had to pick one,
you would put it in 16 through 20.
I would put Fract in above it. Yep.
And you put it in 16 through 20, AJ.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that, guys.
Absolutely.
It's in 16 through 20.
Skiing and shooting and snowmobiles and explosions and a great cover system and
I would put it in that list just for what they managed to do with the Move controllers. The way that you could turn and run and grapple and switch weapons, and the fact that they still had the reload mechanic in there and you weren't fighting it.
And I can replay Fract way more than I can Blood and Truth.
I'm more likely to put somebody into Fract as well because, again, it's kind of like, here's an adrenaline shot, just go have fun. Whereas with Blood and Truth, it's like, okay, just wait for it. Eventually you'll get a gun.
Patrick Matzenbacher with a $10 tip. Good, just an emoji. Superhero emoji. Thank you so much, Patrick. All right, guys. Let's figure this out. We got Fract on here in 16 through 20. What else belongs in 16 through 20? That's right, Blair Witch VR. I agree. Tell me I'm wrong.
I didn't love it. But you're the horror guy, though, right?
I am the horror guy.
And every time you do a horror game comes across, and also recently with what the heck is Layers of Fear and stuff. You and I that's definitely a taste divide where I feel like they're kind of like horror walking simulators. Like, you got to be there for the vibe. I felt the same way with Wraith. You guys haven't gotten Wraith yet. I don't think PSVR has Wraith.
Yeah,
yet.
put
but
it
I
on
feel
Quest.
similar. Yeah, but I feel similar in those games are all kind of. Blair Witch is my favorite of all three of those. I thought it was the most effective of it. It's just not top 25 for me. It's just not my jam.
I don't like. I have Blair Witch on my top 25. I don't know if I'm ready to put it this high up though. It's great. I want it on this list. I don't want to put it above some of these other games that I think are definitely more deserving.
I'm really shocked that Superhot's not on your guys' list.
This happened last time.
Yeah.
I'm sure it did. I think I remember seeing that. I'm just surprised. It's just, and the only reason I say this, we don't need to go down this road, but I just feel like nothing is like Super Hot. Nothing else is like a puzzle shooter that just, and it also is one of those games where we talk about how a game that's in VR and flat and doesn't matter. Like Super Hot doesn't even make sense in flat, but in VR, it is one of the games that I put people in because it immediately explains all at once why VR is awesome. Everything about it just screams virtual reality, and that whole puzzle shooter thing really did it for me. I'm just curious. I don't know. We don't need to get into it, but I'm just curious. It's dropped off. I don't know if this is a discussion that you guys decided. You know what? It's gone for this reason. I don't know.
It's been difficult. We'll say that, right? When you do these lists all the time, and you get to, and Super Hot just stays on the list and stays on the list and stays on the list. Eventually, things get pushed off the list, you know, to make room for new things. And you know, obviously, we have launch titles on this list, so it's not always making room for new things. But it's just when you only have 25 slots to work with, there are games that are just have to move sometimes. And I'll never defend saying, oh yeah, Super Hot doesn't belong on a top 25. We've never made that statement. It's sort of just fallen off by default, as a lot of games have.
But I figured that. Yeah. I was just curious. It's just, it keeps coming up in chat too, which is kind of why I mentioned I feel like it needed to be addressed.
Dude,
it did make my list, but I had a really hard time. It was one of those games where it like is in my top 10, then it was off the list, then it was in the top 20.
And as far as I'm concerned, if you said let's put Super Hot in this bracket, I would say absolutely, let's do it. Let's absolutely get it back on this list. It wasn't on my list. It wasn't on my list last time, and I would fucking be real happy to bring it back.
Yeah,
AJ.
I feel like it's kind of mandatory VR.
AJ, Super Hot VR. Let's get it back on this list. Let's make the cats happy. Let's give a little representation to Chris's list.
No other reason.
I'm not doing it for Chris. I'm doing it for the cats. Fuck Shugghead. I heard it. That's exactly what you said.
Sorry, I
heard it in his head,
I must have not been listening to Chris. Sorry, my bad.
We're putting Super Hot back on the list, guys. We made it happen. We've been looking at all of the comments. Everybody in chat. No, I don't think anybody in the chat says Super Hot shouldn't be on the list. Everybody is saying absolutely get it in there.
They made me remember that it was not on the last top 25 list. For when was the last top 25 list?
5 months ago, almost. 6.
For 5 months, I was reminded that it was not on the list. So, God damn it, I'll do it for the cats, man. I'll do anything for the cats.
No. I just wanted to mention it.
Also, I'm gonna go back to bat for Rush of Blood. The cats voted. They said yes, it belongs on the list, despite the PS5 problems.
Now we're just gonna let them do everything, huh?
We put it to a vote for a reason. We don't put everything to a vote.
Can you just say anything for the cats?
Yeah.
Almost anything.
Now listen. But I will ask you guys this: it needs to go on the list, but because of the PlayStation 5 problems, do we knock it down into the 20 to 20 or 21 through 25 bracket? I feel like it's one thing
that might be a fair compromise.
It's one thing to have blurry graphics like No Man's Sky, but it's another thing to have a pause menu pop up all the time and shit. It's like it's just fucking ridiculous and like makes the game almost unplayable. So that's why I think that's the difference between these games. You know, you can play certain games with a DualShock 4, but it's so much better with name controller. But at least you don't have the this fucking pause menu popping up all the time. It's a bug. It's a bug that needs to be fixed. So I think it belongs on the list, but I think it belongs in 21 through 25. Also, shout out to Aceville, the Attack Cat with a $2 tip, says, yes, fire, dies happy. I'm so glad we made you happy, Aceville. We love you so much. Can we agree on this, guys? Rush of Blood in 21 through 25?
Yes.
Sure.
For the cats.
I love that you're not happy about it.
I feel like you kind of got your way there, though.
I'm not happy about it. Wait,
I can accept
right?
that. Yep.
I don't know.
I can accept that.
Okay. All right, but we got 3 more slots for 20 for 16 through 20. 3 more slots, and we don't have
new blood in here.
Okay, sell me on some new blood.
Alvo. There's 2 online multiplayer shooters that have an online player base, and Alvo is one of those 2. And it just got an incredible immersive update. I want to fight for this one.
I had a really tough one with Alvo. I would actually say that Alvo is probably one of the games that I deliberated the most on.
And I'm going to be kicking off
for that reason.
Endeavor
But
1.
I don't-
Why do you have to say Sniper Elite? Damn it.
But I don't find myself going
about that.
back to Alvo right now. It's like I got bored of the levels. I feel like it's got a content thing right now. And then Sniper Elite. That's it's a different game. To me, those are different games though. One's a multiplayer shooter and one's a single player campaign. I mean, you really got to decide what your jam is. I think with that, I don't know. I guess for me, you know what? I feel the same way about Alvo that I feel with Arishi. I know that's on your lists. I like both those.
Arashi?
Is it Arashi?
Yeah.
Jeez.
I'm going to be fighting for Arashi, too.
I like both those
Player
games.
Witch is going bye-bye.
I like both those games, but I think both those games, I want them to be better.
Yeah, they have a couple issues, but I think the good outweighs the bad.
And I agree with you, but not for me personally, not top 25 because of that reason.
I love that Braxbro's in the chat. He says, now remember, devs are in the chat, so choose your words wisely.
I know they are.
Braxbro,
that doesn't matter.
Braxbro, you've been around for so fucking long. How do you not know how this works yet? I'm going to be... here's how things work around here, as you already know, Braxbro. Albo is great, but it's overpriced, and it's so far under-delivered. I think it's a lot of fun, but as a top 25 game, I don't think it's there yet. I've been saying this since before launch when we were in the beta. It's not there yet. It's not there yet. It's not there yet. Is it a lot of fun? Yes, but it's not there yet as a top 25 game for sure. Like it needs to be $20 right now, and it needs a lot more content, and it needs a lot more polish. It will be there, I think, in 6 to 8 months. I think Arashi, even though it's on my list, maybe doesn't belong on the list, because I think Arashi will be there in 6 to 8 months, depending on how these updates go. These are games that I feel like will be there eventually, but currently, they're not there.
All right, look,
Yeah.
so then I'm
I'm
going
gonna
to
go to bat for. I'm gonna go to bat right now for. Ooh.
Braxbro's like, I have been here a long time, haven't I? And real quick, Looper the Game Cat with the €2 says Hitman is a puzzle shooter. It's a puzzle game for sure.
You could make that argument.
Yeah.
It's a take I've never thought of, but you could definitely. I don't play it like that, but you could definitely. I think that's how you're supposed to play it.
From those remaining on my list, I have like only 3, maybe 3 that I'm willing to fight for at this point.
Albo
3,
VR in the chat.
4.
If it was $15, would it be top 25?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe
They would. It would absolutely convince them. Yes.
Price definitely has a lot to do with it. But
Sorry, good.
For me, price has absolutely nothing to do with my list whatsoever.
Yeah, I left the price out, which is why I have Albo in my top 25. If I was including price, Albo would not be on my top 25.
see when it comes to
Yeah.
reviewing games, which I feel like this is mini reviews of every single one of these games and which one stacks up on top of the other one. You can't ignore the price, right? Price has
I'm ignoring the
a
price
little
here.
to do with it.
Best games. I'm ignoring not the marketing decision behind it. I'm judging the game itself here.
Let me say, Brian, I think that when we're reviewing games, we're not just reviewing a game like is it good, is it bad, buy it or don't. We're also saying it's too pricey, maybe wait for a sale. Whereas a top 25 list does not have that nuance. It's just a list. You can't say that you can't preface it with this is good but not at this, it's not worth it for this price. Like they kind of have to, I think they exist in slightly different reasonings, I guess, kind of. I know what you're saying. I guess it's just like if price comes into factor, your list would be shifting all the time based on sales.
I mean, it's tough, like there's certainly when there's a sale, I recommend the game more than I do before. You know, if a game is $3 or $4, I go, you know what, I wouldn't have paid $15 for this game, but it's fun, and you'll get an hour or two of fun out of it. And for $3 or $4, absolutely. And so when you're talking about sales, 100%, your recommendation of it goes up and down based on how much it costs. And so there's an element of that here, although I agree with you guys. I don't think it should dictate the conversation. Real quick,
I don't think there's a single game here that like all of a sudden if it went $10 cheaper, I'd be like, oh, in that case,
right,
put it up a couple of numbers.
I do agree with you. But I also think that is part of Alvo's problem is the pricing for it. Real quick, I
there's
want
a value proposition there. Yeah.
Ben Dawson, I want to say thank you, Ben Dawson, for making me realize I missed Dave Station's tip. Dave tipped $5 a while ago and says, "Shug, I'm deputizing you to make executive decisions in my place because we definitely need some." That's what we get the cats here for, Dave. We can. That's what we're pulling the cats for when necessary. I missed a tip. All right, guys, we need to get back into this.
I've never left it.
I know. Where is Sniper Elite Colin?
It's a tough one though, at least for me. That was another tough one.
Sniper Elite just has to be on the list for me. I don't really care where.
I would be okay with 21 through 25.
Okay. Sure. I'm
Shug?
okay with that too.
Yeah.
All right. You start filling in these boxes a little bit.
Hey GC, I want to talk about Solace Project.
So,
I do not think that game gets nearly as much love. I got completely lost in that game.
did you know you can't even buy it anymore?
I think I heard that. But
It's
you know
not-
what?
They removed it from the store. I am devastated.
That is a
Really?
game that like that
Yeah.
is a game that was like there's another game where it was like pretty ho hum when it released in flat, but the VR brought that world to you,
Yeah.
which completely put it over. It just put it into a completely different realm. Like it really made a difference. Although I will say, Solace Project, I think on the OG PS4, I would actually not recommend. The pro enhancement was so drastic in that game, it looked like it had a generation jump. It is so much sharper.
It looks
And-
great on the Pro.
Yeah, it was just. I love that game for all its flaws. I still absolutely love that game. That sense of mystery and exploration. Like I felt like I was inside like
It's terrifying, man.
Prometheus or something.
Dude,
like,
when you
I
saw
just
the
loved
twister
it.
out on the water, and you're like, "Wow, look at that cool graphical effect! There's a twister out on the water," and you're like,
But just
"Is it getting closer? Oh my God, it's on land! Run!" Like that shit was
We're, like,
insane.
stuck in a cave system with my grass lit, and I'm looking at my inventory system, and I'm trying to like shoot that kind of like transporter pad, and I wouldn't like get out of this cave system for like 4 hours, and I'd finally hit daylight, and that claustrophobia would go away. I just love that game.
Yeah, it's not
It's
on
not
the
on your
PlayStation.
list.
Well, it's not on the PlayStation Store.
I get you. So it's got to be retired, yeah.
We have to retire it.
Interesting. So sad.
Not that it
Yeah,
made many of our lists prior. It made some of our
No.
early lists when there weren't that many games. But it was one of those hybrid things where we're like, it's only $20. It's a flat screen game, and they just patched it for VR support. Like that's insanity.
It was just one of those things when everyone asked me, like, what else is there on the PlayStation, like Skyrim? And I was like, if you're looking for that epic kind of open world kind of thing, I'm like, go check out the Solace Project. Seriously.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Anyway,
Yep, I would love to. I would love to consider that for this list. I would definitely consider it for this list, because it's on your list. But if it's not on the PlayStation Store, I think we do have to.
no, we
Move
talked about it. That actually is. I just wanted to talk about it. That's fun.
Love that game.
So where are we at here? We've got 16 in, so we're looking at 17, 18, 19, 20. Is that kind of?
We have three more for the 16 to 20. I'm sorry, we have 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We have three more for the 16 to 20 bracket, and three more for the 21 through 25 bracket.
So the games I'm looking at right now are Arashi, Alvo, Tetris Effect, and Synth Riders. Those are the games I'm really looking at right now.
We don't have Blood and Truth on this list. Just letting you know.
Yeah. I've already explained like 3 times why I didn't include it. Is like at the time, Blood and Truth was the only thing like it was unique.
Mm-hmm.
And even if it comes back on, even if it makes the list, I'd be totally fine with it because it's a fantastic game. For me personally, the combination of Hitman 3 and Fract have kind of taken away some of its the excitement around it for me and the replay value.
No Borderlands.
I didn't have, I kind of.
I thought for sure I'd be the only one that either had that high on the list or not on it.
Borderlands was tricky. That jumped off and on my list. Honestly, with my list personally, I could replace the Room VR Dark Matter with Borderlands easily. But to me, it's got some kind of stuttering issue that I've noticed that I don't think was there before.
Yep, it was.
And it's been making people sick and yeah, I don't know when that popped up, but I don't know when that happened.
I commented on my review, and I was the only one that mentioned it. I was like, "Does anyone notice that this thing is like?"
I don't know why I didn't.
Not so much dropping frames, but it kind of has this hiccup sometimes.
But I love Borderlands. I'll definitely.
For me, it was just that I played Borderlands 2 and all the DLC before it hit VR.
I couldn't get into it without VR.
Only reason it didn't hit my I wish again I'd played that in VR to start with, and I'm having that problem with Borderlands 3, by the way. Like you just said, I just can't play it. I just don't care. It's just I feel so removed from it now that I played it in VR. But that's why I didn't make my list, not because of any quality standpoints. I thought we were talking about we were trying to figure out where Sniper Elite laid. Is that kind of what we're trying to nail down at least, just to focus it more?
I think we got Sniper Elite into the 21 through 25 bracket.
Okay, so you put it there. Okay,
put it there. So I remember there being, I remember the stuttering at launch. I don't remember it. It wasn't a problem for me because it wasn't all the time. It was very seldom for me.
Oh yeah, it wasn't game breaking. I still give it a great review. It's just you mentioned it and I remember it there at launch.
But yeah, if it's going to cause people not to want to play it, a lot of people in chat seem to think it's a big issue. AJ saying it's a big issue. If we have to remove it from the list, and I understand that.
I'll keep it like a side note on it. Like I think it could maybe make its way back in here, but because honestly, it's not like a huge issue to me. But when I see people saying like they can't play it because it's making them sick, I get a little concerned because I'm noticing it, and I'm like, oh, I could see that being kind of a problem. So I've acknowledged it, and I don't know why I didn't see it sooner. Like I feel like maybe after after some updates it got that started happening for me too, but I don't know.
I'm surprised you guys have not got Sprint Vector on your list.
Oh, we tried a long time ago. I tried to fight for that game, and it got voted off every single time. I tried for a long time.
Because I personally think, first of all, it's like Mario Kart in many ways. And and it's also got the physical aspect if you're looking for that. I think it's got the content, like it's got enough modes. It's got single player if you can't find multiplayer, which I'm sure is an issue unless you can find a core group of people playing it. I could see take it down the list. But I think its control scheme is amazing. Yeah. And how it feels to play in VR, the way you have
tries to shoehorn that god awful movement system into every other game, and it's terrible in every other game. Yeah. It is fantastic in Sprint Vector, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, because that's what you're doing. But I love Sprint Vector.
I do too. I think that's platinum.
I think that's up there with Servios' best games as well, and I think it's another game that is just screams why VR is amazing.
I love that AJ says, I fight for it every time and it never happens. It used to be on every top 25 list before Dave and AJ started contributing to it. just saying. Just saying.
I remember there was this whole thing, kind of like there was this whole thing about Sprint Vector and Red Matter for the longest time that we just couldn't figure out a way to get it. And we tried. Yeah. We tried everything, and there was just no logical way to and it's like Nick the Game Cat House says, It was like a lot of Servius games. They were like kind of light in content. Like they had these fantastic gameplay elements. I mean, I got the most out of Sprint Vector. It's like I said, I've got the platinum in that game.
Servius, yeah.
Sprint
They do
Vector
make
to me
arcade
doesn't feel
games.
light on content though,
No, I
because
never
because
thought
of
feels
what it
full
is.
featured.
Right, because like you said, it feels like a kart racer, and kart racers have a bunch of tracks, and and that's it basically
I
delivers
say
on
that
a
I
great
never
kart racer.
really thought that it never really felt like a kart racer to me. I know it gets compared to that a lot. It felt more like rollerblade parkouring. Like,
Well, you're right. No, you're right. It doesn't feel like a kart racer, and because there's never been anything like it. That's another reason why it makes my list. It's like because there is absolutely no comparable to it. It's like American Gladiators meets Mario Kart, and just like you put someone in VR and they're pumping along that track and then they're climbing the wall, then they Superman out while they like Iron Man blast the guy in front of them. I'm like, I'm done.
Oh,
That is it for me.
Flame Hat's in the chat. Flame Hat the Gamecat says, put them both in now, both Red Matter and Sprint Vector. It's like, part of me wants to be like, yeah, let's fucking do it. But I'm totally down. I'm totally down to get Sprint Vector on this list. Again, it's one of those that used to be on the list all the time. I think it's a fantastic game. Doesn't get the love it deserves anymore. I'd like it not to be a retired game on our list. And so I'm more than happy to add it to one of these brackets if AJ agrees. Wait, the guy who's constantly fighting for Sprint Vector, like the fucking...
listen, man, this is the thing. I've already told you that I've got some other games that I got to make sure make it on this list first, and I'm not willing to sacrifice any of these games for Sprint Vector. We've already gotten some oldies but goodies back on here, like Rush of Blood and Super Hot, and I agree with those. I'm happy about those. But yeah, there's some newer games that like I gotta make sure make the list. At least try my damnedest. We haven't even talked about Synth Riders. I at this moment like Synth Riders more than Beat Saber, and it hasn't even gotten multiplayer yet. But I love the music of Synth Riders. I love the music in Synth Riders is so good that I will actually listen to some of that shit outside of the game. That's how good the music is. It is made by people that have I don't know. It's just, to me, it's got more variety. The mapping, like it does these like typical game design elements. It's like almost more like I don't know. I just feel like it's made by people that know good game design. And I trust them with this. It's super dope, man. I love the music in it. I love the mapping in it. Constantly, there's so many songs with good mapping in there. Yeah, I love Synth Riders at the moment, so maybe that'll be the one I fight for right now, if I haven't started already.
I won't fight you on that.
I'll fight you, Chuck.
I won't fight you on that because, like you said, this is first and foremost a PSVR list, and the reason it doesn't make my own personal list is because I've played Synth Riders for a while on platforms we don't talk about, and so you talk about how you're loving it right now. I've just been through that. Like I've been like, I can't shit on the game. I don't know if I like it more than Beat Saber, but I feel like they're actually quite different. Beat Saber is very visceral. Like you're chopping.
I like the core gameplay of Beat Saber. I like this feeling of slicing. I like sword fighting element to it. But everything else, besides like the basic core concept of Beat Saber, everything else I think Synth Riders does better.
Well, you could say that Synth Riders is a little more like, what's the word I'm looking for? Therapeutic. That's not really the right word, but it's got very much of this, like you're kind of doing a lot of this instead of like this type of stuff. It's got a vibe to it. Plus, it has Dance with the Dead on it as a track, and I'm a massive Dance with the Dead fan. So
see, they have good taste. They have great taste in music.
If you like synthwave.
Well, I mean, I do like synthwave. I also like metal. I like punk rock. I like 80s sounding music, whatever.
Yeah. I'm a big 80s and metal guy, so you can see why I like the music.
Both of you in your reviews have this like big 80s music thing going on. Yeah.
I'm a huge 80s and metal guy, so yeah, I definitely and I skew my dance music tastes skew more towards that. So synthwave is definitely hits that for me.
And it can be physical. It can be very physical as well.
I'm not a score chaser. I don't like physical games, so I don't get to comment on this. I'm gonna let you two hash it out.
Creeper Betty with a $5 tip says, "Keep it up, guys. You're doing great. You got this. Meow."
Thanks,
Creeper Betty.
Thanks for that. I needed that reinforcement.
Keeping it awesome. I
Synth riders.
I mean, I want to kind of make everybody happy. I know that even though it wasn't on my list, I know a lot of the cats would put it on this list, and AJ wants to put it on this list. I feel like Synth Riders could totally be on here, but again, I want to make sure that that Shug has his representation here.
I'm absolutely fine. I'll step out of this and I'll step in with another game.
Well, I mean, so you were
kind of already answered that though.
You were kind of going to bat for Sprint Vector.
I am.
And so
is it an either or now? Is that what we're talking about?
No, in fact, I would say I would like to put both of them on the list to satisfy both of you guys. And me stepping back a little bit because I haven't fought for anything in a while. Because I want to make this list nice and diverse. I want there to be a lot of good stuff on it, and I understand that maybe Blair Witch isn't for everybody. I understand that. I am definitely a horror guy. I think it's a fantastic game, but maybe I shouldn't be fighting for it on a top 25 list. Possibly.
Do you think it's better than Sprint Vector?
Personally, I enjoy it more than Sprint Vector. Is it a game that I'm going to put hundreds of hours into? No. Is Synth Riders? Probably.
Blair Witch was fantastic, man.
Okay. So let's put all three on the list.
How many slots are open?
We have 6 open slots, 3 in each.
3 in each. So this would fill up the 15 through 20 bracket or something. 16 through 20 bracket.
It doesn't have to. We don't have to say this is we can split them up and figure out where they belong. GC13, the Diet Pepsi Cat, with the $42 tip, because 42, as she says, is the answer
of life.
Donating before Bryan bumps my number 1 for RE7. Beautiful Creeper Betty starting the tip train. Thank you very much, Tiff. Hopefully you're kicking back, enjoying a nice glass of wine.
Demon. I appreciate the details in Blair Witch as well. I think this is the thing. It executed it wonderfully. I think the problem may lie in that it's kind of still doesn't do more than kind of a walking sim, but it's a very, very good walking sim.
It's better,
a very
like I
good
said,
interactive walking sim.
Look, these 3 games that came out would be like Wraith, which you guys haven't tried out yet, but Wraith,
we all played
Layers of Fear,
yeah, I've
and
played it.
Witch.
Yep.
Okay, well you have played it, but you don't.
Oh God, I hated Layers of Fear so much. Don't even get me started.
But I'm just saying, like all those games, there's a lot of games that that are not my jam when it comes to that whole Don't Knock Twice and Home Sweet?
Yeah, Home Sweet.
Just all of those games to me are just kind of chores to get through because I'm not doing anything other than being creeped out or something, and I don't get scared. So now I'm really not getting anything out of this.
Where's Wes?
But I thought,
why did we invite Wes on this show?
Let's do this, guys.
Blair Witch was quite effective. Here's why I think Blair Witch was so effective. If you love the Blair Witch movies, Blair Witch game is so faithful to that.
I hated all of them but the first one. Like the second one is.
I'm not. Okay.
Yeah, the first
when I said movies, I meant movie.
Yeah, but this one's actually based on the newest one, which is total garbage.
Well, but the first one was just trying to rip on the first one, so let's just pretend it's the first one.
Let's pretend that. I like that.
That idea of being lost in the forest and totally confused, and then you just start to trip balls because you think you're being gaslit the whole time.
It has really good production values too.
Yeah. It does, and it needed. And I played it on the Quest, and the PSVR was needed. It needed that extra kick in the butt from the PlayStation to really bring it home. And I also love the fact that for those who play Resident Evil 7 and then that don't play because they just can't get through it because it's too scared, I thought that was wonderful that Blair Witch had the dog with you. Sometimes that dog was my freaking lifeline. I was like, I'm gonna shit my pants unless you stand next to me.
Dog mechanics. I say we put Synth Riders, Blair Witch, and Sprint Vector into to fill out the first available empty spots.
Sure.
That bracket, the 15 through 20 bracket, or whatever.
Synth Riders, what else? Synth Riders, Sprint Vector.
Synth Riders, Blair Witch, and Sprint Vector. I'm gonna say, do it, man. Do it.
All right, let's do it because we need.
I love Sprint Vector. I love,
Yep.
love Sprint Factory.
It's one of those things where I feel like a year from now, I wonder if Blair Witch and Synth Riders will still feel as high on the list, but I think Sprint Factor will still come up.
Belrami, the Game Cat with the €10 donation says, "Don't want to push you, but it's almost 3 a.m. here, so hurry up and just put Immortal Legacy on the list to close it."
No.
Guys, we have 3 more slots. Now, this is we're just going to go 22, 23, 20. I'm sorry, 23, 24, 25. And I want to remind you guys, because I'm going to reference this time of our lives for the next 3 months, that we have still not put Blood and Truth on this list.
Yeah.
And I know you've
And I'm
explained
gonna-
multiple
and I will-
times, AJ, why you didn't want to put it on this list. I understand Shug did not put it on his list, and I understand why. I just want to reiterate right now that we could very well be making a top 25 PlayStation VR game list and not including Blood and Truth anywhere on it. I want
I'm
to
gonna let
make sure
you guys-
we're all aware of that.
I'm going to let you guys do what you got to do. And I'm fighting for... I'll get back to you on that. Arashi, baby. Let's do this, Arashi. Arashi has to make the list. I don't care if it's number 25. It has to make the list. I see tons of people fighting for Doom 3. This is the thing about Doom 3. I loved it. I probably played more of it than most of you. I don't know for that for sure, but
That's a weird thing
I
to say.
probably did. Well, I'm just saying I absolutely love Doom 3. This is the reason I didn't even include Doom 3 is the quality of the port overall. They had one job and they just had to make it like look good, play good with the aim, and get like, so the scaling issue, the graphics are not that great. I love the game to death, but I'm going to give this to Arashi here because this game, the thing is like it needs a little fine tuning. It could use some fine tuning on the sword play itself, which I think is going to be coming, but everything else for the most part was great. They did things that show up a lot of other studios. I mean, studios with probably way bigger budgets could not produce as good of a game. And a lot of my issues that I had that were definitely addressed with the day one patch. So like, I feel like my review at the beginning wasn't completely, and Dan Keeper says Arashi over Sirento. This has been something that has been very tough because they're like opposites. Like Sirento has some of the best locomotion, some of the coolest combat, and everything, but there's like no game there. Like there's
Very arcadey.
it's well, if it had more of like a swordsman physics based approach or something, like it would feel a lot better.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have the physics of swordsman. I love Sirento. Don't get me wrong. I love this, but Arashi has the levels, the things that you say are missing from swordsman. Like Arashi is that. It sacrifices the physics based gameplay, but it has everything. It has like the level design and the stealth and the feeling like a ninja, which I think is an important experience to have in VR.
So Arashi, it popped in and out of my top 25, and I said like I kept it out of my top 25 because there are some things I want to see them work on that I think to me are really key before they pop into that that last 25 or higher, and that is the sword play. To me is pretty weak. Even if you want to go for the style they're going, where it's kind of like ting ting ting, kind of like something like Gollum did, or Until You Fall, like that kind of similar dynamic of a little bit of rhythm. I just feel like it just felt underdeveloped. It didn't feel like you talk about Sirento. It didn't have that gruesome, satisfying feeling that I like say even Swordsman had. Right? It was just lacking that to me. I do feel like Arashi, when you played it the way that they wanted you to play it, which is kind of almost like some of the Dark Knight games, like from Rocksteady, I was having a blast, just like dropping out, killing them grapple
stealth,
back
man.
up.
I love
and
stealth.
and I mean, even having like the detective mode thing that it had going on, I had a blast playing it the way they wanted me to play it. The reason it drops off my list a bit is when you didn't play it the way they wanted it to play it, like Bryan mentioned, you could like run through the whole level, and like you could just see some of the cracks in the AI, and I feel like those are fixable. But I do feel like I want to hold them to that. It's like this game could be something very special. I just don't think it's there yet. But to yours, I think the game's gorgeous, and I love the fact I compare it. It reminded me so much of Immortal Legacy in the fact that it was like this smaller team with AAA ambitions, and they almost made it.
You get that look out of your eye, Brian. You get that look out of your eye right now. Because look, I think I don't. Also, did you play, Chris? Did you play Arashi after launch when it got patched?
No,
that's a big deal. Let me tell you right now.
I do know, like,
that is a very big deal. Like the
oh
combat.
wait, no, hang on a second. It was patched just before it hit, before it was released, right?
Yes.
I played that patch.
Yeah, like the night before.
I played that patch where everything got a little tweaked.
Yeah.
But
and it improved. It did improve a significant amount.
It definitely did. Like, obviously the smooth turning was a big thing too.
Yeah.
So I don't even. But Arashi to me ran out of ideas a little bit. About halfway through its run.
Yeah,
but
the boss fights
again,
were just so underwhelming.
The boss fights were horrible. I actually had a harder time with some of the heavy armored guys than the bosses.
Yeah.
So I'm picking on the game, but I'm picking on it because I loved it. Like if I hated a game, I wouldn't even talk about it.
Right.
It's like, I'm mad at you because I love you. Like it's like I wouldn't even necessarily argue you having it in the last top 5 here. I'm just saying that's why it didn't necessarily make mine, but also why it almost did. It just kind of, it had ambition. And you know what? Just to comment on the whole thing with, what was someone comparing it to? Oh, Doom 3. Doom 3 didn't make my list for every reason GC just gave. And the fact that I'd also beaten Doom 3 back in the day. But I feel why I agree with GC's say if it came down to Doom 3 or Arashi, I would put Arashi in there, because I feel Doom 3 was a rushed port that was probably done in response to the one-man port job that hit the Quest, the Dr. Beef thing. And I feel like this was Bethesda going, oh, hey, we want some of that money over there. And I felt like the polishing they did with the sound effects and everything in Doom 3 made the PSVR version much better, but it still felt like a rushed port. Whereas I feel like Arashi was lovingly made by a small team that really cared.
That has a lot of talent too. You see a lot of that talent.
You can see it. The game.
They might have needed me coding the gameplay department, but everything else was great.
And I feel like, and I know that they want Arashi to be like a franchise that continues. And I look at that and I'm like, man, just the next iteration of this with the graphics boosted. Whoop, this is a gorgeous looking game. I was getting Neo vibes and Tenchu vibes. Just wasn't there yet for me.
The stealth and the campaign itself and the levels, and of course I love Haru. And it was an absolute gorgeous game. All of these kind of canceled out. I mean, to me, this was a really, really, really tough decision between Arashi and Sirento. And I just feel like Sirento suffers from like it does the basic combat amazing, it does the basic locomotion incredibly well. The problem is like I said, I don't think it really knows what it wants to be sometimes, and ends up being kind of missing. It's great to have the combat. This is why I boosted up Alvo again, is because like it was so much fun to play, but I didn't have a reason to play it. And I kind of felt like the same with Sirento, where like I love doing this, but I have no reason to go back and do it, and that makes me sad. Arashi, you have a reason to replay it. You have things to do. There's reasons. Like my last time playing it, I actually had a better experience. Like the better you are at the game, like it actually makes the game more fun. and so like it's more fun to replay it. So for me, yeah, like my second playthrough so far has been my best experience with the game so far, and I think that's important. Brian,
et.2k.9.now with a $2 tip says no Doom 3, Brian. And I'm working on it, bud. I'm working on it. I'll get a chance to say my piece eventually. And we will. I've got a surprise for everybody in just a second. The VR Grid with the Canadian $5 tip says Arashi at number 25. I'm overruling Chris. Thank you guys for the tips. We appreciate it. So here's the thing, you guys. Here's the thing. Looking at this list and looking at all the great games that are still left to fit 3 spaces, right? Oof. The fact that Blood and Truth is not on this list. Until You Fall is not on this list. Doom 3 is not on this list. Arashi is not yet on this list. A ton of games on Chris's list are not on this list. And then, I mean, it's just, there's just so many to pick from. And I feel like there's no way we can do this properly without doing Ride or Dies. And I love doing Ride or Dies at the end because each of us gets to throw in a piece of ourselves into the list. They populate the final three numbers in the top 25. We'll figure out the order of those, but we all pick one, and a piece of us gets into this list.
GC, it just looks like someone dumped you. I'm not understand. Like, you not a fan of this?
I'm typically not a fan of the Ride or Die because it sometimes ends up being a game that I think just completely screws up the list. But I think I know where Brian's going with this, and if he is going where I think he's going, I think I will actually benefit from it this time.
No, you have no idea where I'm going.
But goddamn, I swear to God, if Corks makes this fucking list, I'm quitting. Like everything, I'm quitting. Oh.
So I think we have to do it this way. We have to do it this way because there's just no other fair way. When people go, hey, why didn't this game make it on the list? We go, well, we all assume a little bit of responsibility because we all had a chance to get it on, and we all went a different direction. And so
I don't know what this Ride or Die is, though.
Ride or Die basically means you are just picking a game that you think belongs on this list, and it just gets on the list. Meaning it doesn't matter what AJ thinks, doesn't matter what I think. You just get to decide a game on the list, and it means that there's probably games on your list that you've been like, man, we haven't even talked about this, and I really, really want to get it on this list. And then it falls into one of the last 3 slots, 23, 24, 25. And that's what a Ride or Die is. That is, you go to bat for it, doesn't matter what anyone else says, and it makes it on the list. And then that each of us gets to fill in the final 3 slots with a Ride or Die.
I won't say Corix GC, I promise.
Okay.
We appreciate that.
But it will be the next episode of Virtual Boys.
Cat. I think cats want to see the Ride or Die.
I think cats want to see the Ride or Die. And also we're over 3 hours in, and we haven't even we haven't even ordered this list
Finalize
yet.
The list.
Yeah, which is going to take like another half hour, 45 minutes minimum. So it sounds like AJ's Ride or Die is going to be Arashi because you sure went to bat for that for a while. What's your?
I will absolutely Ride or Die with Arashi. Let's go. Let's do this, Endeavor One.
There it is.
Ninja Cat.
So I see Endeavor One in there. I haven't gotten my T-shirt in the mail yet, so I don't know if I can.
Wait, are there T-shirts?
Well, it doesn't matter. I want a T-shirt. Yeah, now that you mention it.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to Ride or Die Arashi.
Dan Kiefer is asking about Iron Man. It's like, dude, I had Iron Man on. Even at the beginning of this show, I had Iron Man on, and I swapped it out for Minecraft during the show. I don't think anybody... Did anyone else even have Iron Man on their list?
Looper, I was thinking about that.
I struggled with my Iron Man was one that entered my list in and out.
Yeah. Yeah, a bunch of games were on my list and then not on the list, back and forth.
Iron Man made me feel like a little kid. Like, I grew up on Astro Boy, and I used to have dreams about just like flying, just shooting out flames on my hands and feet and soaring. Like, I used to dream about that as a kid, and Iron Man made me feel like that. But after a few levels of that, I started to get a little bored with the game. And that's why it's not on my list.
It just sucked that Iron Man wasn't... Anytime you weren't in the Iron Man suit, Iron Man wasn't fun.
Yeah.
They ruined the Tony Stark parts, and that to me sucked. A lot of the cutscenes were boring, very non-interactive, walking around or teleporting around as Tony Stark. It's like, unfortunately, if they had nailed that part of the game, I think we would have had a complete game that would have made every top 25 list, but it just feels incomplete without it.
Yes, Dave Station, that frack t-shirt is awesome. I love that shirt.
Agreed. Although I think we all agree that the fracked hat is the coolest part of the bundle.
It's actually really nice quality. I was like, this is not cheap merch.
I'd actually wear this in the winter for sure. Okay, so we got AJ's Ride or Die. Shug, give me a Ride or Die.
Electronauts.
Look at
Do
that.
it.
Beautiful, man. That is so nice. I love.
I'm okay with that, man. He had that like at number 5.
I know.
Like I personally like no, like not at all. But I'm okay with
I get that. Okay, like Ryan, VR Grid guys in chat. Ryan and I have debated over that.
I've watched your discussion. It actually is pretty hilarious.
Electronauts is not his thing. He also thinks Chorix is crap.
Yeah, I do too.
Those are two that we always go back and forth on. I'm never going to convince you guys of Chorix, and I won't do that to GC, but I do. I will. I want to say one thing about Chorix, and then I'm not going to talk about it anymore. Chorix is the only VR game I've ever played where I put on my headset during the day sometime, and I got so caught up in that campaign of just like, I mean, I know it's like a dumb man's or poor man's Command and Conquer, but it caught me so. It just got its hooks in me with like just trying to like make this, just strategize and make it work. And this in this sense of like this like multi-level, like someone talked about Final Assault. The reason I like
I was about to say Final Assault.
Is
Yeah,
that the sense that Chorix had of this multi-tiered where you were like literally like walking around and like, oh my God, there's the enemies. They're coming from over there down in the corner of my room. Like the sense of VR that it had, it was simple but so effective. And it was the only game where I ever put a headset on. And I took it off like 8 hours later, and it was like midnight. And it was such a mind trip. I was like, it was like 3. It was like afternoon when I put this on. I just lost time. Not a lot of games have actually done that to me. Especially if you're running something at a request where like after an hour, I'm like, I need this off my face. It's hurting me. But yeah, I lost myself in Chorix, and
you should be proud of yourself for getting 2 Servios games. We've been talking about how Servios never makes this list. So yeah, you've gotten 2 now.
Right.
But I hated Battle Wake, and I thought Onslaught was disappointing. So Servios, you better get your shit together.
Yeah.
But anyways, yes, I think I said my piece on Electronauts, so I don't need to really go in there again. But thank you for letting me have that. It's a special game to me, and if you guys haven't played it in chat, do yourself a favor.
You guys
It'll
don't
make you feel like a god.
You guys don't even know how much I want to put Immortal Legacy on this list as a Ride or Die, because I think it's better than Arashi. I think the VR elements of it are better. I think the storytelling is better.
No,
I think that
it's broken. It's broken.
Immortal Legacy is broken.
Did Arashi make you think of it though? Did it remind you of it a little bit?
When you made the comparison, I understood where you were coming from. But that is it. Like I understand it's like smaller teams trying to make bigger games, but Arashi doesn't look like a big budget game. Immortal Legacy looks like a big budget game, and it has scenery that changes dramatically from place to place. And like the beginning of the game looks radically different than the end of the game, and Arashi looks pretty damn similar like the entire time. Like, you know, there's things that change, but compared to Immortal Legacy, like big boss fights, big like amazing crazy boss fights, radically different scenery, tons of different. I mean, the puzzle solving and shit. Like it all just works together for me better. You don't know how much I want to put that on the list because of all of these things I just said. Yeah. But when it comes down to it, I think Until You Fall needs to be on this list. I think it was one of my games, probably one of my games of the year last year, and I think if I don't go to bat for Until You Fall, I'm going to really, really regret it.
Interesting.
Yeah, I hate it because I would absolutely rather have Immortal Legacy on the list than Arashi. But this is what Ride or Dies are all about, and I'm going to go with Until You Fall.
I like it. I actually thought you were going to say Doom 3, but I like Until You Fall more.
They were all
the pick. I like the pick.
Separation was in my thoughts. Doom 3 was in my thoughts. Until You Fall, all of this stuff. And there's a part of me that said we can't have a top 25 list without Blood and Truth. So I should just say Blood and Truth is my Ride or Die to make this work. And I'm really sad that we ended up with a top 25 list that doesn't have Blood and Truth on it. So that's it. That's it. We have our top
But, you know,
25
like
list.
I said with my list, though, right? I said, you know, when it comes to it, making these top 25 lists, there's so many good games that sometimes it's just what you're feeling.
Yeah, that's 100% the case. And we felt some interesting things for sure. And now, oh my God, guys, now we got to create the top 25 list. We've got all the games that are going to be on it, and we start from the very bottom and work our way up. In this bracket, 21 through 25, we have Rush of Blood, Sniper Elite VR, Arashi, Castles of Sin, Electronauts, and Until You Fall. I'm going to maintain.
Oh, wait, can you post this in the Discord so I can see this? I need to be able to see this list, basically. So you either need to slow down so I can write it down,
Here.
or you need to post it to me.
Hopefully this all works.
Boom, perfect. That is perfect. Thank you.
Oh, it actually worked and everything. Cool. Nice.
Yeah.
I don't know why it sends as a PNG. So weird. Okay, back to it. Okay. So the question is I do think that we need to make sure that our ride or dies stay as 23, 24, 25, because that's sort of how that all worked. It's like our opinions just kind of get shoved in there at the end. Unless you guys disagree.
No, I'm fine with. I mean, in my head, the entire time we've been doing this, I've been thinking about the order as being crucial. And so I'm actually happy, for the most part, unless someone convinces me otherwise, of this order all the way through. I'm not trying to ruin your flow. I'm just saying.
I missed whatever you guys just said.
Yeah, something froze there, hey?
I'm looking. I'm just trying to figure out. So 21 through 25. My question is I've kind of forgotten, honestly. Did the ride or dies stay 23, 24, 25, or did they actually get mixed into the rest of that bracket, 21 through 25? I completely forgot how it worked.
They stay in that bracket, but we can decide the order.
Okay, so they don't stay in 23, 24, 25. They move around within the bracket.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
3 separate picks. Yeah.
All right. So what's the best game of these 5? Rush of Blood, Sniper Elite VR, Arashi, Electronauts, and Until You Fall.
Sniper Elite. Oh wait, Rush of Blood is in this too. Fuck. 2, 3, 4, yeah, I can't count.
Rush of Blood.
Best of the group, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I agree
Rush
with that.
of Blood.
Yep.
I'll follow suit.
Then I'll say Sniper Elite VR.
I would put Electronauts ahead of that, but because it's my force-in pick, I'll agree with that Sniper Elite, because out of the list, that's probably the next one I'd do too.
I would also put my ride or die above Sniper Elite, but if we're because we're all sort of in agreement that we're pretty damn close here. And I'm not gonna try to force my ride or die. Oh, sorry guys, I didn't realize. There we go. Sorry, Brax bro. Thanks for the heads up. I scrolled down. All right, so now obviously I think that Until You Fall is the best of our 3 ride or dies. I'm going to assume that you guys both think that your ride or die is the best, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I will compromise and say let's just leave it in the order they're at. Let's say
I agree with that.
Arashi, Electronauts,
Yep.
and Until You Fall. Because at this point, I'm just kind of happy that my game made the list. I'm not too concerned about where it falls.
Yes, please.
Yeah. For me, part of this has been less the just like being on the list, and also just more just being able to like have my piece.
Yeah.
Seriously. Yeah, people heard about it. That's why I like it. Do as you wish.
All right, that brings us to 16 through 20. And that's Fracked, Super Hot, Synth Riders, Sprint Vector, and Blair Witch.
I
think I like the order.
I'll switch Sprint Vector and Blair Witch. And I think Fracked, Super Hot, Blair Witch, Synth Rider, Sprint Vector.
I don't necessarily agree with that, but again, it's one of those things where I'm happy to see Sprint Vector on the list. So
Yeah, I don't.
that's cool with me.
Something.
I mean, I
about
think
that feels right. Even though, like, I went to bat for Synth Riders again, I'm definitely just happy. It's on the list. Braxbro agrees with me.
Do you know how I feel? I guess the reason I don't really care is that when I look at that list of 5, the exception of maybe Fracked and Super Hot, I feel like, especially like Synth Rider, Sprint Vector, and Blair Witch, I look at that as like, it really just depends what your jam is.
Yeah, they're so different that
Like I really feel like if you're in the mood for a horror game, well, your choice is made. You know, if it's just, I feel like it's really depends on what games you prefer. Like I don't like puzzle games. Those puzzle games are not going to make my list.
Hey.
we need to vet these guests.
We're
from
gonna
now
be
on.
good friends.
Telling
Yeah,
you,
I
I'm
still
West
think.
back.
I think, like I said, Frack,
I
Super
love-
Hot, Blair Witch, Synth Rider, Sprint
I love
Vector.
I Expect You to Die though. I'm surprised that didn't make anyone's list.
That's a game that I don't think has ever made a top 25 list, but I respect the hell out of Shell Games and think that it's so polished. And I just can't. And I just can never find a space
I
for it.
Expect to Die.
Yeah.
I like
You know
I
why-
Expect to Die 2 a lot more than the first one.
I feel they're very, very similar. Do you know what? Do you know why I think that I Expect You to Die probably 1 or 2 doesn't make the lists?
Why?
Is I do think there's a content issue. There's not a lot. Like if I Expect You to Die had launched with all its DLC, might be a little bit different.
Yeah.
I feel like it's still a little. It's like, that's all. That's why it doesn't make my list, because it's just like 5 levels.
I mean, they've really, isn't it? It's 6 now, right? For the first game?
Yeah, well, yeah. As I said, they added, right? So
4, 5, 6, 7. Right.
it's
Anyway,
7 now.
right. And you would think that at a certain point, you're like, well, it finally makes the list. It's got tons of content, but I don't know what the reason is. Yeah.
Anyway,
they are
that's
great
why I
games,
didn't make my list. I think but I do. That goes against my whole not liking puzzles.
I can't believe Tetris Effect didn't make the list. It's so crazy.
No,
That's
we're gonna have
crazy.
some. We gotta have some honorable mentions for this.
Tetris Effect
I'd like
for
to get
sure.
Tetris Effect, Alvo in there.
I have hundreds of hours in Tetris Effect.
All right, guys. So I'm gonna go along for the ride here. Fracked, Super Hot. I think we put Blair Witch next.
Yes.
Yeah. See, that makes me happy. I can get on board with
Synth
that.
Riders, Sprint Vector. Or either one. You could do Sprint Vector, Synth Riders. I don't care.
I would do Sprint Vector Synth Riders.
Yeah. Once Synth Riders gets that multiplayer update, though, things are gonna look a lot different.
Yeah, they need to do that in one up
Yep,
beat.
I
game.
agree. I mean, the game's already great as is, so that's
Totally.
exciting that it's gonna be
That would be
so much better.
that would really grab some people. I think that would pull some people over.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Next up, we got 11 through 15. This is Farpoint, Skyrim, The Persistence, Pistol Whip, and Squadrons. Jesus.
Oh.
Brutal.
I feel like.
I mean, Farpoint has to be number one for me here. The first one, without a doubt.
I mean,
Farpoint. I'd say Farpoint, Pistol Whip. Can I put Pistol Whip over Skyrim though? It doesn't seem right.
Pistol Whip would be last place for me out of all those titles, I think.
I think for me too.
I feel, and I'll tell you why. I look at Farpoint and I go, it's genre defining, right? Especially with the aim controller, right? I mean,
Right.
I know it's got its flaws, but it's just an experience. Skyrim's epic as shit. The Persistence is just a really, really good roguelite. Squadrons is Star Wars and done so well, and the ability to play with flat gamers and pull them over to VR, and it's just such a good Star Wars game. I just feel like then by process of elimination, I feel like Pistol Whip kind of just drops to the bottom of that pile. Like it's just Pistol Whip. It's good, it's great, but I just don't feel like it stands toe to toe with any of those. That's just my personal take on it.
I mean,
you guys are obviously liked it more than I did, so that's grain of salt.
yeah, I think for different reasons, I'm kind of there with you. I think Pistol Whip is a great game, but the rest of these, to me, like as far as content and just, I mean, even the amount of time I've spent with them. I know there's tons of people who out there have played the shit out of Pistol Whip, like probably hundreds of hours, right? Who are just totally addicted to it, and that's
it's a
not
badass
me.
simulator too. You can't not play that.
It grows on you too. It just gets better too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just change mine to. I'll just leave it at the order that it's in, and that's what I'll say about that.
I feel like Squadrons should probably be number 11.
Over Farpoint?
Yeah, and I think
No.
I think put Squadrons at the top and everything
No.
gets pushed down one, and then so Farpoint would be 12, Skyrim would be 13, Persistence 14, Pistol Whip 15.
No, I refuse. I refuse to put Squadrons over Farpoint.
So, would you settle for Farpoint 11,
Farpoint.
Squadrons 12, and then push the rest down?
Sure.
See how easy that is?
Yeah.
I think be like, no, I disagree, and I'm gonna fight you every step of the way. But really, all I needed was just like one tiny little compromise.
It's not that you got me.
I was just ready, man. I was just prepared. Like
I'm sitting there, I'm like, Farpoint's a tough one. Farpoint is an anomaly for me because it's like, in so many ways.
Farpoint's so good, people don't even know how good it is.
That's what I'm saying. It's so basic in so many ways, but it's also so good.
Yeah.
And the way it was like made me feel like I was in Starship Troopers. Like it might be the closest I ever get to a Starship Troopers game in VR. Like going on a bug hunt, and I liked the co-op, and I liked the multiplayer, and it looked gorgeous, and it played gorgeous.
The co-op multiplayer really, I mean, I don't want to say saves that game because it didn't need saving, but man, it's like if it to keep it on this list as high as it is, that's where the
Let me put it this way. Out of all the games in our list here, I don't know if any game screams I need a sequel more than Farpoint does. Like
100%
I think
agree.
Farpoint
Not going to happen. Impulse Gear is dead. Cherish Farpoint for what it is.
Oh, please,
co-op.
please.
Go play the co-op.
Impulse Gear made Larcenauts because they were like, man, we got to do something while we wait for PSVR 2. Like,
So
what
here's my theory.
kind of crappy hero shooter can we just shit out and let everyone play and make some money over the next year?
So Larcenauts.
There's people
Well, not getting
hating
into
right
this. I loved Larcenauts.
I don't think we have time for this, guys.
I know. I loved. I'm just saying. You could feel. I'm keeping it PSVR. You could feel that Larcenauts came from a developer who was on their second title. Like there was definitely a polish there, but it had a content offering issue as well. So those of you who haven't played it, you're not like missing out on this epic hero shooter. But I do feel like after playing Larcenauts, this is where I'm going with this. I was like, there's no way this is all they were working on for the last like 4 years. I don't believe it.
Absolutely.
If that is what they were working on for 4 years, shame. But I'm still thinking that these guys are working. I mean, Farpoint 2, come on now.
Yeah.
This game is just screaming.
Dude, this is what Sony's doing right now. They're saying, hey, First Contact, hey, Servios, go make games for the other headsets. Go make smaller games. Just do what you need to do to pump out some content, make some money. But keep in mind PSVR 2 is coming for your next big game. Get a launch
Well,
title ready.
it better be because it's like something needs to keep First Contact doors open.
100%.
That'd be hilarious.
100%. So did we all agree on this list?
Yes.
Was that a yes
Yeah.
for Chris too? Yeah.
We're just saying yes
Okay.
because GC told me to.
Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. So for me, this one is Dreams, Hitman 3, Dirt Rally, Beat Saber, Wipeout Omega.
Let me get there. Let's see. So this one we got.
The racing, you racers in the chat there. You got to represent here and talk. You got to represent Dirt here for me.
Everybody loves Dirt.
I can't. I don't care what happens in this category whatsoever. whatsoever. Everybody listening, I don't care what happens in this category whatsoever, but Dreams has to be at number 6. Dreams was my number 2 game, and very, very frequently wants to be my number 1 game. You guys figure out 7 through 10, and I'm gonna put Dreams at 6.
Again, Dreams,
No.
Hitman 3.
No. Sorry.
Chuck, you talk to me here. Dreams, Hitman 3, Dirt Rally, Beat Saber, Wipeout Omega. I put Dirt Rally over Beat Saber for you. For you, Shug.
Okay, like Brian's never gonna invite me back on here because I would literally probably go like Dirt Rally, Hitman 3, Beat Saber, Wipeout Omega, Turkey Hunter.
Boxing Apocalypse.
Dude, you haven't played a single good thing in Dreams, have you?
No, I have. I have played a lot of Dreams, and I saw some people in chat there just
good
like,
ones.
Dave's like, "Where's Dreams?" Shug hated it. Shug does not hate Dreams. You know what? Dreams for me is in the same. What does that mean? I saw that. I know that. I don't want to shit on your Dreams. I feel Dreams for me is in. I know I already said this before, so I'm not going to go too much onto it. But I was thinking about it while we were talking. Dreams for me is in the same category as Rec Room, in the fact that it's a game that like is just kind of everything for everyone, and it's a great space for creativity and to try out people's ideas. I think that there's better experiences in Dreams, of course. I just feel like if we're talking about, let's put it this way, if I had somebody come over to play VR, I would not put them into Dreams.
Right.
As their first experience or their 5th experience. Like, it's more of a, you're a VR veteran, now go explore.
Yeah,
it's
here's the reality.
Again, we don't want to.
I'm not fighting you on Dreams. I'm just saying that
we don't want to just make a top 25 list for the. Hey, these are your top 25 best first experiences you could possibly play in VR.
Totally.
We are making a list for people who are new to VR, for people who have been in VR forever. This is the list that you need to play. 25 games that you need to play if you have a PlayStation VR headset. And we don't.
And I agree, and I totally agree with that. It's just for me.
I'm a creator, man. Like I from the time I was a kid to the time I went to college, I went to art school. Like I've always been drawing. Well, this is building. And I always wanted to make games, and like I was making games on the Commodore 64 when I was 7, right? Yeah. And so this and to be able to make VR games to me is just like I never thought it would happen this generation. First of all, I was like, oh, cool, we get to make games. Dreams is super powerful. But then they were like, oh, we're going to be able to make VR games in Dreams. It's like, that's going to be cool, but how limited is it going to be? And as it turns out, it was unlimited.
It's not limited.
I think Dreams is one of the most important games that has been made in the last 10 years. Yeah. I guess that's how I need to preface it with people. It's not that I don't appreciate Dreams. I think it's insane. I don't think people who have played it a lot understand how powerful a tool it is. Just in the music creation alone, like it's unreal. But I'm not trying to take it off your list at all. I'm just saying, and this will be the last thing I say. The reason, for those of you who think I hated it, the reason it didn't make my list was just because not a single one of my best VR experiences has ever been in Dreams. If I was like just telling people like the best things I ever did in VR. Here's
the truth. Put aside the fact that I think Dreams is one of the greatest games ever created. One of the most insane creation tools that just like something I dreamt of that actually happened. Here's the reality. There are at least 20 games I can probably name that are better in Dreams, and you can spend more hours in than half of the 500 PSVR games that are out there. There are at least 20 games that are better than half of the entire PSVR library within Dreams. And there's going to be more in the future.
I would agree with that. But none of those 20 games would make my top 25.
Collectively, they wouldn't.
I know. I was just about to say, one could make a very good argument, though, that it's also unlimited value.
And that's unlimited.
I'm not fighting. Like I said, I'm not really fighting on it. I'm more just justifying why it didn't make my list.
Right.
But at the same time, I can't understate how important this game. I mean, the fact that they spent this much time.
So
and
go
put
on
out
that
this
then.
game is unreal.
go
Just
on
go
that
with that then. Go
Yeah,
with that.
just go with that then. If you think it's one of the most important games of all time, then what's a few spots?
Okay, maybe you're convincing
What's
me.
a few spots on a dumb list?
You're right.
Come
Again,
on.
I'm putting it at 25. You bumped out Corks.
Again, the fact is that like this probably would be it was at number 2 for me. Was that number 2 for me? Yeah, it was at number 2 for me. So 6 is a pretty big compromise, and as long as you guys are okay with it, I'm putting it at number 6, and you guys can hash out 7 through 10.
No, I think that's fair. Totally. I feel like I'm crushing your dreams.
It's quite all right.
So I'm going to say this again, one more time, Shuggy.
Yep.
Dreams, Hitman 3, Dirt Rally, Beat Saber, Wipeout Omega Collection.
As much as I'm representing Dirt, I would like to flip Wipeout and Dirt.
Oh. Okay.
And it's your accessibility comment that won me over for that.
So wait. So
of racing games.
So it goes Dreams, Hitman 3, what? Wipeout?
Dreams, Hitman 3, Wipeout, Beat Saber, Dirt Rally. Okay.
And I told you guys, that order was totally on you because I just wanted Dreams at 6, and now we get to the hardest order, period. And I don't think it's going to be all that difficult, to be honest with you.
No, I don't either.
Obviously, Resident Evil needs to be number 1. Actually, let's work our way up. Number 5. Of Firewall, Astrobot, No Man's Sky, Resident Evil 7, and Saints and Sinners. There's an obvious number 5 here. Don't you agree?
Firewall.
That's my obvious number 5.
Oh, that's a tough one because I actually completely agree with you on a straight up quality standpoint. But I know that there's a huge portion of the community that like all they want is a shooter, a PvP shooter, and Firewall is that shooter, and nothing else matters other than that shooter.
It's the only thing some people play.
I mean, something I didn't mention. I think Space Junkies is one of the best shooters that on VR, period. But we won't get into that.
It's so funny that was on your list, and it was never even mentioned during the last 4 hours.
I know, and I guess I just didn't want to fight for it. I don't know. I guess like it's a tough one because it's also got a dead player base. I guess that's why I didn't fight for it too hard. But I still think Space Junkies is one of the greatest shooters that has come out in VR, and it just because of Ubisoft's overpricing and under content delivery in the beginning and no move support
at the beginning. The game got lost. They fixed everything.
They've added modes and maps and guns, and they added 3v3, bumped it up from 2v2. They added move support. I mean, the game is polished. Oh my god, it's a Ubisoft game, and they Ubisoft it in the fact that they didn't stop working on it until it got where they wanted it to be. You know,
right?
But that's not the discussion we're having right now.
It sucks though, but because I 100% agree with you. If they had nailed the launch, it would have been perfect.
Like I have pissed off people outside of the PSVR community, who have played like, Hyperdash and Solaris and Pop One and all these things, and I have turned around and said Space Junkies is better than all those games, and I truly believe that. How am I supposed to concentrate with that?
Okay, guys.
She's a.
We're down to the final bracket, right? This is it.
We're having the Firewall conversation, and I
Firewall
guess
5. Yeah.
I don't know. That's a tough one. I guess. I guess you know what? Yeah, I cannot put it above any of those other games. I can't do it.
Okay.
So I guess it does have to sit there at number 5.
Okay.
All right.
Number 4.
That's where I was going. So if you guys are okay with that,
it's a tough one, because it definitely feels like it's one of those games where it's like it depends on where your interests lie, and that would drastically change that.
Yeah.
I think it's number 5 or number 1. You know what I mean? Like depending on it's like depending on your interest, and so I feel like
for a more well-rounded gamer, I think it's obviously going to be in the top 5 for no matter what kind of gamer you are, for almost what kind of gamer you are. But I think for well-rounded gamers, I think it probably would have been a little bit higher on this list at one point, and then slowly moved down ever so slightly. But being a
Yeah, I
top
agree
5
with
game
that.
is nothing to sneeze at.
No, especially years later. So yeah, I agree with that. So what are we?
So now,
How are you guys feeling about the last 4 though?
yeah,
I mean, I know how you feel about Resident Evil.
well, we figured out slot number 5. Let's figure out slot number 4. We got Saints and Sinners, Resident Evil 7, No Man's Sky, and Astrobot.
That's a tough one. I think Astrobot is one of the slickest PSVR games. I think it's one of the games that makes PC VR headsets cry at night because they'll never play it. I feel one second, and I feel like Astrobot was Sony actually out Nintendoing Nintendo. Like I've said, like Miyamoto goes home and cries at night about the fact that he didn't make this game. They showed Nintendo how Nintendo should do VR.
Despite No Man's Sky being possibly one of my favorite games of all time, there's no possibly about that. Despite No Man's Sky being one of my favorite games of all time, I will settle for it being at number 4 here.
But you know what?
I will make the ultimate sacrifice.
I see what you're doing. If you don't
No,
think
what-
I see you plotting the rest of this order, I see what
He
you're
didn't let
doing.
me finish though. I was just about to say, after all of that,
Yeah.
I still think that Astrobot, for all its greatness, is not. It's just not. No Man's Sky is one of the most ambitious titles, I think, on the PSVR. Like, I mean, you can play that forever. I mean, oh my gosh, you're like just mining and building and flying through space and getting in dogfights and owning capital ships and walking around in mech suits and riding aliens. Like, I mean, you could just play that game forever.
Endeavor 1 in the chat says Resident Evil 7, Astrobot, No Man's Sky, Saints and Sinners, that order. And I'm not going to disagree.
See,
I'm going to hard disagree.
I
I
feel
feel
like
like
what
you're
he
number
meant
one.
was Arashi, Resident Evil 7.
Yeah.
You know what? It's tough. I mean, like you said, when you're in the top 5, does it matter? I mean, in some ways, I think the number 1 spot could get a little bit debative, but I don't know. You know what? I guess one could argue that Astrobot and Firewall 0 Hour, not only does it come down to taste, but it is maybe quality over quantity.
To me, Astrobot feels. What are you doing? Tornado's taking over the show. To me, Astrobot feels like a great number 2 slot. It's like so crazy polished. It's so kind of perfect in every single regard.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I could see it being Saints and Sinners, Astrobots, Res 7. I agree with you.
I
That's what we're
could
saying.
see it Resident Evil 7, Astrobot, Saints and Sinners, No Man's Sky.
I will. This is the thing, man. If I'm gonna, I don't know, man. Shit.
I you know, like
I felt like I was falling on the sword for to
Sorry,
put
AJ.
No Man's Sky at number 4, and you guys didn't even accept it. You didn't even accept it.
Now I'm asking something in the chat because we always ask this in the chat. I'm asking which one should be number 1. What are you doing?
I was actually going to say you should poll.
I'm ignoring all polls
Or-
at this point.
I was actually thinking because I'm curious to see where the player base lands on.
I wanna
versus,
debate this
you know.
like men.
We listen. We can debate it like men. I just want to know where the cats fall. So even though this poll is going out there, and it's between, I'm only putting Resident Evil 7 and Saints and Sinners on the list, right? Which one's number 1? I'm not saying
You're
that.
only putting those 2. Wait, what?
Okay,
Okay,
Can I-
wait,
No,
wait, wait,
you're-
wait. Talk to me.
What are you doing? Why didn't you put the 4 that we're still talking about? Why did you just put 1 and 2?
Let me ask you guys this: is there any chance in hell that either of you putting Astrobot at number 1?
no.
Me, no. But
Okay,
I think the cats
Listen,
would
listen,
deserve to have
listen.
that
Listen,
opportunity.
we're just asking. Listen, we're not giving the cats this decision. We're just getting their feedback, right? Now let me ask you this: would either
you might
of you,
regret that?
listen, would either of you put No Man's Sky at number 1?
Yes, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely, yes.
Shug? You said no?
But
Or
the-
yes.
No, but that's a tough one.
It's a tough
No, but no.
It is a game that's meant for VR, and they implemented the VR masterfully.
Okay.
They did. You know
And
why
it
it's
has
not-
so much variety and depth, insanely amount.
it stays. I mean, I don't know if I could argue with you if we went point for point why it's a better game than the other ones. I don't know if I could necessarily defend it because I also love it.
Okay, I'm gonna put Resident Evil 7, Saints and Sinners, No Man's Sky. Again, we're not giving you this decision. We just want to hear your feedback. Which one should be number one? I'm gonna put it in the chat right now.
You can't add Astro to that?
We literally just decided that none of the three of us would put Astro at number one.
Okay.
And so the fact that you said, yeah, maybe No
Gotcha.
Man's Sky at number one, I was like, okay, well in that
Okay,
case
okay.
we'll add it to the poll. It's
see
just
what you're saying.
we don't need to add unnecessary complication to this. What are you
This is
doing,
a tough
buddy?
one because
What are you doing?
I know you said
Yeah.
we're basing this list off of the best possible version. I know you say that,
Yeah.
but that's why No Man's Sky. No Man's
I
Sky.
can't
know.
even vote on this.
But
I
it's tough
don't even know if I can vote on this.
If No Man's Sky was only on the PS5, I'd have a much harder time thinking of whether I thought it deserved to be at number one. But I can't unknow the fact that it doesn't look like that on the other versions.
Do you know what I love about this poll? Is that No Man's Sky is sucking the votes away from Saints and Sinners so hard that it makes Saints and Sinners look not even close to number one anymore.
So why don't we? I got an idea here. This is while people are voting.
Yeah.
Why don't each of us make?
See, that's what you did there, Brian. The chat's already commenting about Astro. I know we wouldn't do it, but you're polling the chat, and you took away possibly their number one answer.
So,
Which is why I
so
thought
even though
weird.
we're not giving them the option to rate number one, because we decided that
decided.
Astro's okay. You know what? I'm ending the poll. Here you go. No, it has to be my way.
Here's what I was gonna say: is regardless of whether you do this include all five of these or not, I was thinking that maybe each of us should make a case for what our number one game is and why, and then let that and see if that sways anyone or if maybe they just don't care. But I think that might be, if we're doing this as a collaboration with the cats, I think it might be fair for them to know how we feel before they vote.
That's
Agreed.
fine by me. That's totally fine by me. So
I feel like we're gonna get there anyways.
So
maybe we
we're not.
do.
So we're not putting out the new poll yet. That's what you're saying. We're gonna.
Plead your case for Resident
Okay.
Evil 7 is what I'm saying, and then it's like, and then I feel like
Let me plead my case for Resident Evil 7. Let's get this.
There we
Let's
go.
get this
The
ball
floor is
rolling.
yours.
Here, no other game on this list. No other game on this list. I'm looking through very carefully right now just to make sure that I'm not full of shit. But no other game on this list. Yes. Feels like a full-fledged AAA console game. None. They're all of these other ones are fucking fantastic. Little asterisk
What?
for VR.
I already disagree with you from the first thing you just said.
Well, you will have your chance
On the
to-
entire list, like even the top four
You'll-
that we're
you'll-
debating.
You'll have your
I
chance to
disagree with
talk.
you.
Get off my podium.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Right. Dude, there's games like Skyrim. There's games like whatever that are full-fledged games. Fucking fine, fantastic. But Resident Evil 7 is a current gen game that was brilliantly pushed into VR. The head tracking made it feel like it belonged in VR. The graphics didn't take that much of a hit. Shockingly, it looked amazing. It played amazing. It moved great. It felt great, and it had a full-fledged campaign that. I mean, people can argue that the last third isn't as good as the first two thirds, but that last third is better than almost every game on this list. That last third alone is better than most of the games on this list. And then you add in, I'm sorry, is it your turn to talk yet? No.
Quit trying to
No.
brainwash people with your lies.
And then on top of that, Capcom released the banned footage volume 1, banned footage volume 2, gold edition, and just saying very frequently this game's like $20 on sale, $40, right? Like not so when it comes down to the money thing again, tons of content, but then also just tons of content. The the Nightmare mode alone, it's called Nightmare mode, the survival one with Jack in the basement. Again, that one mode, that one piece of DLC is better, I think, than half the games on this list. That game alone. Never mind the full campaign, and never mind Not a Hero, and never mind End of Zoe, which are, again, amazing on their own, and some of them longer than some of the games on this list. This is a full-fledged AAA game by a AAA studio that looks beautiful, plays beautiful. The only thing it could have done better is have move support, but honestly, it's one of the few games that uses the DualShock 4 and feels absolutely perfect with it. That is my case. It is the best game on the platform. It has been since the day it launched, and nothing for me has ever come close. I love Saints and Sinners, but Saints and Sinners is a great game, asterisk, in VR. There's a lot of tips.
That was possibly your worst argument for Resident Evil 7 that I've ever heard. I mean, you could have just said, it's so scary that people won't play it. And I'd be like, yeah.
It's also the scariest thing I've ever played in my life. I mean, if you want to add that onto it, Matt, listen, Mad Max,
Let me help you out here.
Well, let me help you out there, and I can't wait to retort to whatever you fucking say next. Mad Max, the Black Game Panther with the $2 tip says, Traitors, Saints and Sinners #1, Witness. Wait a minute, why am I reading your tip? Thank you so much, Mad Max. I love you, but bad take. Also, Jay Meow with the $2 tip says, RE7 is the most immersive game, and Astro is the most fun. Okay.
Jay Meow doesn't even know what a puzzle or a platformer is.
You stop beating up on Jay Meow. K-Panic, the cat-napped game cat. That's new, right? That wasn't a thing. Cat-napped game cat?
Just kidding, Jay Meow.
With the $2 tip, says, Yo Peeps just returned from the future. No Man's Sky is #1. Nice. You Got Cold Yogurt with the $5 tip says, Guys, No Man's Sky has cross-play multiplayer. As much as I love that, multiplayer for me is just, it's so secondary everywhere. But, okay, that's my rant. Resident Evil 7 is the scariest game I've ever played. Unbelievable. AAA game. I guess, AJ, you're going to go to bat now for Saints and Sinners?
Well, sure. Okay. So here's the thing.
I mean, it's up to you, man. You
I told you I designed this list around around several different things. It was, one, the VR-ness, the immersion, the integrated and VR controls, the innovation behind it. And to me, that makes Saints and Sinners and No Man's Sky the #1 here. Because while I don't mind some games with the DualShock 4 only, I will always give credit and say, well, the better game that is more immersive, that uses the Move controllers, gives you hands, lets you actually feel like you have hands in there and are using them, we'll definitely get the better hand here. And I feel like No Man's Sky and Saints and Sinners does both of those things. And the thing is, of all these games here, of these top 5 here, there is only one that has 0 drawbacks, 0 catches to them, and that is The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners.
That's the one? That's the one? Oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to talk. I'll get off your podium.
Firewall has some can sometimes people can get stuck at lobbies. I don't know. They don't know how to back out of a lobby. It's not necessarily the game's fault, but it is a problem that's in the design. And there's things about it that people make good points about, like the 1 round thing and how you can end up waiting. But Astrobot is really, really special the first time you play it, but it's 5 hours, maybe 10 hours at most if you get the platinum, and then it's done. And then you have to basically erase your memory for it to be special again.
Wait. I played Astrobot. I tried to go get the platinum by doing all the challenges. That stream was 8 hours, and I was already 90% of the way through the game.
I got the platinum in 10 hours. Resident Evil 7 is DualShock 4 only. It has flat screen cutscenes. It's scary as hell, but I don't think other than it being super scary, I don't know what else I can say for it. Like, there's no VR designed features. It was very much put into VR. I don't like head tracking as much as motion controls because, I don't know, something feels better to me about physically aiming with the thing. Moving up, No Man's Sky, which I had at #2. No Man's Sky is wow. It is like meant for VR. I mean, it was born to be a VR game and didn't even know it yet. It continues to get better and better. It's got vehicles. It's got, no loading screens once you're in the game. It's got multiplayer, cross-platform multiplayer. It's got endless exploration. I have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours in the game, and I'm still blown away by the things I can explore with. Technically, you don't know how badly I wanted to put it as number one, but it has one catch, and that is on PS4 and PS4 Pro, graphically, it suffers. And that is the only reason it is at number two, which brings me to number one, which is The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners, built from the ground up for a VR, a badass VR immersive game, amazing, innovative, immersive features, and also a badass, amazing, immersive game. And it's super, super fun, amazing game loop, can sink tons of hours into it. Yeah, man, there's no issues with there's no catch to Saints and Sinners. It's just perfect.
I mean, one of your catches to Resident Evil 7 was the flat screen cutscenes, which at least were flat screen cutscenes rather than me staring at a goddamn radio for minutes at a time.
That was your fault. You could have stared at something else. There's a whole
you couldn't.
bus
No, you
for
couldn't.
you
If
to
you
mess
walk too
with.
far away from it, then like it fucking kicks you out of
Well,
it.
I still enjoyed the interactions there, and you didn't. So
You
there's
stare at a
that's
radio
not-
while a voice talks to you and nothing happens. Nothing.
Any
I would
game
rather
that has any
stare at a
talking,
flat
Brian,
2D
any
cutscene.
game that has any talking at all, you get mad about. You
Any
just
talking
don't like
at
being
all?
talked to. I get it. Yes, any game that has any talking.
When
you just
I can
don't
play
like it,
when I
and
can play a
that's
game
okay.
while things narrate and talk to me and people talk to me, that it's a cardinal sin of VR developers that they need to fucking learn their lesson to stop making me stand there and kill the gameplay while either stare at somebody talk to me or listen to somebody talk to me. It is a cardinal sin, and that will be changed. I guarantee you. See, I fucking guarantee you that Skydance Interactive
what about-
is
so
never
how about Resident Evil 7?
never making
What
another
about
game
Resident-
where you stare at
You know
a
what
fucking
you do?
radio while it tells you the story.
Yeah,
I guarantee
okay.
you.
Okay,
Because
Resident
they've
Evil
learned
7
their
so
lesson.
much better where you have to stare at a phone. You'd rather stare at a phone than a radio, is what you're saying.
At least,
Congratulations. Resident Evil 7 does the same thing.
at least it's different phones. It's like you're not just going back to the same
Come on,
fucking
man.
room and being like, "I better
Come
check the
on.
phone. Let's see if anything happened at the phone. Maybe we can progress the story
You gotta stop
by
and
going
listen
to the
phone.
phone."
What's the difference? It's something to move the story forward. The point is, man, Saints and Sinners. It looks good on all three consoles. All different versions of it look great. It had some post-launch support stuff. It's getting more. That's also going to be nice. But don't even worry about that. Don't even mention that right now. The physics.
Can't
in
mention
the
what
game.
doesn't
The
exist.
physics-
Absolutely no
the-
DLC, guys. No
Yeah.
DLC.
Well, there is
Yeah.
trials. There is trials.
Right. There's
so
that
there
cute
was
little
some deals.
cute little arcade.
But no, the physics, the physical interaction, the depth of the gameplay and the immersive features is unparalleled. Like, even the only thing that comes close is No Man's Sky, and that has. But again, that has an issue where it doesn't look as good and stuff on PS4 and PS4 Pro. Saints and Sinners looks good on all three.
I mean, doesn't
and
look
has
as
all
good.
these immersive features.
It's a lot for most people. It's unplayable.
For most people, it's unplayable.
I'm just saying, like for most people, they've tried it on the Pro or the OG because it's exactly the
Are
same.
you talking
game.
about No Man's Sky?
No Man's Sky? It's unplayable.
Okay, I thought you were talking about Saints and Sinners.
Like
Yeah, okay.
we definitely put our time into it, and we're like, no, you can get through it. You can get through this Vaseline smeared game. But for a lot of people, No Man's Sky is like unless you have a PlayStation 5, which again, we've said over and over, we're rating this based on the best version of the game.
Right.
We need to take a
I'm
quick,
going against the grain there.
we need to take a quick break for a second here and make sure we give some shout outs to people tipping. We got Mad Max. We got J Meow. Let me just make sure. Where the hell are we? Genetic Blasphemy with a $5 tip. Says not perfect DualShock. I think he's referring to Resident Evil 7. Gazed influence movement is imperfect. This is true. That is something that happens in this game. Never bothered me, where it bothers me in every single other game. I'm blind because it's RE7, I'm sure. He says, I have spoken. Thank you very much, Genetic Blasphemy. Jamie out with a $5 tip says, is this the most innovative VR game list or the best VR game list? Thank you very much, Jamie. I 100% agree with your comment.
Both.
This is absolutely.
I said that's only one factor.
If this was
One
the
part
most,
of it.
if this was a list about
it
the
was
most
the most
VR
innovative-
games, Shadow Legend would be fucking number one.
Yeah, if it was most innovative games list, then Resident Evil 7 wouldn't even be on this list.
Dave Station VR with a $2 tip says, and now the shouting begins.
Shug.
Thank you, Dave. Yeah, Shug.
It's Shug's turn to have
It
the
is
floor.
Shug.
Shug, no pressure.
So now,
Which one? What are you fighting for here?
Now that the boys are done fighting. So personally, I feel like talking about these 4 games is like choosing between your favorite child.
Yes.
It's like, but we all know, we all have a favorite child. I feel that Astrobot is absolute pristine VR. But I feel that because it is a platformer, and it is a platformer that you are an observer in, I feel like that kind of holds it back from being compared to the other 3. As perfect designed as the game is, I still feel like it's still a platforming game, and you're still, like I said, you're kind of an observer, even though there's interactions with the game and the world. You just feel like it's on a different level than these other 3 titles that we're talking about. I feel that No Man's Sky, even on the PS5, feels a little bit beyond the system sometimes. Like, it hasn't gotten a proper PS5 patch, and that's not really going to happen. Let's just say the PS5 enhancement that it's probably going to get when we get a PSVR 2 is going to prove more what I'm talking about in regards to that.
I already know what you mean.
I feel that, but graphics aside, I feel that No Man's Sky, the thing that holds it in number 3 for me, is going to be that as far as ambitious as it is, and for as good as it can be, and as much as you can do with it, it is still always held back a little bit by the fact that it is procedurally generated. As much as you say, man, I just want to explore, I can still always see the procedural generation of it. No planet ever feels handcrafted. Never am I ever like blown away by this crazy thing that I found. It always still feels,
Yes.
I can always still feel that it's being cycled through the procedurally generated game. I do say though that I think that I applaud it at being, it is a better VR port than Resident Evil 7 as far as just like, as far as like Resident
Miles
Evil 7,
ahead.
Resident, like No Man's Sky feels like a game that came a few years later after Resident Evil 7, when they were able to go, okay, lessons learned, we could take this a little bit further. And I think they put a lot of time and money into the controls of No Man's Sky, because like they redid the entire control system, especially all the menu systems, and having everything on your wrist and what you pull out, and mind-blowing to me. And flying the ships that completely changed it to the point where they actually had to go back to the flat screen and give those people some of the things they gave us, because they were like, wah, like we want flight controls like that, and we want to see the cockpits like that. The game, it was like, Steven Spielberg says that Jurassic Park was shot like a 3D movie, even though he didn't have 3D. I feel like this No Man's Sky was a game, and they've said this, that was a VR game in their heads even before they made the VR port of it, and I think that shows. But some of the things that hold it back, besides the procedural generations, I also feel that as good as the controls and the menus are, sometimes it's just a lot. And sometimes I feel that holds it back a little bit, that it's sometimes sub-menus within sub-menus within sub-menus, and sometimes that kind of, I feel like, can make it intimidating for, say, a lot of people. Even though the game itself is intimidating. The lack of any real true narrative could also be held against it. But to me, it was a game about exploration and doing what you wanted to do and just getting lost in it.
Story.
Cross-play multiplayer, But it's that lack of, say, maybe vision, or like that lack of being concise, that keeps it at number 3 for me, even though I absolutely love it. My number 2 pick is Resident Evil 7. And the reason it's not number 1, and this is a tough one for me, is that I agree with Bryan that I actually think it is the better game. And I think that this brings up an interesting conversation, though, without getting too deep into it, around Sony's hybrid plans. In that I am so excited about that, but I am also concerned that they will hybridize games and not push VR innovation ahead of that. And I think Resident Evil 7 is an example of a brilliant game that does, and the only negatives you can hold against it, really, And I don't think, oh, it's too scary. I didn't even find it scary. So personally, I feel that's that's a matter of taste. Maybe I'm just a sociopath. I don't know. But I thought it was immersive as shit.
Mm-hmm.
And my oh wow moments will still to this day are underneath the floorboards in the water up to my head, and the
Right.
body floats up. I mean, like, come on, still, I'm like, that was like life changing for me. That was when I was like, okay, VR is exactly what I hoped it would be. But I do feel like it was held back a little bit with the fact that it was still very much it was the flat game in VR. Like the controls, like head aiming and everything else was just it was a game that was so good in VR but didn't really play like a VR game. It was so good in VR because it was so well done, but it didn't play like a VR game. And that's where Saints and Sinners to me gets the #1 spot, because I don't think it's a better game than Resident Evil 7. I think it's a better VR game than Resident Evil 7. And I think that's because I feel that Skydance basically told the VR industry, and when I say the VR industry, I mean even Valve. I think they outdid even Half-Life Alyx in the fact that they went, this is how you do a VR game with controls, and even on the Move controls, it was just amazing. Everything, it was these little things they did, from like just the way that things would buzz when you dropped them in your pocket so you didn't have to look, and the way that you could just mount things, and the way the game, just the way the game controlled and flowed, and the way it handled crawling up on things and its world creation. I feel like Saints and Sinners has its flaws, though. Like, it is a little repetitious, you know. You do start to kind of see that loot is just randomly spit out on the ground everywhere, and it's fairly recycled in that nature. But it got its hooks into me in a way that no VR game has, and the fact that I got caught up in that crafting survival loop, and I felt like I was in this Walking Dead world, and then the sandbox nature of just, what can I do to these things out there? I just felt, and I don't think it was scary. Again, I don't think it was, and I think Resident Evil 7 was scarier, but I think it was the better VR game. And I feel like if I was to put somebody in a VR game for a VR game, this is why you want to play VR, I think I would put them in Saints and Sinners before Resident Evil 7, only because I feel like they'd have a dual shock in their hand, and they'd be aim tracking, and as much as they'd be like, oh my god, this is insane, they wouldn't be getting the full I'm in VR with all of a sudden they're like pulling their gun out and they're loading it, and zombies are coming out and they're holding them and they're jabbing in knives that don't come out properly. That just, to me, is why Saints and Sinners makes my #1 spot.
So we agree that Resident Evil 7 is the best game on this list.
But it is not the best VR game.
No,
and
but
it's not the best.
I just want
PSVR
to clarify before we move on. It's the best game on this list. Just making sure.
I don't think that anyone, being completely honest, and this is where we go.
Yep.
We come full circle to what I was talking about with GC. I can't not look at these games as being in VR and not in VR, and just like looking at that. And right. I think Resident Evil 7 is the better game. But I think that, and if I had them both here, it's like, Kate, Resident Evil 7, better game. And then it's like, but just a bit, I think Saints and Sinners just passes it, because it's like, well, we are playing VR after all.
Yeah.
And
it's
I think
that benchmark.
And I think that, to Bryan's, though, I think Resident Evil 8, when we get the port that we all want, I don't think they cannot do head tracking again. Like, they're going to have to take it to that next step.
That's what they're talking about with hybrid games, right? They're saying these hybrid games are going to feel like they're built from the ground up for VR. We're not going to get a Resident Evil 7 again. We're going to get
And I think you're right.
Yes.
I think you're right. It's just, I only say my concern is that they won't. That's what I remember. I saw GC get into a Twitter battle with someone, and I think that was how I read that. It was that the hybrid games could be absolutely insane and probably the best thing that's going to happen to VR.
Yeah.
But there is a tendency, or there's an opportunity for people to phone it in a bit.
Yeah.
I
think it's going to be harder to mess up when you have the power of the PS5 and you have the orbs. I think, better tracking, better button placement for like transitioning a DualSense game onto the Orb controllers. I think that's one of just those growing pains that we suffered from, and I think Resident Evil 7 shows some of its growing pains. I think Saint Sinners maybe a little bit could too, but not really. Like, actually no. Like that's what I love about it is like it's a benchmark. When I say where do I want the future of VR gameplay to go, I point to Saints and Sinners, and I say they did absolutely everything right. They are gamers and they are VR innovators, and they executed perfectly.
Yeah,
I agree with you about the. Go ahead.
I just wanted one thing I wanted to finish, Brian, before and then I'm done with this. I think that Resident Evil 8 is going to take what you're saying and what I'm saying, and I think we're going to see. Yeah, I feel like it's going to take and the reason I think that it's almost guaranteed is that we've seen Resident Evil 4. I mean, you guys have all seen this. We watched it together on the when they did you guys did the Oculus thing, and it was like you already see where they're going with Resident Evil. They can't not go there now with Resident Evil 8. Like they've already kind of showed, and in fact, one could argue that they've already done the control system too, because they could kind of copy and paste it a little bit. And I feel like, I mean, for those of you, I've played Resident Evil 8, and it may not be as scary as Brian wants, but damn, is it going to be fun with 2 motion controllers? Damn.
It may be a little bit scarier in VR, just because of the nature of the beast. So
It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, this it's been a good conversation, and I want to give a shout out to Scott Jesko, Future Past Scott Jesko, PSN Harry Fellow, PSVR GameCap for life with the 449 quid. It says Future Past Scott here. My top 5, NU5. Wait, what's NU5? Hitman. Oh, number. Oh, forgot it. Number. Okay, Hitman 5. Hitman's number 4. Nope. Sorry. Let's try this one more time. Hitman's number 5. No Man's Sky number 4. Astrobot number 3. Resident Evil 7, number 2, number 1, Saints and Sinners. Shout out also for Rush of Blood, Moss, and Catch and Release. VR rocks. You
Catch and Release
are not going to be happy with our list when you get caught up. Future past.
But I will say, special shout out to Catch and Release. For those of you who, like me, who might deal with depression and anxiety, Catch and Release has a special place in my heart, because there have been literally times in life where I'm like, I just need a break. And I have literally put on Spotify, jumped in a boat, and sat on the lake, and have found some tranquility. And that's why it's a special game for me. It may not make the list, but it is that profoundness that sometimes I think we don't talk about VR.
It usually makes the list, and I mean, kind of for that exact reason, honestly. K-Panic, the catnapped game cat with the $2 tip, says, okay, let's meet halfway. Resident Sinners Sky.
That's a cool name for a game.
So here's what I think, guys. You guys made me back up and say, hold on a second. Let's not put out the poll yet. Let's all fight for it. Now we fought for it. Now let's let the cats decide.
I like it. I think that's going to be brilliant. Are we going to let them? We're going to let them
Let's let
make
the cats
the list.
decide.
I think that's fair.
As long as
Saints
Is that going to decide the order?
let's let the cats
Yeah,
decide.
will.
Sure. We've all made our point. I think we've all said we've all been pretty clear about what we think, and we'll just
and you're
put it-
desperate, and you know that this is the only chance you have.
No. I saw the comments. Saints and Sinners is going to win this. I saw the comments. But you know what? It's like this is every single time. I think we eventually try to do a poll. So
Let's be honest.
Yeah.
We all win. The
all
fact
win.
is, at the end of the day, we all get to play this top 25. We all get to pay this. The fact, okay, like I know I'm the one that kind of stands in here and talks about other VR outside of the PSVR world, but I will tell you guys with complete honesty, this is not a conversation that Quest owners can have. It just isn't. This just is not the caliber of content. And I love my Quest, but it's just not. We don't get to sit here and argue over Saints and Sinners, Resident Evil 7, Astrobot, and No Man's Sky. I mean, one of those games is on there, but the others are just figments of their imagination. So we are very lucky.
We got et.q2k9.now with $5 tips. It's another great one. Miss Dave, happy Friday.
I certainly hope, with your point there, while the cats are voting, I certainly hope, to your point, both of your points, that when they say that, they want to add VR modes and stuff. I understand the concerns. I actually apologize to Ben Lang, by the way, guy from Road to VR, because that was my first ever Twitter rant that I ever went on. And what happened was, he used kind of a vague word, and he said it would be a terrible idea to
I know.
ask developers. So that really set me off. And we talked about it privately, and he explained, look, I was like, I know that came off as harsh, and I said, well, at the same time, I understand your concerns. I have those same concerns as well. I don't want half-baked modes. I want it to feel like it is built from the ground up for VR, which is what they have said. But they have to prove it now. Like, they haven't officially come out and said that, but we assume that's what they mean from the leaks.
So here's some food for thought, though. And this is something I was talking about before. I'm like, I don't think I've really heard anyone really talk about this. I don't think this is the case. But we all assume that when they say hybrid games, that we assume that they're going, okay, Naughty Dog, Uncharted 5, we really need to see VR support in there. And then they kind of like, they put that in however they see best fit.
Right.
Personally, I think, no, I don't want to see Uncharted 5 with VR support added into it. I want to see Uncharted VR. Like, I don't want to see them try to make that work, because I can't see Uncharted as it exists being great in VR. Like, I want it. I just feel like I don't want to be a first-person version of that game. Like, it wouldn't play necessarily properly, and I don't want to just sit there and look at it all Moss style either. Like, I want an Uncharted game, but my point to this is, I actually wonder if when they say we want hybrid, we're pushing for hybrid games, that they're not going more like, say, the Persistence, where they're like, hey guys, you might want to make a flat version of that game as well, just to cover your butt financially while we grow this.
Interesting. It turns out I missed a tip. Thanks, Mad Max, for pointing that out. Mad Max the Black Game Panther with a $2 tip after AJ went on his rant. Said, good argument, AJ. Welcome back to the dark side.
Thank you.
And
did you ever go to the light side?
Oh, that was ever a thing.
Yeah.
We also got Mad Max the Black Game Panther with a $5 tip again. Says, since Brian's ignoring my last super chat, to give you your props, AJ, for the argument on the Saints and Sinners. Here's another good one. Good argument, AJ. Witness. You killed it, AJ. The Mad Max is totally on your side. Bel Ramio, the Game Cat, with the €5 says, it's past 4 a.m. Next time I give you a 3-hour limit before I pull the plug on Brian's PC. Probably better to have a time limit next time. But this has been fun, for sure. And guys, I don't think we need to... I would like the poll to hit 100 votes before we call it. But we're getting dangerously close to that. Saints and Sinners, obviously, well in the lead. Resident Evil 7, far behind. And then Astrobot and No Man's Sky for 3 and 4.
All right, man. So
what's-
can we get a full rundown of the final top 25 list?
We sure can.
For one, Corix. Number 2, Resident Evil.
Hopefully we can get some honorable mentions in there, like you said. Some games that we really wanted to get on here that we didn't.
Yeah. Bout of Blood.
There you go.
Out of blood.
Fantastic choice.
For a straight up kick your ass in VR experience, Detached, with all the safety settings off.
Oh, yeah. All right. Here we go, guys. Starting number 25 with Until You Fall. 24, Electronauts. 23, Arashi Castles of Sin. 22, Sniper Elite VR. 21, Rush of Blood. 20, Synth Riders. 19, Sprint Vector. 20, Synth Riders, 19, Sprint Vector. My eyes are fucking going all over the place right now. 18, Blair Witch. 17, Super Hot VR, back on the list. 16, Fracked. 15, Pistol Whip. 14, The Persistence. 13, Skyrim VR. 12, Star Wars Squadrons. Wow. Again. 11, Farpoint. 10, Dirt Rally. 9, Beat Saber. Slowly making its way down the list. 8, Wipeout Omega. 7, Hitman 3. 6, Dreams. 5, Firewall 0 Hour. 4, No Man's Sky. 3, Astrobot. 2, Resident Evil 7. And 1, Saints and Sinners. It's a good list.
I'm happy with this one. It sucks that we had to leave some off.
Well, I'm sorry that I stepped in and
No, you did a great
like
job.
a bull in a china house. But
You actually, you had me a little worried at first, but this list is all I cared about at the end, and I'm happy with this list.
I intentionally wanted to come and rock the boat, but I believe in everything I said. It's just there. I just said there's a very difference between what I would play in my top 25 and what I think that those should play who are stepping into the arena. That's a different list, and there's a lot of overlap, of course. But I saw someone say the honorable mentions Ace Combat levels. I agree with that. That is some next level VR experience.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. There's a ton of different ways this could have gone. There's a J Meow with the $2 tip says AJ doesn't care about Moss. Confirmed.
Still tipped you.
Yep. Polyarch
I
is
don't know,
watching.
I don't know what to say, man. I did get a lot of new games on here that I'm pretty happy about, though.
Yeah, I feel like the list is a little bit different than your last few lists. That's nice to see.
Yeah.
I like to see there's. You know what I love to see? I like to see there's some new games kicking in on there.
Yeah.
Because it's been a little dry for them, and now to see some we see Synth Riders and Fract and Arishi on there, Arashi. It's nice, there's some life left in the girl.
Yeah, and I feel like we're only halfway through this new set of awesome games coming our way. Fract wasn't the top 5 game we thought it was going to be. It still turned out to be a fantastic game, a lot of fun. But there's, I think, some still potential upsetters coming out soon. Ionia just got a release date for next month. We got Song in the Smoke coming out sometime. Every time you say, you always go, I wasn't excited about this, but as it turns out, it's fucking awesome. So I'm really happy you just said that. We got Song in the Smoke coming out supposedly by the end of summer. We got After the Fall coming out later this year. There's a lot of good stuff still on the way, like a ton of good stuff on the way. We got Wanderer. We have no idea how it's going to be. So I think the next top 25 list is going to be even way more different than this one was. We're gonna have crazy hard times keeping some of the old games on the list, and especially if we want to get some of the new ones on there. Stingray X, hold tight. There will be word on Wanderer very shortly.
Yeah, hopefully we get some surprises this fall. Hashtag Bioshock PSVR.
Dude, I've been begging for that for about 5 years now.
Yeah, flashback.
Seriously. All right, you guys. We got to get out of here. This has been one hell of a long show. Thank you so very much, everybody, for hanging out. Thank you for all the mods for hanging out and keeping everybody civilized. I saw Sci-Fi Game Cat Henry in the chat doing the timestamps as we went for the first time ever. Thank you so much for that. Miles Dyer doing our Instagram account. Everybody, seriously, guys, so many people who hung out in the chat. I saw some of these names from the beginning of the show to the end of the show. You're all amazing. Yeah, unbelievable that you stuck with us. Thank you so much for that. Chris, thank you for filling in kind of last minute for Dave. We really appreciate you being here.
I tried to grow the beard out more so I could fill in Dave's spot, but it's not there yet.
I think Salvador Saavedra with the $5 tip says the real question is, why isn't there beanie merch from my favorite VR channels?
It's coming, homie.
Guys. Yeah, I have to work
it's
on
coming.
that, man.
Well, I would.
I don't want the summer.
I don't want. I'm not trying to sell the channel, but I will say, guys, if you want this Virtual Boy PSVR, it's specifically PSVR. We do have a merch store on our Virtual Boys channel, and we have if you use promo code GameCat, you'll get 15% off. So this might be PSVR centric enough for you guys. There's also a Reality Sucks shirt there that Ryan loves from the VR Grid, and that's his little baby. So if you guys want some merch that doesn't scream betrayer of the Parole gods, there might be some fun VR shirts there for you. We'll give you some discounts on it. But anyways, guys, thanks for having me. I absolutely love the cats, love you guys, and I was so excited to come here and talk VR for 4 hours. This was the high point of my week. So thanks for having me on there. And guys, you probably know me. I'm Chris from Shugghead Gaming. I've got Ryan from the VR Grid. We have another show called Virtual Boys. And of course, any proceeds from that merch goes to buying Ryan a new personality. So that will be helpful as well.
Wow. Unbelievable. That was a great way to finish off the show. Also, Arlen Theodori with the $5 tip says, thank you, Brian, Chris, and AJ. Thank you, Arlen. We really appreciate you. Guys, everybody who tipped during the show, like I said, we're just happy that you're here. But people donating, keeping these lights on, keeping the show running, keeping, me employed, basically. Really appreciate you.
I will say, from an outsider, I have never seen a community as friendly and as loyal and as supportive as the GameCat community. I've seen them on my channel too, and I just it's crazy. It's like I started doing content outside of the PSVR world, and I don't want to, because it is just a better group of people. On the PSVR side of things, you guys are great. So,
Cats are the best.
Big shout out to the cats as well. You guys, I love any chance I get here to just come and shoot the shit with you guys.
New personality. I'll never get over that one. It's too good. All right. All right, you guys. We thanked everybody who was in the chat. We thanked everybody who donated, but also, of course, there was tons of you out there who was watching the show, didn't say a goddamn word. We know you're out there. The numbers don't lie, and we love you just as much. Make sure you go subscribe to Chris over at Shugghead Gaming. Subscribe to AJ over at PSVR Underground. My name is Bryan Paul from this channel right here, PSVR Without Parole. I think it's time. I can't believe we're still going. Cue the cat.
Yeah,
You're the cat. 4.5 hours later, Brian, because I want to say have a wonderful weekend. Guys, top 25 in the books to Dave Station VR. Missed you, man. So good to see you, though. Love you, dude. Flame Hat, Game Cat, later, my dude, Justin Cassidy. Mad Max, the Black Game Panther, says Ninja Slice for Chris with the $4.99 donation. Thank you. Bel Ramio, the Game Cat, $1.99 donation, says 20 questions was Toy Clash. Good game. Steve Irie, thank you so much. Guy Son, fist bump to you. Shaolin Punk, good to see you. Genetic Blasphemy. Shades of Grey Matter. Sergeant Frosty, I know this stream was your childhood. MRI Gamer, good night to yourself as well. You got cold yogurt. Good to see you, homie. GC13, the Diet Pepsi Cat, congratulations. The rain continues. Gabriel 004, the license meow. Game Cat, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Endeavor 1, congratulations on making your very first top 25 list. Congrats, guys. Matthew Lee, thank you so much. Twitch is a single player game. Cat says play more Dreams. I agree.
Hell yeah.
Go play Left to Rot. Go play Hypercycle Arena 2. Go play several other ones. JT Marin, thank you so much. Brax Bro, good hanging out, man. Salvador Saavedra, Blue Jew, the Underground Game Cat. Elite Name Squad in the house. Professor Lilith, thank you so much. Stingray X, Teddy Tater Tots, 22. Yes, I have dreams stuff. Go check it out. Aceville, the Attack Cat, J Meow, Virtual Strangers in the house tonight. Good to see you, my friends. What's up, Wes? Shout out to you and Roots, Steve, X Pacer X, guys. Et.2k9.now.
We also got Mad Max, the Black Game Panther with the $5 tip says Ninja Slice for Chris. We also got Bel Ramio, the Game Cat with the €2 says 20 questions came was Toy Clash. Good game. We'll get back to 20 questions next week when we actually have a normal length show. You guys are the best. Have an awesome weekend. We love you all.
And go play some VR.
Go play some VR.